Hello, good afternoon. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm really sorry. I am super fucking late today. I'm super fucking late. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to be jumping in pretty quick as the stream is already starting. So I'll sit and chat to you for a minute until the first game comes on. This one's on me. I'm really sorry. I am very, very late. But I hope you're doing well. Hi, Law. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Woo. How you guys doing? Oh, shit the bed. Shit the bed. One sec. Put it down there a little bit. There we go. Yes. Hi. Sorry. Okay. Couple of quick notices before we get into these games. I don't know why this is frozen. Okay. I'm not going to be doing the Americas games tonight or tomorrow, okay? How long have we got? I think we got a couple of minutes. I've decided to give myself a little break. I was putting way too much pressure on myself to try and do all of it, and the truth is I can't do these fucking 15-hour days, 4 days in a row. So, we're going to do all the EMEA games. Then I'll play a little bit of Rivals afterwards for an hour or two. And then Saturday and Sunday, we will do both. We will do both Americas and EU because it'll be the finals. But these first 2 days, the Thursday and the Friday, I'm going to relax a little bit and just only do EMEA. The truth of the matter is, like, I can't keep up anyway doing the content. By the time the America games roll around, I'm so fucking battered that it's just not enjoyable for you guys to watch anyway. So it doesn't really make sense for me to try and put pressure on doing that all day, 4 days in a row. It's too much for me. I'm old, I'm tired, I'm decrepit. I need to think of my health first. So Saturday and Sunday, we're going to do it. And any games that are like super good games from the Americas that we miss on the first 2 days, me and Robbie, my co-caster, who I do a bunch of casting with, are going to go back over those games and do it as like a proper casted game for you guys on our other YouTube channel, which I will give you guys all in the Discord once this tournament is done. So that's the way we're going to work it. It seems a lot better for me. I think you guys would agree as well. Doing like 4 best-of-3 series back-to-back is... 8 best-of-3 series back-to-back is too much. As well, these games are like BO5s, right? So what you can see on the... Oh, never mind. So how this works is these first games here... Hi, Charlie. These first games are BO3s. So all of these today are BO3s. Then every other series is a best-of-5, right? So if I was going to do this tomorrow, for example, tomorrow we're starting earlier because it starts at 2 o'clock. But if I was going to do 4, it would be 4 best-of-5 series and then another... So 8 best-of-5 series in one day. It's too much for me to do by myself. I can't do it, guys. I can't. So instead... I will do it on hang on. Saturday we will do it for 1 day where it's 4 best-of-5 series, and we'll do that again on for the Americas, and then Sunday we'll just do the 2 grand finals. So yeah. I hope that's okay with you all. If there's any super amazing games, we will come back to it and we will go back over the game so you don't miss it and it'll be on the YouTube. But yeah, I think that's the best way to do this. And I hope you guys agree. Okay. Doing good. Still working from home due to continued issues at work. How are you getting on working from home? Are you doing all right with it, Shadow, or not really?
But I think the main patch changes texture that I'm looking at is probably just going to be these team ups, right? We saw a lot of the
I don't know if you guys have noticed. I've had a little
after the patch because it was a lot stronger.
Had
like
a little touch up.
Yeah,
a little facial touch up
from it too. Don't know if we're going to see it all that much from now on, and then stuff like Sharknado being a bit worse, and obviously the Rocket Network, which typically teams would start off in spawn doors trying to get all
how you getting on, Charlie?
Upgrades or even a jump
Hi,
packs.
Luz. Thank you for the 60 stream streak. Thank you, thank you.
You're still
How are you?
It's the main cooldown in combat where we're
also,
going to see
hopefully,
this
last thing I will say, I'm going to put this all in the Discord as well. Last thing I'll say is hopefully Robbie will be joining me for the America games on Saturday and Sunday.
They've nerfed that a little bit, so
you'll have full casted games on Saturday and Sunday
for
the finals.
But we'll see less
hopefully.
of the general force push on
Disco, thank you for the follow on TikTok.
A couple teams have flipped it in, and that ice arrow is going to be a huge change. Hawkeye was only just starting to appear, and they still have it.
So yeah, I hope that's okay with you all. I hope that's all right.
It has just been nerfed.
More than anything, like,
really, you don't want a character like Hawkeye to just.
There was a couple of streams last week when, by the time I got to the Americas,
CC-wise,
By the time it was like 2 in the morning, I just couldn't even like, I could barely watch the games. I was not even here. Right? So it just doesn't really make sense for me to do like back to back to back. So
at least the option's still there.
The one-off day, we'll do it on Saturday, we'll do it on Sunday for the finals and stuff. But
cheesy almost.
Yeah, tonight and tomorrow we're going to take it easy, and we will go back to any good games that are worth looking back over.
Thor is now more survivable.
So yeah,
cancel out of that Awakening Rune into a quick Storm Surge to try and get out
I'm already just something that annoys me a bit, but I'll probably forget about it soon.
In the picks and bans, but that's if players
I'm
have
good,
figured
thank you,
out
Luce. I'm
where it
good.
fits.
I'm good.
We can have a look at from this previous
had a nice little
all the regions you've put in the
had a nice little walk in the park today. Had some doggy cuddles.
All of these teams from everywhere.
Yeah,
and
it's been nice.
Got
my hair done. Found a new barbers. That was super nice.
So.
Expensive, a bit more expensive, but super nice.
In Americas, Asia, the Oceanic region, which is complete playoffs, and also China. That was a bit harder to get, but shout out to some of the people who are doing watch parties and trying to cast in.
There's Steam Summer Sale happening today.
The actual VODs from
That's all right, Disco. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're right.
How you getting on? You doing okay?
This is all of the picks.
How are you, Law?
Saves, whatever you okay? Call them. So the first one and the second one, and then all 4 of the bands all combined. So pretty much.
So yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm very behind today.
Looking involved in pretty much every series, either by a pick or a ban. Loki's obviously very popular. We're starting to see a lot more first protects of Loki now as well. So we'll see how much that starts to rise in popularity after this week. But you are looking at that main Vanguard duo of Emma Frost and Magneto. Typically, teams.
Is there any games that I really want to buy?
Depending on what you want to work on. Obviously, Emma Frost having to team up with Psylocke and Magneto to add.
I can't think of anything that I really want to buy.
To be a lot more lethal.
But Claire Obscura is a great choice, Liz.
The best shield barrier Vanguard at the moment, I would say.
What are you up to today, Lo? What's your plan?
But it does now get into pretty interesting territory, I'd say, Tetcher, where there's a lot more teams that are trying to live up to their own like spiciness, I suppose. Like,
so obviously we are just like we're just waiting to get into it here, into the first series.
For some teams over the other Vanguard
so we'll do these 4 series and we'll sit and play some games for a couple of hours and then probably
try to cut that triple strategist Adam Warlock team up where there's just basically resurrects across the board.
I finally achieved one above all. Oh, let's go, Disco.
Any of that in EMEA, but in other regions like China and Asia, they've been gunning out the Mantis quite a lot.
Yeah, you brought it up there. The Mantis and also Cloak and Dagger are creeping up in the ban phases, but it's very different depending on the regions. While EMEA have very heavily started leaning on that Cloak and Dagger in terms of picking and sometimes banning it, Asia have been looking at the Mantis and saying damage boost.
Hi, Savage.
Good.
How are you?
Teaming this up with the Atom is pretty
just
effective.
Work.
Punisher has massively been impactful.
Yeah, one above all is the highest rank you can get. So like top 500 is either Eternity or one above all.
Or the Terror Cape that we are seeing teams start
very
to
similar to Pred, right? Depends on the
over the last 2 weeks how many, of play, and will likely continue to do so as we make our way into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
How you getting on, Savage?
But it's not just worth sort of hearing the data and stuff. We want to hear from people that are actively involved in this stuff. So to start us off in playoffs, we've got the very special guest.
What are you playing at the moment,
in from Team Smungus. I can't say it. Smungus, and also a very experienced like hero shooter player, right, Craggy? So first and foremost, what are your reactions after the week of you guys being eliminated? Just 1 win away from playoffs. Not to rub it in, that's not the intention, but it must be like a good showing, right? It was the first tournament you played with the Smungus guys, and you were very, very close to being top 8. That must be like promising, right?
Yeah, no, we almost made it. I think the progress that we've made so far is very good for what we've done. We basically stream all our scrims so people can see all our strategies. We can't hide anything, so people kind of know what to go up against.
I'm back in GM now, guys, by the way. I was playing some with Luna last night.
Well, I feel the first question before we start diving into some of these teams and, of course, the new patch notes is, do you think we'll be seeing you again in the qualifiers for Ignite Stage 2?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll all be playing again. We had a lot of fun, which was the main point of doing it for us. So yeah, we'll probably be back there.
It's good content and get people more involved in the esports scene. But now I do want to glaze you a little bit because you did have a pretty good win over OG Seed in your first game, first actual like showing, I suppose, in Ignite, like the debut game across all of the streams. And you brought out the Scarlet Witch, and certainly on the second map of Symbiotic Showdown, you were able to just absolutely rinse through them. We spoke a little bit to Boga afterwards, and he gave a bit more insight of just the team up's really strong with Doctor Strange, but most importantly, a lot of teams aren't used to playing up against the Scarlet Witch, probably without blacklisting them straight afterwards. So I wanted to get your perspective on it, not only for Scarlet Witch, but for a lot of like different off-meta picks.
Jeff, I don't know if
Do
it's
you
like
feel
enough.
like there's a lot
I mean, it
of
wasn't good
characters
anyway,
now
Disco,
that
to be
need a
honest.
bit more respect added
Not
onto
at this
them
level.
and shouldn't be
We've not
seen
seen it
as,
be good.
like, throw picks in ranked games, for example. I think
For you
Scarlet Witch
guys
is like a
that
minimum,
don't
but you
really
play all
like
sorts of stuff,
rivals,
right?
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
Normally
Yeah,
we would
so
obviously have a
my
bit of
main
time
take
to
on it is,
sit and chat and
I think
catch up
first time
before we get into it,
we
but that's,
played it
it's on me.
was,
I was super late today,
against
so
Ex Oblivion. And
very sorry.
I think it's just I thought it would work.
We'll
so
catch
I
up in
played it.
between
We've never
games
tried it
or
before.
later on.
But I think these off picks that you don't see.
I know I've been my
is
time
very
has
strong in
been
the sense that no teams have practice against it.
So
My
my time management has been super fucking
They
terrible
have to
lately,
kind of
so I've not
go
been
off
doing a
their
good job
instincts,
of
which is what they've played against in rank. So
not been doing a good job of
it kinda,
managing my time well.
throws them off a bit, and it just becomes more of a, I guess, individual performance type thing instead of a team-based thing. So
Squirrel Girl.
Let's now move into
Squirrel
what
Girl
you
has
think
seen
of the new
some
patch with the new
play,
changes
but
to
only really
characters.
on
How are you
Midtown.
feeling with some of these? Do you think we might see a little bit more of the
as
Moon
like
Knight, for
an
example,
initial
and of course
push.
the buff to Star-Lord, who's already
Strat.
seeing a lot of play? What are your thoughts?
We
I
saw
think,
one
I think the
on
meta will
Idris
stay
Path,
somewhat the same. I don't think teams
and
have
we saw
much time to practice new
one
stuff.
on. So you go. The idea is you go
Probably see a
Squirrel
bit
Girl
more
Moon
Star-Lord.
Knight when you're the attackers. You
But yeah, I
spam
think
the fuck
with
out
new
of
ban
that
system,
first
it just depends
corner.
on what people
You
ban.
get your ults
It's
quick,
very
take the
dependent on that
fight,
now.
and then insta swap.
What was your take on the ban system? I don't know if we can
It's
get
very
the graphic
hectic,
up that we had
it's very
before about
hectic.
like the total like protects and bans so far. Like, really, was that something that took a lot of getting used to for you guys? Because I think Boga said that you have like.
How's
2
the new
hours of
season,
scrims
Luce?
a
Have you been
week,
playing the new
but you might
Apex
have
season?
Done a little bit more into preparing for this event. How was that to sort of adjust to?
The
Because
Vantage buffs
it
look
feels
crazy.
Like it's taken a lot of the pro teams that have been playing in scrims consistently for like.
I don't know
the
whether
last
it'll be
year
enough to
almost,
make
if
a
you're looking at
viable
closed beta and stuff as well.
compared to people like
it feels
Ash
like
and
they've
stuff. But
struggled with adjusting to it as well, right? How's it been for you?
Yeah, I mean,
the Havoc looks
you guys
ridiculous as well.
interviewed,
Again,
Nevix talking about the ban system. I think Virtus Pro, it kind of caught them off guard as well a bit. They were more comfortable on the other ban system. I think this ban system makes the game more about the ban system than the previous one, which we didn't really understand the ban system, so I think we got kind of got rolled there. I think it adds a lot of complexity to it, and I think teams that understands the ban system better than others, I think they'll come out on top and have an advantage in the game. But I think personally I like it. I think it adds something new to the game that if you play something but you don't want the enemy team to play it, you can just ban it for them, but you can still play it. I think that's good.
And let's talk about that. The teams that have adjusted. Looking at these playoffs now, you've obviously played against a lot of these players for quite a while now, and including a couple
try not
last
score
week.
goes. She was pretty stupid.
Where is your money going into the playoffs?
Yeah,
if you had to look at
She's
these
fucking
teams and
dumb,
say
to
who
be
would be
honest.
representing
She's a fucking dumb
EMEA
hero.
at these mid-seasons, what teams would jump out to you?
Ooh, I love Team Rad. Team Rad is
Yeah,
my
Team
favorite. They
Rad
got
is
the
super
Trim and
fun.
Prime. Trust me and the Crook. Those are my boys. Yep.
Just Rad?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think really the main thing seems to be a lot more focus on the vanguards, I suppose, of just the Emma or the Magneto. I wanted to talk a little bit actually about that loss that you actually had
They're
against
really
that
dragging
Lone
this
Nine, because
interview
it was
shit
such a
out, aren't
close
they, huh?
series. For those that's trying to get a little bit more
The series is
information
supposed to have
on,
started already,
like,
so I
how
don't really
the
know what's happening,
coordinated
chat.
teams play,
Apologies.
because it's still in the early days of Ignite, right? Like, how would you sort of sum up where those last 2 maps went wrong? Because you were a map up in the domination mode, and then you went to Midtown and stuff. Not to sort of put you through like the reminders.
How are
of
you,
it, but
Charlie?
for those that still want to find out a bit more about how pro teams play, what is it that they did well that you struggled with? Below 9.
I think I could be wrong about this, but there's more opportunity for individual play, and it's more individual. The Koth maps. So the first map. So I feel like we always do well on the first map, and then once the other maps are just more team dependent. And I felt personally, I felt like the enemy team just played better as a team. They had better strategies. They knew how to rotate. They knew how to play ults together. A lot of our experience comes from rank, where it's just throw things at a wall until it sticks. And
Rank
you
is a
can't really do
different beast.
that on those maps. You can do that on the first map, but not the others. So I feel like we lost because they had better.
We'll play a little bit of
team
rank
play
later
than we
on.
did.
Probably
All right,
lose my
Craggy,
GM.
Thank you very much for joining us. Is there any shout outs you'd like to do before we let you go on about your day?
Oh, shout out to Tram and Crime playing later today. I'll be watching that.
Who?
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go about your day as we're going to be getting set up for those games. Like Craggy already mentioned, we're going to be seeing Rad Esports later. We're going to get the level 1 Crook in and people like that. But our first series of today is going to be Zero Tenacity versus Team Peps.
Oh, yeah. I expect Z10
You
to
got any
walk over
predictions,
this
by
game,
the
to
way,
be honest.
Craggy, just before you go, like for this first one?
I expect
especially?
Z10 to walk this first series. If they
But I
play
don't know.
like
I
they
feel
did
I feel like they
in
can go both ways.
groups.
There's definitely been some teams that done a lot better than I expected.
Ducky and Newton
I
are
guess
going to
that,
walk
that
over
might be
this
the
team.
lack of my scrimming experience.
Oh my god, do you guys want to
but,
know something, by the way? Like, super random.
Yeah, I think yeah, I don't know.
You know, I said to you guys, I always have a really hard time with my beard,
I mean, it feels like a
right?
bit of a coin flip, but yeah,
And I've
like,
never been able to, like,
too long,
do my
thank you very
beard
much
very
for
well
joining, and
at all,
shout out the-
like ever.
all of the co-streamers
And I always
who
really struggle with it.
are watching along, right? So,
I found out why
like the
today.
skin that you can get, the drops
It's
and stuff like
because
that,
my
you'll watch
beard
those
hair,
co-streams as well,
right?
so
Whenever,
if you wanted to
I
put
don't
in
know if the other guys will back me up on this, right? Whenever you look at videos or instructions on how to, like, shave your beard and stuff like that, it's always the same, right? They always say go with the grain, right? You need to go with the grain of where it is instead of, like, opposite. This never worked for me, right? And I know why. Apparently, and she showed, and not just apparently, she showed me, my beard hair goes in 4 different fucking grains. So the top goes down, the sides go out, and underneath goes up like that. So my barber today, she was like, no wonder, because we were talking about it, and I was saying I always have a really hard time. And she was like, yeah, no wonder, because your beard goes in 4 different directions. She was like, I've never really seen that before. And I was like, oh, great. So now my beard is a fucking anomaly now as well.
Now you've
Anyway,
got
I just
everybody
thought I'd
gunning
share
for
that with you.
And Peps sort of lost,
Hi, Riz.
unfortunately, to Insomnia, and Insomnia
Okay.
had a lot of curveballs, quite literally throwing Wolverines around with the fastballs. But then also running into Virtus Pro in the losers bracket.
I'm not gonna lie, I
to
got a bit of
finish out
validation from
fourth.
that.
Makes me think that Peps
It's
can
nice to
probably
know
do
it
a
wasn't
lot
just
more
me.
than the sort of statistics in the bracket shows that they can. And I definitely am more of a fan of like Insomnia beating Berber Patapim. I really like the Berber Patapim team. I think that they have the ability to do some like pretty like shocking damage in the right way. Like they are definitely a team that could push the likes of Virtus Pro and Rad. But there was a lot of shakiness with how they played that Z10 series, and I think Insomnia.
I think Z10 are
are
going to walk this
go
first
in
one.
with no holds barred. I don't think that
Peps
they're
are
gonna
good,
hold
don't get me
anything
wrong.
back, and really at
Peps
that
have shown
point,
some
Berber
really
Patapim
good
have a lot of
games over
pressure on their
groups.
shoulders to perform. People
But
are expecting it now.
if Z10
Certainly with
show
Virtus Pro
up
dropping them
in
out,
any
it's a lot
kind of
more
form they were in groups, they're going
Let's
to fucking
jump
walk
into
them.
this game 1 that we have here. Zero Tenacity.
Let me know if the volume's
versus
okay for you guys,
Peps.
and you
Zero
can hear me
Tenacity,
over the
they
over
have
the casters
a
and
huge
stuff.
amount of experience, and they came out swinging. We were looking at all business as one of the teams that could take it all the way, and we had a shock early round in that group stage. Zero Tenacity came on with an incredible performance, then got sent down to the lower bracket.
Whiny
in those
is someone to
finals,
look out for,
and
by the
then
way.
were
Whiny
able
is
to
an
make
unreal
their
support.
way in to once again get that rematch and took the #1 seed in Group A.
Yeah, and for Team Peps, like I mentioned, a squad that might look like they're underperforming in some senses. I think it's a lot more competitive in EMEA, but this team has remained very competitive, I'd say, for the most part. You've got some of the core players that have been on various teams with like Leaf and Hardest that have tried to stay together, but players like Aura Stealer as well, I think have been really impressive with how they've played.
Hardest has been
Strategy
playing
sport,
really well on the
incredibly
Punisher, to
flexible,
be
and
fair.
as we're probably going to be seeing very soon, a lot of like nice little tech that they're able to use on the likes of Invisible Woman and other characters.
Also, just
including,
complete
I
side
think,
note
their
chat
main character
that has
of Rocket
nothing to do with
Raccoon.
Rivals.
Or as either has been one of the people
I'm
who
down
first
9
brought
kilos
in that
now.
Rocket Raccoon, going with the Spawn
9
Old
kilos
strat that
in
we saw
3
from
months.
A couple of the teams, which was ironically first really
Not the
popularized by
fastest
Peps in
weight
the
loss
MRI,
progress,
using
but
just those quick revives and then quickly
9
quartering
kilos,
back
not
after the
bad.
first fight
Not bad. I'm
to
pretty
try
fucking
and
happy with
drag
that.
these games out. They are also flexible. Leaf has one of the widest hero pools in the game.
All right,
so
here we
far.
go.
Matches
Game
already Storm,
1.
Torch, Psylocke, Winter Soldier, Emma Frost. They had a role swap at one point. They are
Z10,
incredibly
Team
difficult to ban
Peps.
against,
Let's see what they
but
do.
They've also been known to give
Tank
up
Prio
veto
still
from
on.
time to time, and we're
Emma
gonna see
Mag.
that immediately with
Probably
Zero Tenacity
Mag
getting
save
it handed
if
over
they're
to them.
prioing that.
Yeah, this
Or
seems
torch
to be
save.
how the general start of these drafts go. Trying to focus on getting one
There's
of
the mag save.
vanguards of Emma Frost, Magneto, or
I would
the
imagine
other.
Loki ban if
But
we're
we were
staying
also
with
starting to see
the
a lot
old
more where the
ban
Magneto was
prior.
protected,
Yeah.
Loki coming in instead.
Loki save
So
maybe?
That's why
Or
there's
Emma
a lot
save,
more
I would have
focus,
thought.
I suppose, from Team Peps to take it out early. To just
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure
Emma
that
save.
the likes of Winnie
Loki
can't
ban.
necessarily grab onto it. And
Incoming,
so far, this,
probably
first
into a
phase of
double
the big
Luna,
bans, Tetcher,
unless
looking
they
fairly
want to
standard for
do
now.
a Psylocke or a
Everything
if
looking
they want to
pretty
do
good.
a
What you did mention, though,
DPS.
they protected the Emma over the
Cloak.
Loki, but went for the
I
target
wondered
ban.
about
So
this. We haven't had
Tenacity,
time
they're
to
gonna
like
remove
analyze
the
yet.
Very big rising
But
star
hi
of
Katrina,
EMEA.
thank you so
Cloak
much. I
and
appreciate that.
Dagger.
Thank you.
Moxie will be pleased.
It's very
And
very
Loki
tough
also
going,
getting
but
hold,
I'm
this
pretty
does
happy
leave
with
open
9
Luna,
kilos
for
so far.
example. Invisible Woman is still here. Mantis and Star-Lord and Adam Warlock are
I
still
mean, I'm
available.
paying for it,
There
don't
are
get me wrong.
plenty of options still available.
Yeah, it's also worth adding that the first pick
I
in these
was going to
picks
talk about
are
this. I wondered if we were going to
simultaneous.
see a
We might
lot
them up a bit
higher
earlier, but
cloak
for the teams
prior
actually in the
in the
server,
bans.
They won't see it until the very end. So
Especially
it's a
with
bit of a
the
game of chicken to see
Luna
what exactly is gonna happen and
nerfs
what the
to the
fallout's
team
gonna
up.
be. Team Peps
So
actually
you don't
looking
have to be as
save
scared
onto
of the
Luna
like
Snow.
Hawkeye Luna team up.
Maybe
Luna
for
is
us,
individually
or
very
Steel,
good
maybe for
anyway.
Larry. I don't know how much they've
But Cloak has
actively
just felt
tried to
so fucking
protect it
dominant in
themselves
these
a couple
games.
of times. I think it's Oasis that's going to be.
So I'm not surprised to see the
potentially
cloak ban
up
out from
against it if they're
Z10
not
either.
careful.
And then they go for the
The
Psylocke.
Punisher save, I mean, when you've got players like Knuten that can pick it up, Smash Des has also not been too afraid to play it themselves. It means that you have a lot of flexibility with the comps that
And then the
Zero
torch
Tenacity
ban
want to
from
run,
Peps.
and that's where they look the scariest.
Plenty of options here. We're going to see that Mantis taken away with that Punisher on the board, removing the damage boost, making sure that Zero Tenacity can't just try and steam.
Now, interestingly, both teams could go to a res comp if they wanted. Obviously, Mantis is out for
we may see a little bit of flexibility. Yes, we
for
are.
Z10.
Zero Tenacity, they've already shown it once before. They're bringing it back. Well, actually, a couple times before. They're bringing back the Namor with
Yeah,
Lugia.
Z10 are going to roll
be
this one, I
of
think,
our
Milky, for
main
sure.
Hulk
How you
players
getting on,
in the
Katrina? Are you
region,
doing okay?
Bringing it back out for a second round.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, Lugia more, I guess, focused on the melee.
What map are we
vanguards
on?
with a little bit of Wolverine
Oh, Hell's
thrown
Heaven.
in for a tank busting action themselves.
Yeah, I
But
quite
that
like
torch
the
ban is
Namor
a
Hulk
good
on
one
this
because
map.
it not only hits like
I think the
Knuten that
Namor
can
Hulk
pick
works
up
so
any
well for
flyers,
them.
like Iron Man and stuff, but Smash Des especially. And I think there was maybe an over focus on trying to get Smash Des off of the Human Torch from Berber Patspim in the finals last week. That gave them a lot more space in the draft. So Peps have come into this one pretty prepped. And this isn't a bad
Let's see what
map
they
for
let's see what they
because
settle on
Hell's
though.
Heaven. It's the only domination
Don't
map that
get
we've seen in play. It's a
baited.
randomly assigned map. We know it's always going to be domination, but it could be obviously Hell's Heaven, but in T'Challa, Krakoa. It's almost always
we can do a
been-
channel
it
point
has always
prediction
been
if,
Hell's Heaven for Peps, and they're 3-1 on it. And for the side of Z10, they've lost it once.
We'll have to
Okay,
see
so
if they're able to
so they
turn
are
that
actually
round,
sticking with the
even if score
Luna.
of Team Peps will continue.
But
Like
why
you
need
mentioned,
the
they're
difference
very
here is the
strong run.
invis versus the
There
cloak
is a
here and the
portal engage
supports.
coming in, and Knudsen is out of there. Not wanting
Oh
to
my
get caught
God.
out. Lugia's not
Oh
so
my
lucky,
God, they
though.
just
Will be
sent
pushed
it
down
on
to Battlefield
Lugia.
and then picked
Oh,
up.
we've got
Leaf with the
cams.
damage boost, even with that ultimate
We got
nerf
cams.
to
Should I
Storm.
switch my
They'll be
camera
making
over to
their
the
way
left
onto
side?
the board. Damage boost onto Harris, so they can go
'cause
in
we've got
hard with
cams
that
here.
Punisher. And of course, on a Mega Hurricane, even though it
Is
is
that
hard to
better for
charge
you
up
guys?
down,
Is that
it's
better
still
for the game?
ridiculously strong.
Got the Storm
Or is that
playing
annoying
in,
for you guys?
recently nerfed, but the damage boost is still going to be
I
effective.
don't think that covers anything in the overlay.
It's really a case of like hardest building up that final judgment as much as possible, as long as possible. Really not too much of an engage happening so far. Like Lugia was the one that dove in and got instantly deleted. Terra
All right, here we go.
actually
So
coming
the
through,
fight for the
this
high
is Zero
ground.
Tenacity trying to go for a good fight here, but it's them mostly
Smash
going
gets a
down
nice
to
pick
low
on
HP.
Leaf.
They are
That's
able
gonna be
to
big.
take out Leaf, who's over on that Storm. Smash is able to catch him
Knut
on
just
the
sitting
Namor.
here on this turret being
Peps
really
holding
irritating.
on, Beetle taking a lot of damage,
Oh,
but it's
that
really
Emma
just
just got
stocking up
clapped,
these strategist ultimates, Tetcher.
Hard is being forced to back up, but is sniped by Smash.
And a nice early,
crazy good on this
well,
table,
a nice
said,
retake, I should say, from Z10.
Positions and then able to target down these backliners.
It's nice to know that even Knuten as a pro player messes up those zips. Because I've been playing quite a bit of Punisher lately, and the one part of his kit that I just can't do is the fucking zips. I mess up every time, dude. Hi, Rand. Welcome back. How you doing?
Luna Snow ultimate.
Here we go. Oh my god, they double pop. Oh, that's big from Hardest.
On one side, Hardest being able to mow
that's really big from Hardest. That should give him the point back, I think.
And the invisible boundary for Orestealer, keeping people going.
Smash is in such a weird spot, though.
To keep progression working. We do see the Eye of Agamotto.
Nice, Eye of Agamotto from Beetle. Keeps them honest. And there's a nice block as well. Leaf takes out Dougie, but Smash on the flip side, they're coming back in. They haven't quite got it yet. Dude, Lugia on this Hulk is going fuck. Oh my god, Lugia went crazy. How did they hold that?
Lugia
what?
Just absolutely monster moded that.
Bruh.
Realizing that their team still had control of the point, they were willing to sacrifice
Dude,
their
Lugia
ultimate
just
to buy
smurfed
time.
him. What?
And they ended up buying enough time for their team to reinforce and nearly taking a
that was
2v1
ridiculous.
of their own. They have 3 final hits on this Hulk and held the point for Zero Tenacity. Now it is 27 to 79 in favor of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Z10.
Have the defensive position with
No ults on either side, though. No support ults on either. Knuten's probably going to be the first one. If they know this, if they're stat tracking, Knuten could just pop and go, and he's going to get everybody. There he goes. He knows it as well. You can see it. Everyone is having to like try and delta split here. They do get him with some nice shotgun work though from Leaf, from Hardest with Leaf over the top. That's actually really nice.
Even if they do take this point, Zero Tenacity might let them to an extent to just refresh these ultimates and try and go for a nice
Hardest went a little bit crazy.
That's exactly what we're seeing. Full retreat coming out of Zero Tenacity, waiting for their vanguards to respawn as both Lugia and Ducky were taken out. They can now regroup and make their way in. Still holding on to that horde of Proteus and the Eternal Bond for the setup, and they almost have Fate of both worlds. But Team Peps, they do have counters. Invincible Boundary, Fate of both worlds, Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from watching these games, to be honest. It's hard to take what you learn, though, into ranked, like into your like ranked gameplay.
This fight an uncomfortable one if Zero Tenacity don't have things lined up well. Like sure, strategist
just because people don't play like they do here in ranked,
it might not matter. You have the advantages there, and now Smash there is trying to loom and flank a little bit more. It's going to focus that Doctor Strange shield over in that direction, and that's incredibly aggressive actually coming in from DRP to just claim some of that space. Now Leaf is able to find an opening.
There's a lot of ults here though. They're about to ult dump. Both of them going. Oh, Knuten gets the better of Hardest though, and that's going to be it.
Actually taking out everybody through the Luna Fate of both worlds. He's able to
that's a really quick identification. Wait, Beetle goes big though.
Gives Team Peps enough room to take this Meteor M with everything going on.
Oh, nice pick. Gets Leaf. Make sure there's no resets.
Going to be used on this first point.
Beetle is going crazy on this Strange, by the way. Like, Beetle is going crazy.
And everyone is committed to try to buy the time. Here comes the portal coming out from Zero Tenacity for the reinforcement.
And they get it. They get it. They keep him off. Oh, close though. They made him work for it.
Crowd control with the Hulk smash allows Zero Tenacity to claim point number 1.
Yeah, very back and forwards. We sort of knew that both these teams were going to have a closer series than it might look on paper. And like Craggy said,
have you only just started playing it, Ran?
Can be a lot of focus on.
It's because your Randers won't know how to play like the pros.
And I have to be looking, I think, at like Larry and Orestealer.
Oh, really? That's really sweet, Milky. Thank you.
Able to do. You can see the Knuten's.
You do, yeah. Damage, I mean, in general, people are never going to play like this in ranked because also, it's not just about like knowing what to do. It's also about communicating what to do, right? So many times you're going to see the plays that they're making only work because they're talking to each other. You know what I mean? So like when
They've been using this
when the cloak ult goes down over the top of the Punisher ult, for example, and that really strong combo, that only works because they're talking to each other and saying, hey, I'm going to go drop it. Do you know what I mean? Or they play together enough that they know that.
It's just been the game of which of the protecting characters. Ducky, if they've been able to get
and the truth is, you're just not going to get that in ranked. Unless you're playing at, like, I would say Eternity level, most people are not going to be able to think about what they need to do in sufficient enough time to be able to pull off most of these plays, you know? Things like the knowledge of, like, taking high ground and the importance of taking and holding high grounds on maps. Stuff like that, people are just not going to do.
Ducky not being able to beat on the Emma Frost is a nerf because
I got my
are
AC working.
fantastic
Ooh,
Emma Frost,
let's
but
go
he
low.
had to move over his team to realize just how much focus goes onto it.
Is it like, so is it one of those that's like you can have it on for like 20 minutes and then turn it off because it's so loud? Is it a mobile? It's a mobile one, right?
You don't want to be too much of a sponge to let Hardest just farm up these final judgments for free.
Flank coming in from Zero Tenacity on the low ground as once again Team Peps have the defensive position, utilizing this Goddess boost for a little bit of speed currently for Hardest to make sure that they can stay mobile, and of course that Doctor Strange can push in and out when needed without dropping it too low.
Ducky's nearly got an ult.
Ducky, but forced down to the low ground as the flank comes on in. Ayamagamoto from
oh, what a freeze! Oh, Beetle just got wrecked and now he's in a really bad spot. There's the Storm ult, but just you're doing that into a Punisher, you're gonna get wrecked. You're gonna get wrecked. I told you, man, Z10 are gonna walk this for sure. They look really good
just
still.
Through all of those ultimates too, you got a Fate of Both Worlds from Larry used at the end there. And Omega Hurricane, it doesn't matter too much if you have more HP. Knuten's still going to absolutely tear through you with that final judgment.
Oh, is it really bad for the rest of the house?
And I don't think there was any real other damage boost there. It was just combined with a Horn of
Is there, so I'm guessing you can like turn it on like the coldest setting and just rock it for like 10 minutes at a time, and it'll keep your room cool for a while.
So he's got it again.
It depends how powerful it is, I guess.
You can see the positioning here. It is very good. It's very bunkered down for Zero Tenacity as they've taken a point. And
or is there anything you could put it on, like, you know, get like a pallet or something to put it on?
And just keep Peps on the back foot whilst this keeps churning up for Z10.
The Buzzdial dropped down to 100
that was so fucking close for Lugia.
Away with it. Now dropping down to the low ground, healed back up, trying to turn
this guy's a bit of a monster on Hulk, isn't he? He's a bit of a monster on this Hulk.
From Lunar Snow could be a fantastic interrupt here. Also, the mag cannon from Magneto could be a hold. Hold on in, nearly getting dropped down.
I mean, Beetle is getting some really nice ults, like, you know, or like getting some really good positions on these ults. It's 1-for-1. There's the flop. Beetle gets Lugia as well. Newton's kind of stuck here, though.
You do have a Fate of Both Worlds if you need it for Peps, but you want to hold on to it.
Dude, Smash is going so fucking crazy on this Namor. Like, no one is touching Smash at all, and he's just, like, so free.
Able to just clear up the objective. Does have the Silent Seduction. But Peps managing to take the point before it gets to 99%. They have a lot of good stuff to hold on to this. Really, it comes down to a case of like how impactful really can be with this Eternal Blood and how aggressive do you want to be? Because outside of your M, you don't have
at the end of the day, Law, it makes it bearable to be in your room.
Turret goes
I mean,
down.
that's worth whatever it cost it comes out, right?
From the Doctor Strange. They will back up a little bit here to make to give
shame that it's so loud though. That is annoying.
When needed, as Ducky gets pulled on it, has to use that Iron Bulwark for the protection. Mag barrier. Here comes the Eternal Blood.
Hardest again. Oh, this looks really good for Peps. This looks really good for Peps. Someone's got a touch. There goes Lugia. Making sure they can still play this.
Ducky actually just coming back
from Beetle again, dude.
From Beetle. And there's the follow through. Ducky having to switch over to the Strange, the portal play required. So it means that
damn, Leaf is actually cooking their shit on this winter. Like, genuinely cooking their shit.
Sure, you have the Doctor Strange here, but he's all on his lonesome. Look at him. Some healing and
but he's got backup now. If they can stay up, I don't think they can.
In the chamber for Z10 here, but Leaf isn't allowing stuff. Knut bringing out the final judgment, isn't really allowed to touch the point.
Damn,
so
Peps.
They bring us on as even. And
Peps.
threaded in.
Showing the fuck up. Let's go.
Team Pep's able to take the control, especially due to that incredible flanking Eye of Agamotto from the side of Beetle. Able to
no
get
longer
onto
35
both
in
the
here.
Luna and the
I was
Punisher,
talking about
taking
this the other
that
day.
Oasis early in
I
that
think
fight.
people don't
They had a
realize
huge
how
numbers advantage, and then it was all
badly
about the
British
staggers.
houses are
Ducky having to
designed
swap over to that Strange, but by that
for
point, Luigi is down, and everyone is
cold
just coming
weather,
back
for hot
one
weather.
by one. Team Peps at that
All
point,
of
it was
our
just
housing
wait
is
until that
built
portal
for
expired, and they
insulation
did
and to
so
retain
beautifully.
heat.
It's just, again, the damage that Canute
So when
is
it
able
is
to throw
hot,
out.
it fucking hotboxes like a motherfucker.
How much is it able to sort of go to, like, getting the final
Hi,
judgment
Raya.
into confirms, really?
I
That's
love the
key
rocket
thing.
distraction
Have we
video.
seen a
You
couple
like that
more
one?
of those? Like, so much focus goes onto it. I feel like I'm just
Yeah, it was
yabbering
pretty
on, but
funny.
that seems to be just the
I
main
enjoyed
play.
making that one.
Get your Punisher, damage boost him.
Just Luna like
debuff the
losing her
opponents,
shit in the
win.
background as well.
That's pretty much the go-to for
Like
these teams.
completely
but
lost her shit
It's
from
down
that.
to a fine margin when you're playing in these domination maps. And because Zero Tenacity used so much towards the
This
end
is so
there,
fucking
they're
ADHD
missing
coded,
the likes
isn't it?
of a final
Ooh,
judgment
shiny
for
thing.
Knuten. They do have a Fate of Both Worlds ready to go. And hardest, the portal play
shiny.
means that this could be a rude awakening for Zero Tenacity if they're not careful.
Hulk Smash is at the ready as well, so they could try and just go for a big aggressive dive. Like you mentioned, Kraken impact, invisible boundary.
This is quite a nice spot from
Hardest.
Hardest. He gets a lot of ult charge. Oh my god, what?
Comes in from Zero Tenacity. While we do see Team Peps on that low ground,
Sorry.
defensive, Zero Tenacity
I don't know whether that was me or them.
high ground. And again, Beetle is utilizing this cloak of levitation incredibly.
Here goes Lugia again.
To meet them where they are. Monster Hulk has to come out for Lugia as they try to keep everyone zoned into this doorway. Gonna get the lockdown onto Hardest. Eye of Agamotto.
Oh,
into the backline.
not
Only
quite there
starts
for
out
Beetle
Lugia,
this
but
time.
The ultimates are staggered a little bit there. We saw Winnie getting that eternal bond a little bit during Oasis's Fate of Both Worlds.
This could be
So
big
they
from
did overlap
DRP.
a bit mid-half time, so Aura Stealer, Invisible Boundary, comes on out for a little bit of extra
Leaf gets
protection,
one.
and
Here he
Zero
goes.
Tenacity lose their defenses earlier.
Nice stun, but he's gonna get another. Leaf's about to go crazy.
But I think it's Leaf that's actually been the one to find the openings. These teams would fight for eons if available.
Oh my
because they're
god,
just so
Leaf has
good
just
at
gone
keeping themselves
fucking
going and
bananas,
keeping these
dude.
fights long
Oh, this
lasting.
Winter
The
Soldier
Kraken
looks like a
impact for Leaf
problem,
was
doesn't it?
Enough to just find the picks to get the resets.
Oof.
And the point finally in the hands of Team Peps.
Okay.
Look at the Z10, Team Peps weren't able to grab it early considering they went for the
You didn't
ball play.
even
That could have been the
turn
99%
around.
of
No.
how long that last fight was.
I saw shiny thing
It was
and
a
I
long fight versus
instantly
Team
turned
Tenacity
around.
Getting in there in time, but like you said, it came down
And
to
then it was
how
only afterwards I
long it
realized that
kept
I could have
going.
just killed the
Zero
rocket.
Tenacity burning their defensive tools a little bit earlier. Team Peps were able
For
to turn
Luna
that
said this to me
round,
as well. She went,
utilizing
Nick,
that Kraken
you are
impact
one
from
of the
end
most
extra couple
knowledgeable
seconds
people that I
from
know in
Aura
Marvel
Stealer on
Rivals.
that invisible boundary.
And you're,
Now, we
you
are
know,
gonna
you
see
have
a little bit
such
of a
just an
flank smash
insane
there.
knowledge of the
Lugia
game, but
looking for some
sometimes
flanking potential,
you
see if he can
really
grab anyone on the
do
side. Leaf does see it,
make
but he
yourself
tries
look
to do a
dumb
couple early shots and
because
is
you
currently on
don't
switches.
realize the simplest parts of this game.
All the damage taken for Leaf, but the sustain is there to just keep them
Not
alive.
wrong.
Final judgment. It's a bit too much of an ask, it looks like, especially when you've got the rest of
Oh,
the team being able
that's
to
big
dive on
from
it.
there.
And then
That's
the Fate
massive
of
from
Both
Newton, though.
afterwards. A little bit
That's
late from
massive from
Larry.
Canute, though.
Bit more unfortunate that
Just
I
went
thought it was
fucking
just,
crazy.
going to have to just give up the point, but that's one of your big strategist ultimates gone for the time being. Just as the objective is starting to rotate. Look how much damage Knuten has done. 30k.
Yeah, this
And
guy's
it's requiring
a
50k worth
monster.
of healing from Larry to keep people going on the side of Peps. So that mistake could cost him. Larry has been the saving grace, and without a big ultimate for these next few fights, could be scary for Peps.
Knuten using that Scourge grenade to back up a little bit, trying to focus onto Beetle.
Beetle's going to be the big one here. He's looking for it. Oh, he just walks it in. Oh, he gets Lugia, though.
Protection from the Fate of Both Worlds is not enough to protect Lugia. That battle form is a little bit too weak. It's going to be a Punisher.
Nice fade. Nice fade. Is it enough? Because they are fucking railing him, and Ducky is on his own. Smash gets Aura, that's big. Dude, how is that Mag still alive? What? How is Ducky still alive? He was like 1v3 on the fucking site. Like, how has he stalled that? What? Dude, I need to see that from his POV. How has he stalled that out? That's actually wild. What?
Team Peps using a lot. Need to build up some of these more like duelist centric.
Because both, like, Beetle and DRP both pushed the back line, right? They both went past Mag onto the back line. And Mag was just sat on site against like 3 people and just sat there and survived. That's absurd.
Heroes Canutin is going to be taken off of that culling turret. Monster Hulk and Eternal Bond are ready with everything else slowly creeping
Beetle's in trouble.
Monster Hulk going to be dropped for zoning potential as they're already on 97%.
Oh, Lukey's just taking him out. Oh, the juggle! The juggle! He took him so far away from the Lunar ult. There's nothing he can do. Nice ult. And then, yeah, that is the problem with the Winter, isn't it? It's very telegraphed what you're going to do. So if you've got the ult up, a Newton again? How the fuck has he got another ult? I don't get it. How has he got this? Oh, Hardest goes down instantly, dude. Oh, that's bad. That's bad for Peps. Hardest ulted on the Star-Lord and then instantly goes down. Big push. Oh my god, they do it. Crazy support play. Really nice like push into they mag bubbled into the invis push to keep all the supports alive. That was crazy.
That is going to be Zero Tenacity taking
Newton
game
just
number
fucking
one.
rolled
Like
that.
you said, that was close. A little bit of back and forth earlier on in those fights with Team Peps forcing them off those dives onto the back line. But the second we started seeing
no surprise.
finding those shots onto Beetle,
This guy,
they took a lot
monster
more control,
performance.
focusing hard onto that strange, really gave them a lot less space to move around, forcing an earlier Eye of Agamotto, allowing a bit more of a dive from the people who were able to absorb
40k damage.
That Namor did
Holy
pretty solid
shit.
work. It's again not a character we see
He just went
too often, but
bananas.
23k damage. That's keeping up with
The
Leaf
problem
and
is, like,
Hardest
do
pretty
you ban the
effectively
Punisher?
with 10
Because they
final
banned
hits, only going to take it down
they
9
banned
times, which is about average in this
Human
game.
Torch
It worked
from
out
Smash.
quite well while also defending the backline.
Because Smash
and that's
is like
the tricky thing really here.
Smash
you
is
look
a
at the bans
pretty
again,
ridiculous
you've gone
player.
for the torch, you want to take it off Smash Days, but
then
and
yeah,
you
they're
see
saying the
Z10
same
taking
thing.
out the cloak and dagger there,
They're saying the same
and
thing
it
to
really
me.
did feel like if one
As
team
me.
was cloak and dagger,
I mean,
the
do
other
you
one's
have to
Invisible
take this
Woman,
Punisher out?
the
Because it
healing
just
output just flat out
like
can't
the
compare.
problem with the Punisher is
the
it
AoE
just
healing
solo
that's
wins
available,
fights.
I think, to cloak and dagger really
So like the
puts
game
her in an
doesn't
advantage in
the
game
game
modes
then
like
just
this.
runs off the
I think
back
if we
of
go to the
how much
payload-centric
value
maps,
does the
Convergence,
Punisher
Convoy,
ult get?
maybe Invisible Woman can find a
If
lot
good
more
value,
success
win
there.
fight. If bad
But it
value,
really
lose
did
fight.
feel as Zero Tenacity
So
set up
everyone
the
else
draft
just kind of
really
feels a bit
well,
like,
and they have enough
okay, well, the
scary
game kind
elements
of revolves
about
around
them
the
that
Punishers at
Team
this
Peps
point.
had to
you know?
respect it. They tried taking out the Torch. They tried taking out the Mantis to stop Canucha going over to the Island Warlock, and they did that. But then you're just not able to beat them in a straightforward 2-2-2 setup. Like, that's how
Leaf,
good this Zero
though,
Tenacity
like, Leaf
team
on this
is,
Winter
and
Soldier
that's why
put
they
up a
were
good
able to top their
performance.
group. It's pick your poison. What do you want to deal with? Triple strategist? Do you want to deal with a Human Torch, or do you want to deal with just that damage output?
The only problem I
I
find with like
Canutin did
playing
so much
DPS,
work,
and
like
I
you
get
said,
this
with
with
that
Psylocke
damage output,
sometimes
with
as
that
well. Well, all the
targeting.
time with
But I think
Psylocke.
a lot of this
When you
has to
have
go
DPS
over
ults that
to
are like
Lugia.
make or
They
break,
play
like
this
a
whole
Winter
character we
Soldiers,
do not
right?
see very often, as you called
Where
earlier, but they
you
play
either
this so
roll over the
aggressively.
fight or you do
Monster Hulk,
nothing
as
with
almost
it.
as an engage tool, you see your opponent
It's so
grouped up
hard
in
to
one
find the right
doorway,
timing
about
to
try
use
and
it,
move in
because
to
you
step
have
on the
to
point,
either
just leaping in there and
combo
using the
it with
fact
like a
that those
Gru
main
or
attacks
an
are
Agamotto or something to get
knockback
that
in
initial
that
pick,
Monster Hulk form,
or you've got to
allowing you
wait out the
control
support
those
ults
entranceways
and then pop it.
just make it so that no one can get
But then
to your
so
back
many
line. In the
times
meantime,
you're waiting for the
Canutin's just
support
sitting
ults and the
there,
team fight's already
unleashing
done
all
by that
kinds
point.
of pain upon
And you
your
need
front
your
line,
team fight
while
to
they're
kind of
just
try
getting
and win the
juggled
fight,
in
but
the
you
sky.
can't use it
Maybe if you get
because
lucky, you get some
there's a
situation
Lunar
like
ult
you
going,
saw in
so
that last map
you're
with
not going to get the
Beetle,
picks.
just getting
Anyway, does that make
absolutely
sense?
sent from where their team is to the other side of the point, just being juggled by
So I
the
feel like,
Autos.
you know,
Lugia
ults like
had
the Winter
so much
Soldiers
control
can be
over
really
entrances,
hard to
they
time well.
absolutely deserve a shout
Like
out.
consistent.
For sure, and I think it's nice to see the Z10, even though we saw a lot of games from them last week, that they're still able to show a couple of new tricks, even in the first round. They're not holding on to anything for those like all-important games towards the end of
I mean, I think
just
Z10,
yet.
if they're on form,
Remains
if they're
to
on
be
the
seen
same
what else
form they're on in
they're
groups,
sitting
have a
on,
really
but
good chance
it's
of
nice to see
taking this.
good ideas from that and Lugia. You know, other
Those are the
regions
big
using a lot
four.
more
Those are the big four I'm
hope,
looking
wanting
at
to
for
see a bit more
EMEA.
in
Z10.
So excited where this series is going to go. Tetris, the first
BBP,
map so far in our
Berber
first day of
Patapim,
playoffs.
and
But before we go to
Virtus
map
Pro
two, a
and
very
Rad.
quick break, so don't go
I think these are the four that are going to be the most likely to kind of go all the way. Depending on how their form is, obs, you know? Also, this new Punisher skin sucks dick, by the way. What the fuck is this new skin? Can we just talk about that? This is it, by the way. This is the new skin right here. How boring is that? Dude, the Thor one looks dope, though. But the Punisher is just, it's just like a black outfit, dude. It's like your base skin. Oh, God. What is with that audio? Oh, no. Oh, no. Terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I keep having to turn my aircon on and off. I haven't found its like ideal setting, but I don't want to. I mean, my fucking electric bill's already gonna be like 300, I think. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I wouldn't be surviving without it, honestly. And I think it's only gonna get worse. We're what, June? We've still got a lot of summer to go, so I think it's only gonna get worse, isn't it? But anyways. So yeah, just for you guys who weren't here in the beginning, just so you guys know, I'm not going to be doing the Americas tonight or tomorrow. I'm going to give myself a little bit of time. So just to show you. These are the America games. Oh, you can't see this behind my cam. Fuck me. These are the America games at the moment. They're going to be happening today. FlyQuest Techie, Sentinels Envy. This should be a banger, actually. 100T Shroud X, Nemesis Ego Death. So we're not going to do the upper bracket quarters for Americas. We'll watch all the EMEA games. We won't do these ones. We won't do tomorrow's lower bracket round ones or the upper bracket semis and lower bracket quarters. No, sorry. We'll be doing lower bracket quarters. So we're not going to do upper bracket quarters, lower bracket round one, or upper bracket semis. We'll come back to on Saturday for a long-ass day Saturday where we'll do both regions. And we'll do lower bracket quarters, lower bracket semi, upper bracket final on Saturday. And then Sunday will be lower bracket final and grand final for both regions. I'm just trying not to fuck myself too much. So for once in my life, I am going to prioritize my health a little bit and try and make sure I'm not pushing myself too hard. Crazy from me, right? Crazy idea from me. Oh, the stream is fucking shit itself. Ugh. Hi, Artoria. How are you? I know, right? Yeah, I just don't think I'm going to be able to do it for 4 days back to back, so I'm going to try and not push myself, which is crazy for me, but here we are.
To prevent people from getting really high aggressive pushes on that first setup, and you can hold there a little more efficiently than some of the other convergence maps.
And it's a really good map for flyers too. So yeah, Central Park is exactly where we're going to be headed.
Sorry.
Team Pets leading the line on the picks and bands as well.
I know I have the drops on, so really I should try and do as much as I can, but
they are going to be
listen, Saturday will be a crazy long day. Sunday's going to be a crazy long day, so
it's the same again. Zero Tenacity
I think that's enough.
try to get
I'm going to try and be sensible for
away
once.
From the likes of Beetle, DRP as well. But I think it's a case
I'm
of
good, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm good.
Welcome
in.
From Ducky over on the Emma Frost, so that's why Team Peps are looking to take it out.
Okay, game
also,
2.
DRP would also prefer to get their hands over on the Emma Frost themselves if they can help it. But I do think that this first part of the draft,
probably looking to Emma save again.
What we expect only leans in the direction of Zero Tenacity. I think both teams are pretty flexible, Tetcher. But Zero Tenacity have
This
a
is
lot
where
of,
we
like,
might see a change in the draft.
sort of
Probably a
tricks
Loki
up their
ban
sleeve
coming from
that can cause
Z10, given
problems
how
for Peps later down
ridiculous
the line.
Loki is.
I think
I
you're
think
right there.
Loki's
They have
going to be pretty much a
characters like the
permaban
weird
across all of these
solo Vanguard
playoffs.
composition they had with
Loki is
Lugia
just
swapping over
he's
to a
too
Wolverine,
strong at
and
this high
being
level.
A pretty fantastic
Like, it's
Wolverine
unplayable.
map because you have this big enclosed area.
There's
in
the
the, first push, and
Punisher
these big
ban.
ramps where you can wrap around very effectively.
There's the
later
Punny
on.
ban.
So there is a chance that we
We
will
thought they
see
might
that.
do it, right?
And we have actually seen Peps though. They are not a huge fan of the Wolverine.
I
They have,
like
in some
it. I like
cases,
it.
banned
They don't wanna
Wolverine
flip it, right?
before characters like Loki and Luna Snow in the past in these earlier rounds before we started seeing these bans onto the Cloak and Dagger, for example. The Punisher will get banned out as a target against Knudsen.
Oh, now this is
as, of
fun.
course, they were
Oh,
able to
I was hoping they were
unleash
going to do
a
it.
lot of damage.
Smash
I
Bros
was
can
hoping they were
also
going to
play
save
it.
the
You can
Psylocke. I
see
think
them
that would
sort
have been a
of
good
hover
choice,
over protecting
actually.
Psylocke for themselves to just give something for Leaf to play. If the Human Torch is banned out, this is a really
Health
good
before
torch map.
everything.
Just flyers on the second point if you can get there. It's
I didn't
just
know
so much
Burger.
suppressive fire. With both teams banning out Loki, it's not going to find all that much
Oh,
success
sorry,
in the
Luce.
end.
That took me so
far,
long
Zero
to
Ten's,
figure out.
Draft looking exactly the
I thought
same
you were
as it
talking
did
about Burger
over
as
on
in the
Hell's
player,
Heaven.
and I was
Here,
like,
they did protect the Punisher, but now obviously they're not able to. Are they going to
Look at
protect
me
the
making a
Torch? You
smart
can also
decision.
get
Crazy,
the
right?
Mantis or the Atom. The Torch is going to be protected. So again,
Torch save.
pick your poison.
I
What
like
are you
this
gonna have to deal
Z10.
with
I
if
like
you're
this from
Team Peps?
Z10, dude.
Right now, they banned out the Mantis last time.
They've taken Psylocke away, which I think.
might be a little bit more hard hitting.
I don't know,
like
man. I
ban
think.
out the Luna Snow.
I think if you're
But if you
Peps,
ban out
like
the Luna
fuck the
Snow,
Luna
then you get
Prio.
Knudsen going over towards the Adam Warlock.
Like,
and you
I get
run
what they're
triple
doing, right?
strategists.
Because they're basically they know the cloak is out, so they're like, fuck, we need like a strong support. So that's why they put the Prio on the Luna. But
like you said, Knudsen onto the Adam Warlock. They have the Mantis, and
I suppose they've got the Human Torch. That wasn't touched by Z10. So
of course that hit scan that Adam Warlock is.
We are on Central Park.
Be counter going on a Human Torch, something they are very comfortable with, and both teams have been allowed onto this Invisible Woman with the priority onto Cloak and Dagger. Invisible Woman is sometimes neglected in these cases, but Fantastic Force for a Human Torch, Guardian Barrier to protect flyers, and of course characters like Hela or Punisher if they are trying to
What's
get
good on this
people try and
map?
focus in on them. It is a good setup to try and run here.
we
Both
haven't
these
seen a lot of
competitions
Central
look quite
Park, to
strong,
be
but
honest.
I'm a big fan of
I
Adam
mean,
Warlock in the
yeah, I
current
think Torch
meta,
is very
so I
good.
lean
So
a
it's going to be a
little bit in
Torch
favor
mirror
of
match,
Zero
right?
Tenacity, just due to how
I
sticky they have set
wonder
themselves up
if,
to be,
because we're
how
not seeing
hard
any
they're gonna
Ultron
take off
prior,
the
I
point.
wonder if anyone's going to switch to
Yeah,
Ultron.
I mean, they are an irritating
try and
team,
take the,
they put together
jewels.
some fantastic attacking sides. That's why they're going to be beginning
good,
on
Luz.
this one. Team Pep's choosing to be on the defense to begin with.
Yeah, I've had a
Has to
protein
be
bar
a strong hold
today.
here.
That's
Has to be
it.
looking at Leaf. He's typically the flexible one, but a Torch versus Torch is looking to be the case. Smash Des up against Leaf up in the sky. And it's the job of Horus and Knudsen to shut them down.
I quite like this from Z10 though, right? They're doing a semi-res strat. We've talked about this quite a lot over groups. Adam and Mantis as a duo is just so good into these flyers. So like them playing Torch, like their Torch is going to struggle on Peps. Leaf is going to have a hard time because there's a lot that these two supports can do to them.
When he has to back away, though,
is the volume okay for you guys? Are they too loud?
Turn
them down a bit.
Oasis
gets the first pick. Dude, the damage output that Mantis gives you is crazy, dude. It's crazy.
It's a very difficult first point to capture sometimes.
You've just sort of allowed Ducky to really get involved and get stuck in quite literally. Playing on the group, Doug is
I mean, once you the problem with that point
really
that I find,
just fight in a corridor like that,
especially if you're up against a group, as soon as you give up space and you get corralled into that back room, you're done. That Groot is going to shut you out at the point, and then there's not a lot you can do.
Almost feels that you nerf him a little bit by just having him be a bit of a shield, but the DRP has a lot more.
There's so much room as well for Smash to play around here.
Keep that momentum. This could be a very, very quick second.
Like, there's so many like little nooks and crannies and stuff that Smash can play around.
Down to the low ground hardest, looking for a bionic hook, unable to find some. Ducky does get locked down, but again is tanking through beautifully. This triple strategist composition, very difficult to really get through the initial burst setup here.
Oh, the push was close.
To try and absorb a bit of damage output from this torch is so high, forcing them all to
The Lunary's keeping them all up, though. That's a big ult. That's a big ult.
Great group wall to try and punish. There is going to be the Karmic revival from Knudsen, as Smashness was taken out quite early in this fight, and they're forced to
Really nice shield to stop Beetle getting an Agamotto off.
From Zero Tenacity to keep themselves going. Karmic revival means that more ultimates pretty much free online.
There we go. Beetle gets the pick, but hey, guess who's back, fuckers? Newton just reses straight up, and it's just like sheer overwhelming numbers. Like, it's a numbers problem. And this is what we've seen with the res strat, right? We heard Thingy talking about it, right?
Up until now,
it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall.
To try and contest this, it is just Smashness here, and he has to give out.
They do get it back, though. That's actually really good from Peps. It's a really nice TP timing to take control back.
In what was a very good-looking fight for Zero Tenacity, but like you say, there was a little bit of control and zoning from Team Peps, so they were able to stagger quite effectively.
Sorry, I don't know why I've just started yawning a lot suddenly. Sorry.
Great bionic hook onto Ducky, but the sustain, the healing output is keeping
Newton's in trouble.
That straggling person already back up. Knudsen needs to be careful as they've already used that cocoon. They can't afford to get blown up again yet.
Oh, Ducky goes again. Oh, it just gets them all. It's done. It's done. It's tough, man. As soon as Ducky has this ult, it's like, we've seen this so much. It's like, he pops that Groot ult, and it's like an auto fight win. With the torch over the top, it's like an instant team fight win.
But the other side of it is, when you have this like Guardians come, Oasis is damaged.
Like, I don't know.
When he ults. So that sort of like just
I don't know what you do as Peps into that.
Big problem for the supports of Team Peps. The strategists
apart from just the time, like try and time it.
Yet they just want to keep these fights and keep the time rolling down. But 4 minutes on the board for Z10 to put this one to bed.
Supernova going to be
I love it. Smash is literally just ignoring him, dude. Leaf is trying to kill Smash in the 1v1, and he's just ignoring him. He knows what his job is. It's too much damage. Like, it's way too much damage. It's too much damage. I mean, look at their lineup, dude. You would look at this and you might be like, hey, 1 DPS, they're probably gonna like lack a little bit. But like the combination of everything is just
up on the high ground, boosting himself up with a wall to just see
crazy.
Over the top, and it's just pushing all the way to the spawn doors for Team Peps. You have to see the Supernova use
Smash is in trouble. Okay, but there's the res.
So he takes out Smashness.
That's such a ballsy place to res as well. What?
That's almost just an arrogant, cocky spot for Knudsen to just place it there.
That's what I just said, right?
Damage, but still, it's Peps losing numbers here. You've got the fate of both.
Good hold. Honestly, good hold from Beetle. And I think they've identified the same thing, right? Put Beetle on this Groot and go for this just big wombo team fight win comp.
Meters is where that cart peaked, but Zero Tenacity, they still have 2.5 minutes left to regroup up. We've seen how quickly Ducky has been building these straggling prisons.
I like the Star-Lord switch as well. I think the Star-Lord switch is super smart.
That Star-Lord to try and duel the Human Torch in the air. Star-Lord is so good at taking these 1v1s versus other flyers. It's a fantastic pickup, just trying to keep the focus going. And with that being the main damage dealer, Knudsen is adding some supplementary with that hit scan.
All right, here we go.
They are getting zoned.
Beetle's got an ult.
They can't keep up.
Ducky does not. But they've got a few others.
An opening group walls to split the team in two, but DRP just a little too tight.
I mean, how do you push through this choke with 2 Groots?
It's really a case of who's going to move first.
It's an ult build up. Look at it. Here we go.
For Team Peps, but this damage, this output, especially in Strangling Prison.
Oh, they do get him though. They do get him. That's big. And Z10 have the res as well, so they're always going to have the advantage in this. Yeah, that's a wash. I mean, hey, Peps ran the clock down a little bit. Only 1 minute 27. It's not the worst thing in the world.
It's unrelenting, and they're able to finish out the map.
Time to switch things up.
And that fight came down to
Not the
once
worst thing in
again,
the world.
an incredible straggling prison setting up for the supernova, and they were able to utilize their strategist ultimate
I need to
make
eat
sure
apples.
Smash stayed up
I'm gonna
and
grab
get
my
that
apples.
focus onto hardest. This is Zero Tenacity in their incredible, just adjustable playstyle. We saw them play a little slower role with that Punisher, the entire strategy being protect the Punisher. This strategy is all about make our way
Dude, how
in
am I
with just how
already
sustained
tired?
we are,
This
and
is
then
fucking
wombo
Series
over and
1.
over
Get your
again
shit together,
with some
Nick.
of the fastest building ultimates in the game just due to how they play. Ducky and Smash
Apples!
were always in sync and were able to just get blow-ups over and over again.
20k damage from Smash.
Yeah, Smash is just
and I'd
fucking
love
absurd.
a stat for the Marvel Rivals devs to just be able to sort of see like
30
the
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
stuff like Terra Cape. How much damage is done off the back of a Terra Cape? That extra like 28% damage boost that it gives.
I
But
also think,
Inspire, because
you know, part of the
Oasis,
problem
all they
with
have to
trying to
do is
phase
look
C10 is, you know,
Inspire, Smash Dares,
you target
Smash Dares is like, all right,
you target Canute,
and everybody is just
and you get
eliminated.
his heroes
It's
out.
just
Then fucking
literal
Smash
limbo.
rolls around with
Magic is
this, and you're
living
like,
in this
fuck.
zone. That's how much fire is on the ground from Smash
What do we do
Dares
against
here.
this?
30-degree weather, a little bit hot for us Brits to deal with, but Smash
Then you
Dares,
target both of those.
comfortable.
Then you got to try and
This
deal with
is time
fucking
in the sun
Ducky.
So far, Peps have a lot of work to do.
And you go, oh
I do
shit.
appreciate this level of immersion of the Human Torch.
And let's say you deal with all three of those. Then you got Lugia.
Team Pep's going to attempt to spill onto this
Fucking
first
rocking
point,
a Hulk
bringing
or
out the
some shit and
Ultron,
getting in
like
your
you said.
face.
They're committing to some heavy damage. All of
There's
their
so many
strategies here
problems.
are quite high up in the damage output, but with no Adam Warlock, they are just going to use this Ultron to try and just give themselves a second
Oh,
aerial.
early
But
pick on
in the
Beetle.
meantime, Smash Neds playing
That's real
high
bad.
up, utilizing the cover. You mentioned how good flyers are on this map, just due to how vertically it's built with all these pillars, with the castle itself.
Dude, Smash does
acting
not
as
give a fuck.
fantastic cover to
Look how
dash back
aggro
and
he's
forth
playing.
between Smash Neds, using it to great effect.
And there's the Ultron
it's the
switch.
sort of battle of the
We talked about this at the start of the
strategists,
at
really.
the start of this game, right? I thought we
Now
might see the
it's
Ultron
just
just
see
to
how
try and
annoying Smash has been, and the Invisible Woman really finding
Try and help Leaf win this
success
1v1
here,
in the
I'd
air,
say,
you
from
know?
winning just the extra little bit of shields and able to deal with the mitigation when the focus starts to turn on.
Hi,
to you.
Ahmed.
But this is good. You got
Welcome
the
in.
Rage of Ultron being used from hardest and now.
Nice pick from Leaf, but there's the res.
Too much that the strategist ultimates are comboed in a certain way, but dealing with these Ducky strangling prisons is a problem. When you got the Supernova and the Inspires on both characters, I think.
Oh, yeah,
can
I mean,
keep Peps
nice pick from
alive
Larry,
in these
though.
moments, and you look at the screen. Who can deal with this?
Beetle's got one though. If you can get a nice one off, they might be able to hold this. There it is. That's actually really nice, but there's no follow-up damage. The Supernova was late. The Supernova was late, dude. I think that was man, that's so hard. I think that was a case of like Beetle seeing the opportunity, going for it, but Leaf wasn't in place, you know? I'm good, Ahmed. How are you?
Holding the high ground. This is Zero Tenacity with the zone forcing them right back to the first choke.
They're switching over towards the Bucky right
I mean, I
now.
think this is
Leaf
going to be a
over on
full
the
hold, isn't it?
Wolverine. The fastball might be able to smash this out the sky, but neither the Vanguard's budging. Silent Seduction available for DRP. And no progression made on the point.
Okay,
Half that
so
time
they've
is
forced
already
out the
gone,
Lunar
and
ult.
Silent Seduction trying to get out to smash this.
And
It's
the
a great
Emma.
dive to just avoid the line of sight, and the fate of both worlds for Peps. It's go time for them realistically. You've got the Soul Resurgence being used from Oasis and another.
Oh my
straggler
God, there's
presence.
Juggy
There's
again.
Just no answer to it. Again, smash this.
Is this combo,
Supernova.
dude?
It's an easy combo, and Peps just flat out do not have an answer.
It's so easy, like, what do you do? You grew into the Supernova over the top, and it can, like, it'll go through all the support ults and everything. There's nothing you can do.
Again, the zoning is so effective for Zero Tenacity. They did lose Canuton, but they have plenty of time for them to.
I'm
walk
eating
back to
apple
this
slices,
fight.
Law.
They are always staggering. They've still got invisible
Because
barrier.
I don't know
This
if this
team
is
has
a
potential
placebo,
last chance.
but I asked
Strategy is about
ChatGPT.
to be up. They will very soon have last stand. This is
Because
where
I
they can
can't have caffeine, right? Because caffeine makes me sleepy. To try and, when I'm feeling tired, I was asking what can I do to like help me stay awake. And there was a bunch of like nuts and seeds and all of that bullshit, which I'm not going to eat. But then it said apple can be quite good because of the sugars and stuff in it, can help you stay awake. And I was feeling tired, so I'm having some apples.
It's not going to be coming on through. Even last stand used from Leaf, it's not enough. It's him going down, and even if
yeah, I mean, look at this.
On the side of Zero Tenacity, Knuten has the Karmic Revival. Just look at
they do survive. This could be big though from Peps. This could actually be really big from Peps.
On the list again when they see this combination start to come together. DRP though has found some space and enough time at least for Leaf.
Oh,
no!
they C9'd it.
Was trying to come in the end, and people.
Oh, they C9'd it.
Look like Peps might be able to go for another
oh boy.
But it's a 2-0 for Z10.
Oh, that's a feels bad. That's a feels bad. They chased the kills and they C9'd it.
The portal not coming out in time. Literally, if you touch the point a second before, or a couple seconds before overtime starts, then you get that overtime tick and you start going into the yellow bar. But in this case, they were fighting off it for so long to get.
Does it work? I don't know.
They effectively weren't on the point for too long, allowing that well.
It's hard to know.
For Zero Tenacity, they will move on.
Here's the thing, right?
Peps will make their way down to the lower bracket. Not out yet, but they have an opportunity to make their way into that grand finals.
I'm quite a big believer.
Zero Tenacity looking incredibly strong, and yeah, Ducky on this group.
Your mind can control your body in many other ways that we are not aware of, right? And I'm not talking like, you know, some spiritual bullshit. I mean like just your brain, like subconsciously, I think can control a lot of your like body's like functions and tiredness and stuff like that. And you can will, or you can almost sometimes like will yourself to do things that you may not think of. So I think placebo effects, that's why we see placebo effects work a lot of the time. Because if you can convince your mind enough that something will work, then it will work, because your brain will subconsciously like balance the chemicals and release what you need. So in this situation, even if the apples directly don't work, if I believe that they do,
and this is the power
my mind can then release chemicals to like keep me awake and keep me like alert and functional, because I believe that it does. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm just waffling, but does that make sense? And I think mind over matter is like a real thing, and very, you know, very prevalent. My problem is I'm incredibly susceptible to
huge burst with the Mantis team up.
Like advertising and being told stuff.
Not living up to their name at all, just consistently.
ChatGPT told me that apples work, and I believe it, and now I feel like it works because I believe that it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I love that.
Like someone could come here, like someone could come in and be like, "Hey Nick, by the way, pizza makes you
really does sum up stuff.
Pizza makes your
it really does
like
feel on that note that like Z10 is still
more fertile." And I'd be like, "Fuck it, yeah, let's eat more pizza."
Them being caught out by Peps, because Peps are individually very strong. They've played together a long time.
Like, there's a lot that you can't do.
Not only in Marvel Rivals, but beyond.
There's only so much you can do, right? Mind over matter. But I do think it helps a lot.
They had available to them. It might be Peps, but honestly, once we got to some of those like objective-focused maps, it was pretty easy from Z10 because they had
we knew Z10 were looking good
in the draft and outside of it.
Yeah, it came down to the draft setting themselves up, like you said. I'm amazed that we saw that Wolverine come out a little bit later. We talked about how strong Wolverine is, but it's just not something that Peps have brought out very often. They've played it, but it's Leaf who's been the one who plays it, and Leaf was the one on the torch, which was kind of important for their counter opportunities, for their counter play style, to try and just push through.
It's a best of 3 lose, sorry.
Like in game, being able to position
all of the games today are best of 3s.
Damage boost onto torch. We keep reiterating it because it just hurt It was just so much damage, so much
From
control,
tomorrow,
so much zoning.
all of the games are best of
making it
5s.
incredibly difficult.
So it's just today that BO3s.
Even if Supernova wasn't enough,
All of the games are
Match Balls was
BO5s,
just
and then
bursting
the
through
grand finals is a
Yeah,
BO7.
I mean, maybe that's why, like, we know a lot more teams are putting, like, a protect on the Loki first.
And then the top,
we spoke to Nevix about it, and he was like, if I speak, I'm
the
in big
top
trouble
team
when
from
it comes
each
to, like,
region.
playing
So
their
there are 5
strategies.
regions in
That
total.
might be another reason. Right? Because regions are
EMEA,
being able to keep people
Americas,
alive, and then
Oceania, Asia, and
Luna
China
or
is its
Dagger.
own region.
Surely one of those
China's
two is gonna be in the
games are not
server
being
to
shown
copy. So
online.
I guess we'll find
Censorship
out.
and
But
stuff.
we've got an interview with the man in the sky himself, Smashnez.
But yeah.
I think if you
Then the
can
top one
hear
from all of
me,
those 5 then go on to
Smashnez,
play the
my
mid-season
biggest question
finals.
is, how do people beat you in draft? Because it feels that people haven't got an answer to you. If you ban
what
out
I
the
said.
torch and the mantis, you just go something else. Like just tell the other teams, like, how are they able to beat you in draft? Because it doesn't seem to be an answer.
Yeah, well, we're just a really versatile team. We have a draft for every single team we're gonna play against, and yeah, just play everything.
So in game
Yeah,
number
and they're
2,
showing
you
it
guys
as well.
had
Their res comp
maximum
look good.
control over the objective,
Oh,
but you
mini
ran back
res
through the
comp.
torch over the Star-Lord, which has been the more consistent in the triple revive meta that we have seen creep in from some teams. But
No,
we
what's
have
the
seen it run
Rimmerlich?
with the torch. I'd love your explanation as to when each one is viable and why, in your case, you do prefer the torch.
Well, I think Star-Lord is like a really fake character. I think that character is really, really bad. And Torch is really OP. And I happen to be really good on Torch, so we just prefer playing that. And also, you get so much more control over the map being able to fly permanently. It's really strong.
It's a good map for Torch, I think.
Makes sense for sure. I think you had some really good combos as well with the Mantis, right? You just get inspires at the right time, Ducky strangling prisoning people, so it's just an easy target to throw everything you have available at them. What has been like the main focus for you
Oh my
guys
God,
going in
chat.
from Sunday?
I know
when
the
you
Monjaro's
popped your group
working
with a nice series against
because I've had
Overpack
like
and
5
today
apple
to
slices
playoffs.
and I'm
Like,
already
you don't need
feel
to
full.
reveal too much, but I imagine with a team like Z10 that you guys aren't getting complacent. You want to be the top dogs in EMEA, or at least in that discussion. But what do you focus on, like, other than preparation against other teams?
We wanted to make sure we were actually like ready for these 2 matches. So we took 1 day off, and then we were back on the grind again, coming up on the drafts, figuring out what we want to play against the different teams. And
Oh,
as you
really?
can see, it's working pretty well so far.
Oh, that's spicy.
So I guess we should ask about the different teams. Your next matchup will be against either Rad Esports or All Business.
Everyone
do
always
you
leaves.
have a preference, and would you like to explain why if you do?
No prizes
Well,
for
we
guessing
would
why.
prefer playing against All Business. We've already shown that we can win against them pretty clearly with a 2-0 and a 3-0 in the past.
I would like to see Z10 Rad, dude.
Rad is also a really, really good team, so if we do end up playing against them, it would be a fun match.
I think, lastly from me, Smashnez, last week against Beba Patapin was like a really good showing from you individually. We had a lot of focus on Knuten because he's like, the personality of the team. He seems to be the face of it. Had stuff like the Iron Man, like 4K, 5K that he got the other day too. But
Yeah, I was
think
hanging
that,
out in his
you were
stream the
forced
other day a
off the
little
torch
bit.
a lot. Like we saw Beba
In
Patapin first
Knuten's
banning
stream.
torch to get you away from it. Yet you showed up on Punisher. You showed up on Namor. I guess realistically, it's like you're showing. What was that like? Because it's
His
felt like you
Namor
had a
was
lot of
crazy
comfort
as well.
on the
His
roles
Namor
that
was
you were
so
playing
good.
prior to that final, but then you were the target. Like, was it a bit stressful to have to move on to other characters, or were you just like, I'm versatile enough to move on to whatever?
For that specific match, we weren't really prepared to play other stuff. We got really caught off guard by Patapim in our first match. But then we came back to the drafting board. We figured out, okay, what can we play to counter them? And yeah, I've just been practicing. I can play most of the heroes in the game.
That's the thing. I
Bold
think at this
statement,
level,
but
right?
If you have any last statements
they
to
can
say
play
before we
most
let
of the
you go and
heroes, it's just who
celebrate
they
with your
wanna
team,
play.
what do you have to say to everyone watching?
You should look out for us. We're gonna do really good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Smash, for jumping in with us today. Once again, congratulations. We'll let you go back to celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
I think
Well,
Z10 are
Ryan,
going to do well.
An intense first series. Team Peps, like you said, showing some brilliance on that domination. But Zero Tenacity saying that you should keep an eye on them. And they are going to be keeping an eye on this next matchup. Rad Esports versus All Business is going to be our second series. Where
this could be a little spicy. I expect Rad to take it, though.
They have the chances for upsets here.
Yeah, I mean, I think all business have a lot to show, but I think just final point on Z10, it shows a lot.
If we've seen anything from AB so far, it's that they are fucking resilient.
To just get their name
and they will fight.
You talked about Verts Pro, you talked about
they will
fight.
So the very last second.
As a potential top
so
team.
There might be a potential upset here, but I would expect Rad to take this, to be honest.
You have the chance to earn some in-game goodies from watching the Ignite tournament and all of its co-streams across all of the different regions. If you haven't managed to watch 6 hours of streams yet to get the Magic Willa Galacta costume, what's wrong with you?
Oh, this stream. I have these drops. You can watch the. You can watch me. You can get that here.
Or whatever. And then also,
I have the magic drops.
And then we've got stuff beyond that too, and all of your favorite streamers.
We just become best friends.
So
Samurai, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Streams, but just make sure that you've got all of your stuff connected so you can get those goodies in game.
Is that because I just talked about the drops?
I would say.
Yeah, you putting the. We talked about Zero Tenacity. You talked about how tenacious they are.
Good. Got my
that's
caffeine.
about putting in the time.
Okay. What's your plan for today, Kale?
Practice. You guys just get to watch. You get to watch some of the best rivals esports around, and you get free stuff for it. What more could you ask? I can tell you what more you could ask. Another game, and we will be coming back with Rad Esports.
Yeah, I mean that sounds pretty fucking terrifying.
After this short break.
God, my nose is just really stuffy. Hay fever or like a cold or something. Dude, I hate stuffy noses. And it's not the nose particularly, right? It's the like sinus. You know, the sinus bit here where you just have that really like blocky, heavy. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I'm a really bad patient, by the way, guys. Like just generally. I'm a really bad patient. Sinus pressure. That was the word I was looking for. I'm going to try to be productive today and get some stuff on the to-do list done. I've been struggling this week. Yeah. Believe me, Kale. Believe me, I know that feeling. I was talking about this the other day. On my phone, I have maybe like just streaming related lists. So this isn't even like my life lists. Excuse me. This is
simply
just
789 kitty, like, simply 789 kitty, simply 789 kitty.
Okay, bye. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. How are you, lovely? I appreciate you. Thank you. Just streaming lists, I have like 6 for just like video ideas, stream ideas, stuff I need to do, blah, 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 blah. Then I've got like another 4 life lists of shit that I need to keep on top of, just because otherwise my fucking ADHD brain forgets everything. Hi, Glitch. How you guys doing? So I feel that in my soul, Kale. I feel that in my soul.
W's.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Wait, what the fuck is that? Glitch as well. Really, really appreciated. Starting a hype train. Bye. Let's fucking go, guys. Thank you. Spoiling me to start the day. I love you guys. Thank you. How we doing? I got to combine on my list today. No, don't. Don't. Because it feels more overwhelming if you combine. Thank you for the biddies, Kale. Hi, Rack. Ooh, we got date. Let's go. Where'd you meet them? Is it like an online thing? I'm good, thank you, Glitch. I'm good, dude. I've decided to not do the Americas games for the first couple of days. I was so fucking drained last week, dude. It's too much for me to do all of it. So We're just going to do the EMEA games today and tomorrow. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll do both regions. Because it'll be like the finals and stuff. But I'm just going to give myself a little break for these 2 days. And then if there's like any crazy series, me and my co-caster, who should hopefully be joining me on Sunday if he's feeling up to it. He's a little bit ill at the moment. For some properly casted games. We'll go back and just cast them on our second YouTube channel that we're making. Just for our casting content. Which I'm not going to give you yet. Because we're still just doing all the branding and stuff. But there will be a second YouTube channel. For all of my casting content. Will be on there. About the restaurant. Told me to turn up. And boom. Okay. That's cute. You looking forward to it? I'm doing well, thank you, Rack. I'm doing well. Yeah. No. Z10 won. Z10 kind of fucking rolled them, as we expected them to. But yeah, I'm good. I went and found a new barber's, got my hair did. And got my beard did, and just chilling out. Yeah. We got these 4 series to watch. Then we'll play a little bit of Rivals to end the day, and yeah, feeling good. Proper excited for this one. Okay. Are we allowed to know anything about him or them? I found my next journal victim. I found a cute little one in my closet time. Huh? Do you mean Kale like a physical notebook? As in to write in? I'm sending her this off to Puppy Salon. Cute. I went for a sweet walk with Rocky. Oh, you guys like midday napping? I love it. Guys, by the way, I so hope we get a fucking Thor with the changes. Ugh. I so hope we get a Thor. I don't see it happening, but goddamn, we can dream. Physical one and a fancy pen. Cute. I think there's like, I've never tried it myself just because I'm too lazy, I think. But I know quite a few people that journal a lot and they find it incredibly therapeutic. Like, incredibly therapeutic. Who do you expect to win the games today? So I would expect Rad. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. Uh-oh. The stream's just gone down. Oh, shit, guys. Is the YouTube one on? Okay.
That Group B.
Yeah, and I think for Rad, the other bounce back thing there is like, yeah, it was a final that you lost that was due for seeding, but also it's the fact that they haven't shown as many maps. Like, we've seen them win cleanly 2-0s and then lose the grand final against Virtus Pro 0-3.
Sorry, who do I expect to win the game today? So Rad, I think, is going to win this series.
In these tournaments so far.
I think BPP will win this one and VP will win that one for sure.
Of your strategies, whereas all business, because they were knocked down to that loser's bracket and had to fight for a qualifying spot.
I will check on my other monitor when the Twitch stream comes back up.
They had to show pretty much everything that they had available to them. So for Rad, especially as the first team, even though Virtus Pro beat them handedly on Sunday,
he seems lovely.
I don't think it's going to amount to too much when it comes to their chances of being a top team.
As in a single parent?
It's going to be coming down to draft in a lot of these cases as well, as we're going to have a look at the rosters. We saw Virtus Pro change around their
That's the best way to do it,
style
Rack, isn't
in
it?
that rematch versus Rad, and that seemed to make a pretty solid difference.
One
for
thing,
them. But
one
Rad,
thing
they
that I'm
showed
really
they have
bad at with
potential.
dating
Melio
is
one of the most legendary
this is very
players
like
in the
symptomatic
scene
as
right
well
now.
of just how my
They have
brain
been
works.
around the block,
Um,
and they are leading this team to come on into this. But we
because
also
I-
have some of the most flexibility
how do I
and
put this
some
without
of the
going on a
most dedicated
crazy
likes of
fucking
Naga and
tangent
Rajaro,
rant?
swapping
I'm
out to
happy
different
on my
roles
own.
in some cases, and having a massive hero
Like
plays
I'm
between them.
totally fine with
Yeah,
being
and
on
the
my
other side
own,
of it as
but
well
I
is that
would
they've
really
got
like
asteroids sat on
someone
the desk, like on the bench
for a
even.
relationship
So
if I
a
found
player
someone that was
has
right.
got good
I'm
pedigree
not going to jump
himself,
into a
and
relationship for the sake of it, but
we
if I
saw
found
from
someone that
Rad,
I really liked,
in the
then
interview
I,
saying
you know, I have
it's
no
asteroid,
issue
it was a
with
matter of
jumping
time
into a
before it
relationship.
shows in one of these actual games.
The problem
So
is
if
what
that
that
feels like
does
it could be
then
a
is
big
it means that
element of
whenever I
trying
go
to
on
find
dates and
drafts
stuff, I
for
have
them,
certain
like, give them some
expectations.
key strategies
Or I
into
have
these
way
bigger
more
games.
expectations
But when
than
you
maybe
do
I
have
should
that, like,
do.
duelist lineup, I
Instead of
suppose,
just like
Melio
trying to enjoy
and
it for what it
Naga,
is,
it is hard to sort of
you
slot
know,
somebody like
which is
Cisco
like
in
two
because you're
people
removing
like
two very
learning
flexible
about
players
each
here,
other,
because we just saw
seeing
there
if they're
throughout
going to
a little
enjoy
bit
each
of
other's
Hawkeye
company
previous.
and stuff like that.
But then, of course,
And I
you
go
have
in with
this
too many like,
incredible
you know,
lineup. You have all business.
okay, well they
We
can't
have
do this, they
Tuzi,
can't be
who
this,
we
they
have
can't be
been
this,
gushing about
blah blah
for
blah, and then it
weeks
creates,
at
you know,
this
it's why it
point.
never
But
really
they
goes
have
well, I
so
suppose.
much flexibility. Toot to Toot has shown
I
some
just give it a
massive
to-dos or
burst
drop
and
channeling
dive
hobby,
potential to create a little bit
ADHD
of
things.
pressure onto
I mean,
the
I do
backline,
exactly the
but
same,
it's
Kale. I
Vanguard
just
where
do
we
it
can see
with
a lot of control
my
from.
phone instead of writing it.
Very flexible vanguards, but I do think the one thing to highlight
And
with
one
this
really
so
nice thing
far
I've
is
started
just their
doing
focus on one in particular,
is
and of course its mother that we're going to be focusing on. It's basically how often we've seen these teams protecting Emma Frost.
Sorry,
in
chat.
A region that
Yeah,
has
one.
put a lot more
It started doing it with
focus
my
on burning
phone,
out
and then I
Magneto.
can
It does mean
use
that you have a bit more
Google,
freedom on that Vanguard. No
the
business
AI
popping the
assistant on my
charts
new
just
phone,
a couple ahead of
to
Virtus Pro.
like
Granted,
add
it's done
notes
based
to
on, like, how
an
many times we've
existing
seen
note
these
file,
teams
so I don't have to
play,
go in and
realistically.
type it all and
But it's
stuff.
just
If
the
I'm
difference
like
between all
busy or
business and
whatever, I
not
can just
here,
add
like
it
how
in
much
really
goes on
easily.
to getting Welshmania over on the Emma Frost, being able to do the
Same
damage
parent
there.
means a child with
But if he's not
autism
got it
special.
available, Welshmania will just move over to the likes of
Oh,
Pro
I didn't
or
know that
even
term,
mostly
Rack.
to the
Oh, that's
Captain
interesting.
America. Just something that's a little bit more disruption focused. But it
I'm
really is
super
all business
independent,
wanting
fan, but
to
on
play
my
around
own. I'm
the
not
latest
intentionally
Vanguard that was added
having the
into
need of
game.
desperation.
And this is going to do them very well. When
Yeah,
they go
yeah,
in
100%,
against some
100%.
teams who like to
Because I
focus
think
on
otherwise,
that
you know, you
Captain
run into the
America.
danger
Emma,
of
with that carbon
jumping
crush, is one of
into
the
relationships
best
that are really bad for you
anti-divers
just
right now
because
with
you
the
want the
removal of
company.
Loki.
You know what I
Dive
mean?
has crept in,
Rather than
especially
that
with the
person being
rising of
good
Cap
for
and
you
Psylocke
or
in a
you
lot of
for
these
them.
cases. You can catch
And I've
Psylocke right at the
listen,
end
I've been
of
there,
the
guys.
ultimate
I've been
at the
there,
beginning
right? I've
sometimes.
jumped
It can be
into.
extremely effective.
I mean, hell, you know, I jumped into a relationship with a girl that lived like an hour away because I just wanted company, and I really wanted a relationship. It was like during the pandemic and stuff as well, so like I really wanted a company, and not just like sexual company, but just general company, you know. And then she turned around and fucking spiked me with Mandy, spiked me with MDMA without me knowing. And then when I started getting crazy hot like, and she lived out in the middle of nowhere as well, so I was like on my own in her house on New Year's Eve. She spiked my champagne with Mandy, didn't tell me. I suddenly started getting crazy fucking hot flushes. No idea what was happening. Because I, like, you know, I've experimented a little bit with some things, but I'd never taken MDMA before. So I was like, I don't know, I didn't recognize the feeling. I had no idea what happened.
And that is target ban 2.
Which, you know, I'm very used to certain things, but if you don't know what's happening, it's not enjoyable experience.
And just see what happens. The answer
But
is
anyway,
you
yeah,
lose to Hela
that's
and you lose
a
to
bye
Iron
bye.
Man. Those are the solutions when that happens.
Being happy
So
with yourself is such a
focusing
huge
on
thing.
two Vanguard or strategist bans in this advanced draft phase will probably
Listen,
be
don't
where
get
we
me
see
wrong,
the
Kale.
return to for Rad.
Like,
yeah, I mean,
it's been
12
so long
bans
since
for
I've had
Psylocke is what I just
like
checked against Tuzi is quite
consistent sexual partner that
that
I might as well be celibate at this point. So would it be nice to have a fuck buddy or someone that I can do that with? Yeah, 100%. But listen, I can also just wank if I really have to.
Also, how much these characters can be enabled by the damage boost from
so yeah.
Terra Cape and Inspire and from the
Okay, I think the Twitch stream is back.
what on earth can you do?
I want to
So
use the
how
Twitch
much it
stream
was,
because the YouTube
difficult
stream
to
is
competition,
worse
but the question
quality.
is,
So
now it's a case of Tuzi up against the likes of Melio and Naga to an extent. Who's going to have the freedom to go on and do the damage?
I've spent 3 hours making my phone organized.
To Hell's Heaven for the second time.
Yeah, it's really
for
useful,
our
Kale.
first
It's really useful.
matchup.
I find it really
Who
good.
is going to be these early bad stages? Magneto.
Sorry,
already
Chad,
being
these
holding
fucking
for all
ads, dude.
business,
I
and
hate
it
the
looks like
ads on
Rad
Twitch.
Gonna be sticking the same. Magneto and Loki have been.
I wish they'd
the
give us a lot
dominant
more
characters in a
control
lot of the
over
bad
it.
phase. You mentioned how Emma has been banned a fair amount as well and has been protected a fair
Okay.
amount. And we're immediately seeing Rad leading into that to try to snipe it for themselves first.
Like we said.
All right,
Obvious
here we go, y'all.
boys,
Game
on one
2.
side at least. I wanted to sort of up those numbers, but they're
So same,
deliberating.
similar
As much
priors
time
to
as
what we've been
possible, it's
seeing
the
pretty
right
much
thing
across
to
the
do. You don't
board.
wanna rush a
1-2
decision.
Emma Mag
You
prio
know that
with a
if you
Loki
do
probably
leave that
as
space
well
open
here.
to pick up a Loki, that the Emma Frost band would just come out here. So interesting for all business to go for such an early
Torch.
torch. So Loki is still available. and
Early
open.
torch.
And that's actually
Okay,
going to be something
that's
that they're
interesting.
potentially looking to pick up themselves.
Early
They're not going to go
torch
for the Emma
ban.
Frost. They're going to protect
And a
the silence.
Psylocke
So,
save.
I mean, it's going to be
I love
Welsh
this.
not necessarily playing
I
what they
actually
want
really
as
love this prio.
usual, I guess, but
It's
making sure that
we have
Tuzi
seen
does
so
get the
much
freedom to
fucking
play it on
prio
Psylocke.
on like
Looking at
vanguards
what
and
attacks have
supports.
played, Welsh Media has
And the
played, like I say,
DPS are the
Emma
ones that are
and
just
Cap. They
rolling
look at
over
Tuk
these
Tuk Tuk.
wins, so-
Venom, Doctor Strange, Groot, Magneto,
Hi,
Hulk,
Yanni.
Emma, they have played basically everything. So they do have flexibility, and then we are seeing a couple other teams slowly
How are you?
deprioritize some of these vanguards. Zero Tenacity, for example, they deprioritize.
Are we-
vanguards
oh,
in
you
the
drinking the
draft
same
phase,
thing,
very
Rack?
hard
You
target
think
ban,
drinking the
and then
Lucozade
swap over to
Sport?
Groot and the Hulk in order
I'm a
to
firm
just
believer in the right
absolutely
level
blow
find
everyone
you.
up immediately with massive wombo combos. So potentially,
Yeah,
we might
I think
see
you do
all
have to put
business
yourself out
leading
there
a
as
little bit
well.
that
Like,
way
there's
as
a
they
bit of
lose
column
the
A, a bit of
Emma
column
as
B, you
well,
know?
But they're gonna get that Captain America as well, so they're still getting.
Dude,
picked
I
up
actually
for
really
Welsh
like
Mania.
AB's draft
Yeah, they
here.
need to really.
Honestly.
It's be too much damage to lose out on Magneto, Emma Frost, and Cap.
Because here's
But
the
here it
thing,
means that
right?
you can
What
maybe do
Rad are
some more
doing is they're
damage
still
to
doing
the
this tank
strategist
prio
backline
where they
potentially for
prioritize
Rad.
the Emma and the
I mean,
Mag.
what's available still? Like,
And I think the
Luna's still
problem
on
is that,
board,
yes, they're both
Loki
really
haven't
good,
banned
but,
out just
like,
yet.
there's so many good
Gonna go for the
tanks now.
Luna.
Strange is also amazing.
So it does mean that like all
Um,
business are going to have
Groot
access
is
to
also
Xenos
really
to be
strong.
over on
So,
that
like,
Loki for free.
take out the
So
DPS, let the problem
it-
instead.
It's a tricky one actually. It's a very different draft, but it's really a case of looking.
So I
at
quite
what's
like this from AB.
not
They're
on
just
the
going
table
balls
for
to the
one
wall and
team.
being like, hey, we're going to
And all
fucking
business
mega
being
dive
able
you.
to have access to Loki without having to like protect him. That might be something that slipped through that could cause a lot of
Bolly.
damage to Rad if they're not careful.
I love what Rad did here, though. Of course, you mentioned that Loki's going to be very hard to deal with, but they did a
You
last-second
would think
adjustment.
they've been
See
bad,
what they
have more
banned out.
representative
They
experience,
banned
but
away
no.
that Emma, and they banned
Yeah.
away the Magneto.
I'm
Where
good,
does the
thank you,
tank
Yanni, I'm
priority
good.
fall from there? You're looking at Groot, you're looking at Doctor
Yeah, I
Strange as
mean-
the next two, and then below that, you're going to start to get into your
I'm not
Hulks,
like,
into your
you know,
stuff like
when
that.
I talk
America's,
about-
of course, getting prioritized. But
And
the
I'll
Groot
finish it here
is the
'cause we're
one
gonna have to
that
get
can
into
be
the game
most
in a sec.
game-changing. How do you deal with Groot?
You know, when
You
I'm
pick
talking
them up
about
with a Winter Soldier, with
not
Bionic Hook. You could
being
try
in a
and pull them
relationship
away
for a
and, of
while
course,
or
percentage
not
damage
having
them with
partners for a
Wolverine.
while,
But
a lot
both
of that
those
is my
are
own doing.
situational. The one
You know,
consistent
my
one who
health,
is still
and
gonna
for
win
those of you
most
that have been following me
competitions
for a while,
is
you'll know this. My
Punisher.
health has been
Having
so bad
massive
the
rate
last
of
few
fire,
years.
solid damage output to clean out those walls is going to give you a lot of a
You know,
counter
I've
turnaround.
gained
So Rad protecting
a
that from
ridiculous
Melio
amount of
means
like
that they
chronic
have the
conditions and stuff as well that
versatility to try and deal
I,
with
you know,
the
I've been
if it
trying
comes
to
out.
get myself sorted first
Tuzi
before wanting to
is on
really
that
like
side
dive
because
in.
we're seeing
So I've not really been
not to
putting
put
myself
too
out
much
there
pressure
at
on
all.
him, but if
So
you're
like
gonna
for
protect
people
it,
to
you don't
find
have
me.
to follow
I've
through.
not
We
really been
saw
going out that
mention
much.
it's a
I'm
big
not on
target
online
ban
dating
for
apps, so
opponents.
you know,
So
the
all
only
business
place
feel
people would ever
that's the
find me
thing
is
that
through
could
my
turn the
stream.
tides,
Got it?
give them a better finish than they had in
Realistically.
groups. But you also seen on the other side from Naga as well. Yeah,
All right, here we go. Rad, AB.
The majority of the team.
The first series was
We do see a
Zero
little bit of a
Tenacity
turnaround
versus
as it's going to be
Peps.
a strange and frost front line for Rad.
Making
And we
their
see
way
Melio
in. Doctor
going
Strange,
on to this
Emma Frost
Punisher.
trying
As you
to
see the
set
Punisher
up
match.
for Melio with a curling turret. It's
Tuzi
completely
and
out
Alec
of
and
rhythm
Naga
with
here
Solo.
are going to be the
Gonna
they're going to be the
trying
X
to go for the
factors
counter
on
pick
these
their
on
own
these
Strange, but Welsh Mania
Psylocks.
onto one of their favorites. You saw them sail across your screen there. The Captain America and the
Oh.
Psylocke on the flank, but the
Tuzi just got wrecked.
with the
I do feel like
adjudication
Naga's
takes
gonna have a
them
much better
down,
time
sends
though,
Tuzi back to
because
spawn.
sorry, Tuzi should have a better time because they're not playing into the Psylocke. but
I think we even saw just
theoretically.
Resources from Cloak and
Here they
Dagger,
go.
but
They're
it's
just
not
getting
enough.
mega
As Rad are
staggered.
not going to give up any space here. They're going to keep these
Oh my
resets
god,
going.
they're just like
And then
oh,
this is perfect farm up in the end from
Oh.
Melio. 70-80% over on his ultimate already. And All Business didn't even get a whiff of the point, it
Jesus.
felt like.
So far, Rad in
Dude,
full
that's
control.
so
They are
aggro
still
from
playing
Rad.
extremely far forward, forcing a wraparound from All Business to try.
Do you want to know the result, Yanni, or I mean, you'll see it
anyway
anyway if you're watching the stream.
Due to how much positioning Rad had, but Rad they just play back, they kite, they're going to set themselves up.
How are you, Bolly?
As the
You okay?
objective starts to reposition, forcing once again a quick cancel onto the culling turret. They're adjusting positioning so quickly, making it very hard for All Business to
Here we go, double drops. Both, but oh, Suit gets Melio though. That's massive. This is really good for AB now.
They sort of got a mischief copy over.
Oh, but Trust
still
on the other
some
side.
fight in here for Rad. Even seeing a
Well,
dance
she's
of
going
butterflies used from
bananas, though,
Naga,
on
so
this,
is an
on this cat.
overdedication from Rad, and they're not able to take the point. This could be
Nice
a
for
nightmare.
maybe,
2-2
nice for
was the
maybe.
main entrance way of finding that objective over from All Business. With the Maelstrom, uses it again to close out the fight. But you sort of look, 3 ultimates dedicated from Rad in that engagement. And Tuzi so
That was
far,
so
4-1,
good from
not a lot
2-2
of
though.
damage, but all of that focus of
2-2,
the
like,
damage it was seeing,
they,
that 2K
I mean,
is gonna
maybe a bit of
bring
luck
people
that they
down
had
to
enough
0
magic
HP.
charge on the Strange to burst down Melio, but
Rotation coming around Melio.
woof.
Trying to find an opening, find the gap, trying to focus onto that culling turret, which
Being
they will be able
well,
to take
well,
down.
being
It
on
takes
dating
a
apps
lot
at the
of
moment,
damage.
that is not going well
Actually
together,
getting
honestly.
caught out here, will get picked up.
What apps are you using? Nice from 2-2, but like, I mean, I saw the vision, but it was already all down. How are they making this work? What? He's lucky and he's going to go over the top. He's going to luck, but they might not need to. I think Raj was looking to go over the top then, the Strange, but they don't really need to. They're just rooting them back again.
Disengaging isn't too easy when you've got the chase happening here.
Hi, Mariam.
And 2-2, I don't know if the portal was used, if he has it available, because yeah, he's going to go for the portal play now. Means that he won't have it right at the end if it goes to 99%. But up on the high ground to play
Oh,
from.
we'll talk about that in a second.
Charge and the dance of the butterflies. And the
Oh my god, Raj just got them all. Oh, the lamp though was so fucking clutch, dude. If that lamp wasn't there, I think he gets a 4K straight up.
Nice and easy for them.
I think he just gets a straight up 4K.
He
still gets 2 though.
And trying to get these resets in.
Oh yeah, Rad looking good. Rad looking solid, dude.
Now down on numbers, the portal play a complete.
This is why I think like the tank pro just doesn't matter as much now. It really doesn't. These Strangers have looked so fucking crazy. These Strangers have looked so good.
Strategists from healing, and that allows everyone in that low ground to just take what is
like to the point where I would almost be tempted to step up the Strange prior
from healing being available on the other side, and they were able to
like I know how good Emma and Mag are, right? They're so fucking good, but like I don't know. Like against certain teams particularly, I'd be tempted to just take the Strange out instead of
really
like the
did
Mag.
feel like so much focus went on to just getting 2Z over towards that Psylocke.
You know?
You're looking at some of the just
How are you, Mariam?
healing that Fate has been able to do.
I was on
16K
German
on
Grinder,
Cloak and
and I'm
Dagger.
on Scruff.
Feels that it's just been
Only online when I get a text. What's that one, Bully? I've never heard of
Still not
Scruff.
seeing many teams put too much focus on it, flat out, just in the drafts. It's such a key element, and when you have the Lunar Snow and a Cloak and Dagger, that is 2 big ultimates to rely on to keep you alive in these big engagements.
Oh, they're gonna
So
run at
Nost,
them. They're
he's
gonna do
able
a
to
run
copy
at them
them
portal
to get
play.
the
Here they go.
bonus.
Oh my god, it
How
works
they-
every
oh
time,
my
dude.
God, Tuzi's
This is
getting
why I
out
think that,
instantly.
like, this is why I said the Strange prio is, like, really high, I think. Dude, they just do, like, we've seen this so often, and this is something I would like to try and start incorporating in my games if you're, like, comming really well. You put a Strange portal on top of their backline, and you just fucking, like, you throw the cloak wall through it, for the damage boost, and you just fucking kill one.
Yeah, he's got Psylocke for Naga. He's got the Luna with the Idol Aura on top of him. He's able to
And
dude,
I think these Psylocks are a problem, man. I was dominating on Psylocke yesterday. I think she's still a ridiculously strong hero even after the nerfs. Nice from Slopper though. They get the better of the Punisher exchange.
It is enough for All Business to take a good clean fight here. They don't want to use any more ults if they can help it. And Zenost actually goes for the God of Mischief.
Slopper just decides to sit in his fucking turret.
Trust me.
But it's actually really smart though, dude. It's actually really smart from Sloppo. And Susie going bananas as well. Okay, AB. Okay. A little bit of life left in them. Okay.
Rad are able to force out a lot of the
yeah, these are BO3s, Yanni. I'll talk you guys through everything after this series, or after this game. And I'll talk you through how the playoffs are going to work. And what I'm going to do.
A mid-fight culling turret for the health boost, using that turret as essentially a shield of their own. It's very difficult to pull off, because sometimes you can just get wrapped around the meat to be blown up.
That sounds so irritating, Mariam. I'm sorry.
But they did take the fight.
Susie just gets 2 in the back line. This Psylocke is ruining Rad, man. This Psylocke is absolutely ruining the Rad backline.
But already Rad's push has been slowed down to a crawl as they retreat to spawn.
I guess that's a good thing for Welshman is if he can just almost...
It's tough, man, because then, like, do you sit on this Emma? Like, do you get this Emma to sit on the backline instead to try and deal with Susie, or... I don't know if you wanted to give him this.
Now it's more just time being bought. It's going to focus out a little bit more regeneration domain just on top with that final.
This looks really, really good for AB. This looks really good for AB, honestly.
It didn't feel that that was a complete clean engage.
I like what they did in the draft. I mean, this Cap Psylocke duo is a fucking menace.
Just in case things go wrong.
The cousins of
and I don't think they've got a TP, because I think they used the TP at the start, right?
Has been a composition that many teams utilize, Rubber Patapin being the ones who seem to have popularized it, if maybe not created it. But All Business.
And I like what Welsh is doing on this Cap as well. He's just like, he's like hunting their Psylocke, right? He's hunting Naga and making it really... oh my god, Trust waited. Oh, did you see that? Dude, Trust knew it and Trust waited instantly. That was fucking crazy. He didn't even get, like, the word I out. He just got fucking chokeslammed instantly. But Welsh has already got one. Man, this Cap is an issue.
It's just
dude, AB looks solid. They look super solid.
Like hunting dogs, just finding out those last
god damn.
Brings us to another full-out
domination.
We're getting a lot of these, and really just shows the parity of EMEA is down to a map.
She doesn't know the gate yet.
If that.
I think focuses on more
All Business, I think, looked a lot better
man.
there, like playing around their win conditions. Maybe looked a little bit flustered on that first point. The second one.
Oh, sorry, Bolly. I misunderstood. I thought that was like, I thought that was like the way the app works is like you get a text and you can only go online at that point or something. But I get what you mean now. I get what you mean. I'm with you.
Annoying, and you can already see just how much healing Fate has been putting out. Now it's not mattering too much as All Business are able to out-sustain it.
And Tuzi's right behind the big.
Yeah, man, they need a way to kind of deal with this backline.
10 final hits. These two are playing this backline dive.
This is the kind of game I would hate to play in, honestly, because like, you know, if you're Rad right now, you're getting mega dove by this Psylocke Cap, just constantly pressuring your backside. Your front side is getting simultaneously mega pressured by this Strange and fucking Punisher. So it's like
another portal engage, this time from All Business with a culling turret. Diamond Form has to be used as everyone from Rad is going to retreat. And
nice early kill up.
Oh
my god, they don't give a fuck. They're like, okay. They really want this early prio, huh?
Once, shame on you, for twice, shame on me. It seems to be the common thing for Rad of just going
to Victoria.
How are you? Right off the rip to find that first pick and the
There's some Cap today and held the point for 2 minutes is ridiculous. Cap is a ridiculously good hero, I think, at the moment.
matter much at all.
Tuzi's looking.
Silent Seduction's been required to come out from Trust Me.
Oh, this looks so good for Tuzi. Oh my god, what a fucking vision, dude.
Baloney. All Business take that point back very quickly.
It'd be so tempting to like dive in and go over the top of all of them there, but he plays the edge so nicely, right? So for those of you who don't play Psylocke, the absolute max that you want in your role is 3. If you have any more than 3 people, then you're likely not getting a kill, and it's been spread out too much.
So the turret on the high ground from
Ideally, it's one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, but if you can get 3 in,
respect that's almost given for all
that's going to be like the max value you can get.
And now that aggression's going to come out as well. Tremaine goes in
with
freedom charge. A knock around with the Eye of Agamotto means it catches on to nothing, but it doesn't matter too much.
That's a tough one.
Been found. Fate has tried to sort of carve the path for Rad over onto the objective with this Eternal Bond, but it gets copied by Zenost over on that Loki. Welshmania still just punching away, holding left click.
Nice from Raj. That's huge from Raj, actually. Oh, they needed that. Oh, they needed that big time.
There's no healing and no support. And this first point, this final point, Tetcher,
big from Rad.
52% to 22.
I'm good, thank you, Victor. I'm good. Welcome in.
Out the Wolverine. They see how this Psylocke and this Captain America is causing them issues, and they see Doctor Strange holding the front line. How do you
Dude, 28 and 5 on this cap. What?
Wolverine feral leap to hold people in place.
28 and 5?
They're going to be the main front
Look at him! Look at him! He's stalking the fucking Wolverine.
Might as well take advantage of it and try to pick them off. Melia retreating as well. Mania is chasing them.
They're just both sat there and waited.
Get an early pick up with this final judgment as Rajaro is already down. All Business are just going to flip this again.
This is a good back out from Rad, though. This is a good back out. Because now, oh my god, Nos gets them though. That would have been a good back out. Because now Melio has the Punisher advantage.
But it might be just a good principled idea.
But they need to like try and get in.
Just discussing it. A Dance to the Butterfly is available for Tuzi. Looking at the back line, Crux 60% on the invisible boundary. Fate is very close to a Fate of both worlds. You have to be almost aggressive with this like last time. You need to go and try and fight and take this space. Make this more of a brawl on the objective, because All Business, they're trying to peel away from you. That's a great catch onto Welshmania. Is there going to be enough follow-up? Because Welshmania, as the Captain America, can't get out of there. It's the other Vanguard.
Oh, this doesn't look good for Melio, though. Okay, gets one.
Holding on to this point.
And that was an incredibly split fight from All Business. Trying to go for the wraparound, but Naga able to just pull.
What are you up to today, Victoria?
The initial engage was
yeah, Cap has been
disjointed from All Business.
Well, maybe not slept on.
Yep, that's the perfect opportunity.
Maybe in the wider public, I think Cap has been slept on, but in high-level play, Cap has always been considered pretty good for a while.
That last stab. They still have Silent Seduction, but All Business rushing on in. Here comes that freedom charge. What an extra bonus help for the rest of the team.
And another one. Dude, these ults from Tuzi are so clean. Raj jumps off. You might be looking at that going, why the fuck did Raj just jump off?
Is there going to be enough time for a contest? Yeah, Melio has to switch over towards the Strange. So
he's not going to have time.
In a second, it's pretty tight on time.
Dude, AB taking game 1. Tuzi just popping the fuck off on this Psylocke.
Right at the end, and All Business. Actually, you're able
damn,
to take that
Rad
map
look
Rad.
rattled a little bit, don't they?
Since that finals for Rad.
Oh boy, they still look a little rattled after that finals.
One of our many incredible EMEA Captain America
players.
Dude. Salutes in chat for the captain as they did insane 13k damage, which is a little bit more than Naga, who is on a duelist for the majority, and also more than we saw, just a little bit less, sorry, than we saw for Melio on the Punisher for the majority of that game. We saw some great duels between
you know how personally I'm never taking seriously, but he's incredibly good and he's in play. Oh yeah, Punisher is like first pick prio at the moment, Mariam. Yeah. For a couple of reasons. In his current state,
they forced more regroups.
That's pretty much it. Down to
they improved his mag size,
really enabled Rad to snowball.
So he gets like 10 extra bullets. I think his mag size is now 40.
As you correctly point out, Tetcher, like I thought that they
reload.
Got their stuff together,
so it's just like you can put so much pressure on the tanks
And a very
by just
different approach,
firing
just
into
looking
them.
at the draft
The
again,
shotgun
you've got
has always
likes of
been
Torch being
ridiculous
second
for if
man
you get
down
like
on the
Dovon
side
and
of all
stuff.
business. You've got them
Like the
protecting
damage output of the
a
shotgun
Psylocke
is fucking
first and
absurd,
then
to be honest.
cast, so you're not playing neither
But
of
the
the
really
scary
big
dual,
change
like
that's
Vanguard
made
line
him
of
go
Emma
from
Frost
like
or
A
Magneto,
tier to
but
must
there,
pick
you could just see exactly why
is the movement speed on his ultimate. The 10% move speed on his ult means that he can run you down so much easier now.
When you're going up against like final judgments from
And it's basic like it's basically like a team fight win or you lose Everything has been decided on the back of the Punisher ult because it can do so much work.
How good these Vanguards are. If it's a Venom, you want to do it. But
I've been playing quite a bit of Punisher as well in my rank games when we need a bit of hit scan. Because he just kind of gives you everything, right? He gives you crazy ass burst damage in the shotgun. He gives you consistent pressure damage. He gives you an insane team fight winning ultimate. He has an escape, a mini escape if he needs it.
It just made it free for Xenost. And like we sort of
The
mentioned
turret
in the pre-show,
can be like
this is a team
crazy
that has been
pressure.
doing a
He
couple
can
of
build his
instances
ult
of
quickly as
first
well.
picking
He just
the
kind of has
low-key,
everything
first
that you
protecting
need.
it instead of the Psylocke.
So he's
really,
he's
if you're Rad,
pretty
you should have seen that
ridiculous
coming a bit more,
at the
I
moment.
think, and that could cost you potentially if you kept letting
Personally,
that go for the next couple of maps.
I think they need to revert the ult change, or like half it to like 5% move speed maybe, and take off some damage. Because he can also, he's one of the other heroes that can burst through support ults, right? This is another huge thing that we see in this level of pro play. What's happening is people are prioritizing teams are prioritizing heroes that can burst through the support ults.
Don't go anywhere.
Mag, Iron Man, Supernova. This is such a good skin, by the way. I'm going to be getting this skin, by the way. For sure, I'm getting. Look at his fucking grippers, dude. Bro's got his fucking grippers out. We're 100% getting this skin. So yeah, and Punisher's like really easy to understand as well as a hero. The only thing I'm gonna miss playing with this skin is my little guitar noises. I wish they would give us an option to just, if we buy a skin and we get the sound effect with it, I wish that we could transfer that sound effect onto any skin. And it's not skin specific, you know? Just give us more flexibility, you know? I'm always a big advocate for that. Damn, AB popping off. Giving us a series. Rad look rattled, man. They're gonna have to step up. For you guys, in terms of... Well, I'll wait until the ads are over. Just so no one misses it. Actually, I'm gonna really quickly pee while this is happening, and then I'll catch you up on everything. Give me a sec.
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
Okay. Sorry. I really needed to pee. Yeah, Z10 kind of wiped the floor with Peps.
This is very serious business. There's lots of money on the line and a position.
Z10 still look really fucking good. Just for those of you who have come in a bit later and might have missed the start of the stream, just to let you guys know what I'm going to be doing while we wait for Game 2. I've decided not to do the Americas for the first 2 days. So we're still going to be covering all of the EMEA games as per all of this playoffs. Today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. But I'm not going to be covering tonight and tomorrow for the Americas. It's too much for me to do, and I'm fucking shattered. I can't keep up with doing like 16-hour days, 4 days in a row. I'm too old. I can't do it. So we're gonna let these series play out. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. If there's a really good series that is worth having a look over, me and my co-caster Robbie will go back over it and full cast it for you. Instead of just like sitting and watch partying it like we are right now, we will go back over and full cast it, and we'll put it up on our other YouTube channel, which I will give you guys next week once we've finished it all. So we will, however, watch Saturday and Sunday, which will be the like the lower bracket semis, lower bracket final, upper bracket final, and grand finals. So I'm just giving myself a bit more of a break this week because it's been a really long couple of weeks, and I just can't do it again this weekend. So I hope that's all right with you all.
Stick with Luna just in case, because if that torch is in the air, you do not want it to have that idle aura, that snowflake giving you healing every time a Vanguard is healed, keeping your frontline alive while also
Someone does not brawl because of confidence, not used to playing tank. Give me
it's the idle aura, and I think Rad are going, okay, if you're going to put so much protection over onto the Psylocke, we're going to do the same on making sure that we can get Naga the human torch.
That's a very long conversation.
It might just be a case of a very different draft. Rad coming into this.
Okay, remind me after this game, Kale, in the break, and I will give you some tips if that's all right.
The main Vanguard,
just because I want to kind of get into this.
But this. The end of this draft, I do think is going to be pretty interesting.
So we've got the human torch mega prio,
like Loki, for example, still available on both sides.
And the Psylocke saved again for Tuesday. This is dangerous.
Have yet to protect either of them.
This is going to be a cap save, dude. Then they just cap save? What are Rad doing? What are Rad doing? What? Why are they giving them this duo again? Dude, this could be a 2-0 to AB, like for real. I highly disagree with this strat from Rad.
I mean, I think the Loki here is a good one. There were certainly a lot of moments where even just the regeneration domain kept people alive in fights where final judgments were used.
We have not seen Emma get to the end of the draft before.
Business anymore, so Slowpoke doesn't have that to at least rely on.
Invis ban, probably?
Emma Frost being able to be protected gives, I guess, either...
Oh, they don't want to give him the res strat. Dude, I like this from AB.
Freedom in that direction, and an
I like this from AB.
So it makes this an interesting...
No worries, much love, dude.
This does prevent the composition.
I think AB have got a much better read on this.
With Mantis, Adam, and the Human Torch in the sky, and then whatever you want your last strategist to be. So we're just going to see the Mantis being competent.
What are we on? Hall of Dajalia?
The Ultron as the second/third strategist.
Okay.
They're going to have a
okay.
strategist.
I do quite like this adaptation, though, of
a hit scan character, has really good damage
of Ultron Torch. I think that is a good idea into this kind of dive of Psylocke cap. Psylocke can still do a lot of work into you for sure. But cap,
was hovering earlier.
I mean, but doesn't that just like mean the supports are gonna get so fucking hard focused?
Damage output is actually pretty solid.
Like,
this could be an attempt to
how do you live as the supports in this comp?
Pressure from the side of Rad.
On Rad. Like,
yeah,
actually,
I'll be interested to see how the comps sort of work out here.
This torch is gonna have to go fucking bananas.
Up until now, very straightforward with how they've approached drafts, but day one of playoffs showing that they've got a lot more to offer. And
I mean, it definitely can do. So I mean, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Less traveled with how they want to approach things now.
I have to say, though, if
Rad
I'm in this
attacking
position,
first on
I
their map
prefer
choice of
AB
Volsung
right
Vijalia.
now in what
Trust
they're
me, over on
showing.
that Venom means that Rajaro is going to be on the Emma Frost. He's immediately forced back by that nuisance that is Welshmania on the Captain America.
Susie is looking for their spot. Susie is looking for their spot.
On that back line, they can get a quick blow up. This could be their trigger, but we already mentioned it. Rad just going for overwhelming push power.
Susie's already got one.
At the point, forcing Tourney to commit quite a bit further. Has to get that
really nice mag bubble as well to stop the slam.
This fight focus down, forced to back up. Soldier's fist from
But I mean,
Slowpoke,
look at
but
this
also
mobility,
Triggers,
man. They
they
can
are
just
getting
go in, get these
overwhelmed.
picks on.
Finally, Crook goes
Like
down,
this
but that will
triple
slow
support
down
is
Rad for a
so
bit.
fucking vulnerable, dude.
Is actually
It's so vulnerable. I don't know how they do this.
Says a lot how well Tuzi's been annoying on this Psylocke, having that freedom to go in and perform.
And Welsh is doing a really good job of marking Mega as well.
Having the support
You can let Suzy go having this backline, as you know, and this Venom is.
Going for this engagement. But you have to worry about that.
I mean, he's 1v1ing a
supernova
fucking
that's
cap
gonna come in
right
from
now.
Naga with the damage boost from Crook. And it's whether or not Zanosti's got the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, Eternal Bond to keep people alive and fighting. And look how aggressive it is to just allow all business to keep up that pressure. You can see Rad.
There goes Melios.
Rage of Ultron is actually going to send them forward. There with the
Oh, they're just gonna fucking throw everything, huh? There's the Luna.
Dashing in, forces out the other strategist ultimate with a fate of both worlds.
And then Suzy in the backside. Okay, nice. Doesn't really get anything. Oh, Slobber goes down. This is big. This is big for Rad. We know how good they are on this map. That's huge. This is where they beat VP. We know how good they are on this map. So that was just really patient. Holy shit. Dude, they waited out those ults so well. Okay, they are going to contest. Oh, Suzy goes down instantly, though. That's a lot of their DPS. Oh my god. Crook just got ran the fuck down. But here come the picks the other side. Raj Naga completely uncontested.
Able to take the point.
Oof, nice. I think this is, yeah, I think this is what we're going to see, right? This comes down to Naga, 100%. Naga has to pop the fuck off on this torch. They have to, if they want to win. And right now, they are. They are.
Get the maximum healing output, maximum damage. The extra clones do not count as additional bodies on the point, sadly, so it will just continue to move on at a single person rate here. But that extra sustain is going to be huge, as already zoning potential coming down as Trust.
Oh, Melio gets nosed.
Rage of Ultron being burned quite early from Melio, as the team is
well, she's being so annoying, dude. Oh, nice kill.
And lovely use of the verticality from Melio going into that center building.
Yeah, really nice from Melio to finish that off.
I mean, trust me, on the Venom is a smart move because you're playing chicken almost. You know that there's no Emma Frost available for all business, so the Carbon Crush can't CC you.
Yeah, it's kind of like this.
Like swap over to
I mean, I guess it's exactly what Welsh is doing on the other side, right? It's just sit on these supports, make sure they have to look at themselves, and they can't just heal, and therefore the tanks are very vulnerable to the rest of the damage, you know? I think that's a very underrated part of this that people don't think about. The player cam's cool.
And the Cloak and Dagger ultimate mixed in, I think, with...
Dude, Naga with a triple.
It's just not enough.
This is what we needed to see from Rad. Naga just goes fucking bananas with this triple.
They set themselves up nicely with the push, and that is already.
So I'm guessing that's why they let them have this Psylocke cap, because they were like, hey, we've got enough with this Naga on the torch to be able to run this over.
Captain America and this Psylocke, because they're attempting it and they're getting countered by fate. They're attempting it.
Feeling the wrath of the goddess. Everyone all right? Bully, no damage or anything?
Especially as every time they do, Trust Me is in the backline, creating problems, causing issues, and instead they're having to play together in the doorway.
Here goes the Ultron ult over the top.
Oh, just a Vulcan battle at the moment.
Oh, is he getting lost? Oh, that's so close.
The thing that keeps things afloat forcing out the freedom charge here from Welshmania. It's these counter attacks that they've attempted that have ended up costing them.
This Venom's been so annoying, dude, because you can't ignore him. You have to. Oh!
A bit more time, but
That was almost filth, by the way, from Crook.
Rage of Ultron's gonna have to be used from
Wait,
Slowpoke to
what?
just keep things going, and it's combined.
Ignore
with
me.
that fate of
Sorry,
both
I just got
worlds.
mega confused.
They're gonna be happy about this because they do have a supernova on the horizon.
Here goes Tuzi. This needs to be big. He gets two.
Clearing up the house,
Yeah, that's a really nice timing for the Star-Lord ult. I like this Star-Lord swap a lot. I like the Star-Lord
Realizing
swap.
they're up against double flyers, they move over to the
I've said this in the
aerial
off.
duels themselves.
I
That
think Star-Lord is the
Invulnerability
best
frames
character
plus the
into
ability to
Ultron.
fly can give you a great chance to try and take out flyers like
Period.
the Human Torch, like the
Because of the
Ultron,
very
who are
low
limited
cooldown
to that
invincibility
extra
frames that you
speed
get on
boost
his
from
dash,
the Human
I
Torch
think
and
he is the
dynamic
best
flight
character
from
into
the
Ultron.
For now,
What's up,
they're
Goober?
going to try and make their way
Welcome in.
again. We have the Feast from the Abyss and Silent Seduction versus the Eternal Bond and the Meteor M as all business taking that defensive
Trust
position.
is just being so annoying on this Venom.
Of that dagger storm, that extra bubble healing.
Another Ultron ult. Oh, can they burst? Oh, that was close. But look at Tuzi, dude. Tuzi's being such a pain. Nice couple from Trust. Oh, Trust just smurfed.
Trust doing it. I don't think it without any damage increase. I think it was just the Rage of Ultron on top. So now 90 seconds
Yeah, I think he
on the
just
clock.
doubled.
All business need to go and contest this.
No, this is
Welshmania's
new
back,
patch,
so he
Yanni.
should
This is
be
new patch.
Fast enough to go and fight
How you doing,
this.
Goober Goon?
Meteor M for 2-2. If you can find the perfect spot, you might be able
This
to
is
take
why I'm
out
hoping
Croc
someone
before he
might
uses
try
the Soul
Thor.
Resurgence. Is that going to be the main target?
You know,
Hard to know. Carbon
we can
Crusher
dream,
over
guys. We can
Welshmania,
dream.
But he's got enough to keep him going, at least for the time being. Even with
Oh,
all the CCs,
that's
he gets
ballsy from
sedated.
Crook. Kind of
Anthony
forced out
Joe
that
going up
Mantis
onto
ult
the high
there.
ground, looking to see
Because I
if he
think
gets
Crook
the
got
round
themselves in a bit of a
regeneration
bad
domain.
spot, so
He
they're
can't.
kind of
They
forced
keep
to.
people going, and Naga is just cleaning up house
Yeah,
over
dude.
on this
Naga
Human
is going
Torch.
fucking
It's
bananas
good
on this
enough.
torch.
1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock for Rad. In all business, it was looking
Woof.
like a disaster to begin with. I think they did a good job to
It's
slow
just
things
like
down
that for a
towards
split
the end.
second. Okay.
Very nicely done. Like you said, they slowed it down. They burnt for a lot of the time.
I
but
honestly
Rad had
really
so
liked
much
AB's draft,
speed
but
in
man,
those
you
earlier
cannot
parts of the
underestimate
map.
this
It
torch,
was
can you?
potentially a little bit late for all business.
This
For
torch
their
is
adjustment,
such a
bringing out that
problem.
Star-Lord for the interior fight was a stroke of genius, but it was
You know,
just a
that's.
little
I'm
bit
guessing
too
that's why
little,
we saw,
too
you know,
late. But again,
the
they
1-2
moved onto
prior,
the
right? They
Psylocke
banned
now,
torch first and then
realizing
insta
that
save
Fate
it.
is just kind of countering them at this point. These regeneration
Because I guess
domains
Rad felt
have
the
been
same.
on point so far.
It's the risk of just leaving it out. I mean, you saw how much success all business had with it when they had the Loki.
Okay, they're
available to them
going
last
full
time.
red strat, dude.
Now they're on the
Okay,
receiving end of
okay.
it.
AB
And
have
you've got
gone.
Trust
Okay,
that
fuck you
hasn't
guys.
Died yet. Like, no
Fuck you guys, we're
eliminations
going
have gone
full
onto
res
him.
comp.
He's been able to survive just going in.
I mean, it
and
makes
out
sense if you're
to
going to play the
Venom.
Star-Lord anyway, right?
And
If
it's one of the few
Tuzi
times, I
wants
guess,
to
that
stay
you'll
on this
see
pick.
Ultron out healing some. He's just got 1k more than.
Wait,
the
what's
Mantis
Mega doing?
to Crook.
Wait,
A little
what's
bit behind
this?
because Melio's been able to just keep the Venom alive.
Is he just going to look for an early pull?
Utilizing rollout speed. Trust me,
what?
it's decided that they're not going to go for another Vanguard. They're starting on Spider-Man.
Dude.
Potentially
Okay,
maybe
Rada
putting
getting
all business
spicy,
portal
man.
out
What
for
is
the
this?
rollout, or just to try and take someone off the map, sailing
Oh, that was
past, they find
close.
nothing,
Okay.
and are heading back to
Okay.
spawn.
Okay, Trust may have legit
Yeah,
just
nice
thrown.
try, I guess.
He
But yeah,
may have
trust
just
me, I guess he's
insta
just gonna
thrown.
move over to the Venom and it's not going to be too long before he's back. But all business
Okay.
seeing this
I
as
mean,
a
he can get
chance
back super
in
fast with a
6
Venom
versus
rollout, but
5
that's funny,
to see
dude.
if they can catch other people
I
out. All of the
honestly
low
respect it,
controls
though.
of
Like,
the
I
high
respect
ground
the
regeneration
attempt.
domain forced out, but Melio catching on to Tuzi. He's going to be brought back
I respect
pretty early
it.
because now you do see that Guardian's triple strategist comp coming out a little bit more. It might not matter though if Naga's just able to sit
Nah,
on top
dude.
of where these
Fucking
cocoons
Rado
are coming
rolling over
from.
them now.
Doesn't matter how much soul perseverance you have, you can't persevere through this.
Pushing through, they force them
Secretly
right
as
back
well,
to
like
spawn.
we
Like,
haven't
trust
we've
me,
talked about this a
trying
little
for
bit,
an
but we've
ambitious
not really
rollout,
like
they did just
analyzed
swap
it that
immediately
much.
back to the
Dude,
Venom
I
team so
think
they can
this
rejoin
Mantis
their
is a
team
problem.
on the Vanguard. I'm wondering
Like,
if that, like
this
dropping
triple,
off the edge was intentional
this
just
triple
so they
support
could get back to the
Mantis
fight quicker,
is
instead of
a
having to roll in
fucking
on a second
problem.
on a
This
first
hero
boost here.
can do
Yeah,
so
to
much
think about,
work.
But for now, Slowpoke has moved over to a Wolverine to, we already mentioned it, try and deal with that
Tuzi's
Venom.
struggling.
Are you going to have any combos to fastball though? Because it feels like that's the thing that really is hard for teams to deal with at the moment. But now you've got both of these. Like,
What's Welsh doing? Welsh just going fucking walkies.
Want to be on Tousey on the Star-Lord is
Uh-oh.
a little bit more of a struggle.
Oh, that's a great grab from Sloppo. That's a fucking great grab, dude. That might be exactly what they need to take point one.
Frozen still is going to be able to fight in this engagement.
I think that, I mean, I just think Naga was not ready for that. Did they not see the Wolverine?
It's great to farm up this galactic legend.
I think they might try and TP in contest because Strange is already there for Melio.
Melio swapped over to the Strange. They're going to try and portal delay it, which does mean they're going to be a little staggered because, trust me, it's only just respawning. Here comes the portal. They do touch the point. Sonic Seduction coming out.
He needs to try and get this Star-Lord, but he gets Naga. Oh, Tousey.
Who's able to sidestep it to avoid the main impact and stay up in this fight. Blaster Rush coming out once again, and Rad.
I mean, they're running down the clock, but honestly, they've used no reses. AB are looking crazy good.
And are beginning the journey to the temple.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. They need to find something into this res comp.
I really respect that they threw everything that they had there.
Here we go. Here comes some of the switches. Psylocke switch for Melio.
Badly, and they're not able to get a point which seemed to be completely theirs. So you had the Galactic Legend used, the Last Stand for Slowpoke on the Wolverine, Meteor M, Fate of Both Worlds, where you're over halfway to having it for closer. You can see your business.
Is that where Jeff would solely Lemon for flyers? Yes! Oh my god, I saw that Mariam is so good. I mean, in a real game scenario, it's a massive waste of ult, but it's very fun to watch.
If it wasn't for the Carbon Crush from Rajaro.
Dude, Tousey's damage on this Star-Lord is just like... Look at this, man. He's been such a menace. Oh, they do get him. Nice and Raj. No Supernova.
Even though they're down a member, they're going to try and commit to this push in the 5v5 as we see the quick retreat.
Dude, this is ballsy from AB and it's working. Hi, Jimmy.
But while this is happening, Rada fighting in the doorway.
Watch out for stuff. Oh my god, he gets him again.
Great catch over on Tanaga, but he's actually not gone down a lick of health. He's been 100% the whole time for the regeneration.
Melio gets nothing from that Psylocke ult.
On both sides, this is an absolute mess. And trust me, with a feast of the
Melio does get Nos. That's a big pick, though. Force out the res.
Sort of clean out a little bit more. Galactic Legend.
Oh, do they get Tousey?
The sky, force back a little bit more. The Silent Seduction.
They do.
Him into a position where Trustme's actually able to grab on top of him. Now the Last Stand coming in from
oh,
able to connect up to two. Leave them back onto this point that's now in the hands of the defenders. Rad have done a real good job at steering the ship back into their favor.
Not give it up, though.
Oh, they get him. Dude, Naga just went crazy. He had to get that kill because Sloppo was looking like they were about to get a double on those tanks with that Wolverine.
2 minutes to go for all business. Welsh Mania on that Captain America is going to try and rush in again. And Slowpoke, they are all regrouped right now with only the Freedom Charge. But that is
I want to do the Jeff Scarlet Witch combo where you swallow them all and then throw them into a Scarlet Witch. That looks super fun.
Part of the map where you can just sit on top of the high ground on the rooftops like you're seeing. At least Tousey's able to sort of be the anti-air machinery.
Yeah, AB are just doing so well at just getting these little pickoffs, but I mean, look at the time, man. This is all about stalling right now. The more time that Rad can shave off, the better.
Just over a minute onto the clock. Feast of the Abyss trying to connect. Not really going to bring out any of the support ultimates, or really many of the bigger cooldowns.
Insane track. I mean, look at this tracking, dude. What? Like, what do you even do against this? The damage is so crazy.
They just refuse to give up, just rolling in one at a time. Fate is now going to be taken down, though. Melio does it. The butterflies in the backline. They've still
okay, Melio just went crazy. But here comes Tousey. Oh, that's huge from Trust. How does Trust get Tousey there? What the fuck? He gets a triple? What?
To give them that freedom charge, that bonus health in the fight.
How does he get that?
Remaining all business. It might be time for something risky, and they've decided that they're going to bring out the Hulk, maximum sustain, and to try and get someone onto the point to trigger overtime. It's the job of Wolverine. with the slowpoke missile, but they do not reach. And now they're distracted by this Venom with 15 seconds left.
This Venom's just making so much space.
Yeah, trust me, he's so good at forcing all business to turn around.
Oh, Tuzi's down as well. That's big from Sloppo, but no one is touching. Look at the timer. Someone is there.
There is a body. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be.
Oh, they actually cap it, though, which is kind of crazy. That's Welsh on their own. And the Hulk as well, but nah, it's done.
Some time for the Wolverine. Bruce Banner for 2-2 goes down.
Oh, this is big from Closar. If Closar can stay alive, this might turn. I don't know if they can turn it. Do they have the damage? Tuzi's like trying his best.
It's going to make this point unbearable for
all
this to be touching, and they're not able
1-1.
Rad are going to bring us to
Rad.
All business, they just put
Rad.
towards that. Hulk diving onto the point, got dropped into Banner. Wolverine diving onto the point, gets taken out. The Lunar Snow skating onto the point, gets focused down.
Crazy work.
Tried to use Fate of both worlds to delay. Was it?
Well, I think we can safely say that I don't think Naga's getting this Human Torch in Game 3. What do you think, guys? What do you think?
It's a much closer spawn.
Something is telling me that Naga is not going to get that pick.
Butterflies came out. It was just inhospitable, and we will see the evening up of the series by Rad.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the damage output, and it's the fact Torch one side 36k. You've got Rajaro that's able to do almost 30k as Emma Frost. And that's the character that all business would comfortably play on that haven't really bothered.
I'll give you some very quick Thor basics.
A little bit more comfort over onto the silo.
Yeah, Raj played fucking crazy as well in this Emma. Emma's my go-to tank at the moment because I just think she's so she's so versatile in what she gives you. She just gives you everything you need right now in this current format. She's really hard to kind of get past.
Tuzi was pretty well protected.
Well, that's the thing, I guess, is just like with the Ultron before, how much of a focus, I'm just double checking, how much of a focus have we really seen from all business so far with it? I don't.
All right, we're going to have a few minutes. Are you here, Kale? If I give you a very quick rundown of Thor. This is going to be like a fucking Thor speed run, okay? If you're not here, don't worry about it. We can save it for later. Jesus, this game takes a while to load, doesn't it? Holy Hannah. All right. Quickly jump into practice. Okay, very Cliff Notes. Very Cliff Notes Thor. The most important thing with Thor is his Thor Force, which are these three little hammers in the middle. Anytime you use a skill, his hammer will light... not that one, because that's the only skill that it doesn't. His hammer will light up, so that when you melee someone next, you also get a Thor Force back, right? So just understanding the basics of how his Thor Force works is really important, right? So if I use all of them here, blah, 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 you're going to see his hammer light up, this little bluish light up. When you melee someone with that light up, you will then get a full Thor Force back, right? You need 3 to pop his Awakening, which is his mega damage. You can usually, I believe you 3-shot supports with it. Let me just double check. You either 2 or 3-shot, depending on the support, with the Awakening. Oh, it's 4 actually. My bad. But you can do a quick, Summit might be 3. But you can do a quick, you can get some very quick kills with that. So what you want to be looking for, the very basics with Thor, he's hyper mobile with his dash. Just doing a quick flick up like this is a great way to get height as well. There's a couple of different ways you can play him. You can play him as like a tank buster, which is what people have been trying to do with him since his survivability nerfs. Or you can play him as a backline diver. So you get in their face. What I tend to do when I'm in the backline dive is, especially now with the new change, is I will dive on them like this, pop the E, because what it doesn't tell you is that the E slows and does damage when people leave and enter it. So if I just take the cooldowns off for a sec. This E, if they exit, will do a little bit of damage, and I think it's a 20% slow that it does. So it's pretty significant. And Thor, along with Hulk, has the fastest move speed in the game, which is 650. So you can always run people down if it's a straight for straight running battle. Because I think it's him and Hulk that have 650. So what you want to be doing is you want to get on top of them like this. I will then usually pop the Awakening, get the kill. It used to be that if you popped Awakening and you got the kill, you're kind of stuck there for the rest of it, and you're like, oh shit, I need to back out, I need to back out. Now you can turn it off. So I can do this, get the kill, turn it off, and just dash out. Which makes him way better. If you want to use tanks, so let's say you want to abuse tanks, the best thing you can do is drop in behind them like this, and then push them into their team, right? Inevitably, people are going to walk backwards towards you, towards their team. So as long as you have a bit of cover from your healers and stuff, you can keep walking backwards with them, and you just keep pushing them like this. So you keep walking backwards as they do, and you keep pushing them further and further every time it's off. So if we turn the cooldowns off, this is what it would look like. I'm keeping an eye on the game, by the way. So you like drop in on top of them, right? Drop in, push them, blah blah blah. Wait the 2 seconds, then push them further, blah blah blah. In between this, you can also do his hammer weave combo. His hammer melee weave combo, which is this.
The enemy is here.
So that, all I'm doing is I'm doing the melee, hammer, and melee. But Thor particularly has a really big backswing. He's got a really big forward and backswing, like as you can see as his auto attacks, right? So by canceling it with the hammer, if I just do a melee, right? I do 1 bar of damage. So if I did 3 melees like that, I would do about 100 damage, okay? If you do the melee, let me just kill him quick and I'll show you. Because I think we're about to get back into the game. If you do 1 melee weave combo, like that, you do the same amount of damage, but it's way fucking faster. It's way fucking faster. So,
into the Magneto ban.
I have been planning to make a Thor guide for a while
and put it up on my YouTube,
but we've been super distracted by the tournament and stuff. It's already on my list of videos to make as soon as the tournament's over for my editor. So make sure you're subbed to my YouTube, and I will put a full Thor guide on there. Because he's the hero I know the best by quite a way.
Of just playing a lot of Emma Frost, not going to be playing them at all so far in this first series of playoffs. Magneto, I mean, you're free reign here. Which one do you want, Emma Frost or the Magneto? I mean, we saw so much success coming in from the Emma Frost last time, I think, from Rajaro, that them saving and protecting Magneto is a little bit interesting. Yeah. And thankfully, the Loki's been taken out from all business. They know just that, honestly, Rad are required to ban it out themselves.
Surely, at this point. The Loki's been so impactful, literally has won every game it has shown up in, and it's always been one side. But Rad, They're letting it sneak through here, as we will see them take away the Wolverine
right.
instead. This
Let's get into the draft.
The Rad are looking to lean closer towards potentially a Magneto.
So we see the torch ban from AB.
Where they
And
can just try
Rad
lean
going
it a
back
little
on the
bit heavier,
tank
and they're
prio.
going to protect the Punisher as well. They have a one-sided.
Not sure how much I like this. What we on? Spider Island?
Toes stabbed by something sharp on my
Yo,
carpet.
we have not seen Spider Island really at all, actually.
just a blade cutting through.
I don't know what it was. I think it's like a thorn from outside that came in on a shoe or something. But I can deal with that.
Yeah, sorry, Kale. I don't think you were there for the first bit of the Thor guide, but yeah, I'll put out a full Thor guide for you guys. I've been meaning to do it for a while. I've just been super distracted.
The Punisher save, I think, is an important one to just give.
Tuzi gets this Psylocke though. This is dangerous.
Wolverine ban because you're not going to have Torch, so you don't need to be worried about taking
What we'll
on the
do,
Sky,
if you guys are still here at the end,
unless,
like if you're still
Navigator's
sticking
looking
around
to
after
go
the
stuff like Storm,
4
maybe a bit more
series,
Ultron. You don't need to
I'm
worry
probably
about
gonna
fast
sit and
forwards.
play
All this
Rivals
just
anyway
haven't
for a little
really
bit, so I can
played much
do
slash
a
really
little bit of
warrant it,
a
feels
Thor
like.
rundown then.
Protection of the Cap is going to be the final thing that all business are going to bring together in this one. And that's pretty much, it's looking a little bit better, but you ban out the Loki here. For God's sake, Rad. Yeah, thank
there we
Lord.
All right,
I don't like this from Rad, dude. I don't know if I like this draft from Rad. Unless they've got something like, unless they've got a specific idea, like I don't like this from Rad.
Correctly though, with that Punisher will be protected.
They've given, like, Tuzi has complete free reign here. He's got Psylocke, he's got Johnny, if he wants it.
Yoinked, making it much more difficult. Welsh Mania is currently hovering Squirrel Girl. That might just be for a portal rollout. I expect they will probably not be rolling this the whole game.
I don't know, dude.
You'd hope not. All things considered.
That's so good, Kevin. So good.
An interesting look.
Yeah, I've
into
responded
these
to email
teams that
key.
honestly, showing all business a little bit maybe forgotten about. Because they were a team that finished top 3 in the Marvel Rivals Championship in Season 1. There wasn't really much other tournaments happening at the moment. Like, all of the Tier 1 teams were still in that championship. Now it's a bit different because the championship leads into Ignite. So, like, for Season 2, it's going to be a lot... You're not going to see the likes of Virtus Pro in that one, for example. So, all business, a top 3 finish in that tournament definitely is a testament. It's a good showing. In fact, they've really got Rad by the potential Goonats here. If they're not careful, actually, if they go for this engagement, Wolverine's like hovering up in the high ground, trying to see if he could dive on somebody, take them out of position. Unitude needs to go careful.
Naga looking to spring the trap. You mentioned Tooney is going to be the big target here. As much Mania is likely going to be moving a little bit too fast, but it's already losing Slowpo and Tuzi. It's going to force the retreat out of all business back into the spawn. And Rad, they strike, immediately taking the opportunity to chase them all the way back.
Oh, they get him.
And they grab Toon on the way out.
It was a horror film for Toon trying to get through, but the walls that were coming in from Groot, the knock up as well into the high ground. And he wasn't able to completely reset, so buys a little bit more time for Rad that are not afraid to go for this super aggressive, Peps-inspired spawn doors hold. Welsh Mania trying to pull a bit of the attention away.
Sorry.
Tuzi's
Okay.
not even being allowed the freedom to fly.
Right, let's look.
Trying to push their way out here. All business once again gonna be staggered. Melio sieging in from above.
Man, Rada holding fucking aggro. What we normally see, we have, like, in reflection, we have actually seen Spider Islands a couple of times. What we normally see is like a triple Vanguard here to like hold this first corner as long as possible. But Rada actually doing it just off a double Vanguard comp and trip support. And like look at how pinned they are. Like AB cannot get in here.
Forcing out the invisible boundary for Zenost. Welsh Mania just can't keep up with it at all. You've got Naga on one side that's going to stop just any like brawly disruptive Vanguard's been used on the other side, and Welsh Mania switching over to the Squirrel Girl to just buy himself some space.
There's the Ultron up.
Almost got that tsunami ready to go.
Okay, big popping. They have to get some momentum here, AB. Oh, Raj gets Sloppo. That's a massive pick from Raj. That's a massive pick from Raj. We're seeing the Squirrel Girl, man. Welsh is feeling the pressure. They're trying to burst through them or do anything, but man,
cyberbullying. This shouldn't be allowed on
Dude,
the internet. This is
Rad,
crazy.
are they gonna full spawn hold them? What's up, Quilly Willy? I'm gonna be streaming for at least all the EMEA games today, and a couple of hours after. I'm not doing the America games today and tomorrow, but I will be doing the America games over the weekend. So I'd say probably another like 4 or 5 hours at least. Is that for the drop? Are you asking for the drops, Quilly?
Different game to what we saw in the first 2 rounds. The Groot is causing too many issues. This Wolverine is uncontested, and All Business can't find an opening.
All Business maybe regretting the choice of coming here to Spider Islands with how this is going thus far.
Tuzi's switched onto this torch as well. And there we go. They finally get some momentum on the after this torch switch.
You still have to look at the clock, less than a minute.
But look at the timer, dude. Rad can just come in and recontest like so
we could probably just
easy.
see a portal re-engage here to try and defend a second time, and immediately that is what we
There we go.
see.
Trust is switching. Yeah, I called it, right?
Portal's gonna come out. This is
If
a
they can
composition
full
that
hold
was
them
kind of
before
effective
point
by
one, they're gonna
Pez,
fucking
but
do it.
defending is just hard holding on the first setup, and then Portal in for yet another fight with 20 seconds remaining. It's just gonna take one.
Oh, Tuzi though is like so free. Slopper's gone. Rod gets him again. Oh, it's 2 for 2 though. Tuzi, a hold in. Raj gets closer. I don't think they've got any healers on this. Someone needs to take out this fucking torch. And you can see the Strange went for him. Naga 1 for 1. They're in OT, but this does not look good for Rad. I don't think Rad are going to be able to hold this. They can get back way quicker. Yeah. Oh my god, by the skin of their teeth.
Have to farm up these ultimates too, because Tuzi's not going to have a supernova. Welshmania's not going to have that freedom charge, so they're just trying to do their best with a little bit of support from the drone of Ultron to see if they can create a bit more time as well, but hitting this checkpoint and Riot trying to find a good engagement to go off of it. There's the Eternal Bond that's going to enable stuff to go through.
Okay, supporters are down.
It's going to be used in kind. Meteor
Oh, nice from Trust, but oh, they do get Sloppo actually. That's big from Melio.
All business for the time being. The closer having to respect this, give up a lot of space. In fact,
Also, hang on, I'll say that in a minute. Nagi gets 2. Oh my god, they full held them, dude. Oh, this is real bad for AB. This is real bad for AB. Yeah, Quilly, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I'm pretty sure the drops are transferable. So if you get a percentage with me, for example, I think you can then go to another stream if I end up finishing, and it will continue your percentage, I think.
For Rad to just pull the trigger and play aggressive. They have to make angles. At this point, all business, I wouldn't be surprised.
This looks really bad for AB, dude.
A little bit riskier, potentially something like a penny composition, even though it did get nerfed. At this point, you got to throw stuff.
I kind of feel like that, like if you're AB here, you have to go for the balls to the wall full hold, like on this first corner point. No.
While we saw all business start with the Squirrel Girl, they are looking to start with the Black Widow. If they can burst someone down in the initial fight, they get value. But they're thinking about maybe not doing it because otherwise they don't get that extra shielding on the Punisher.
Sorry, one
still
second.
Seems that that team up between Penny Parker and Rocket is still good enough to be using.
50 armor is pretty good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna double check on that in the Discord.
The whole business, they sort of know the stakes. It's going to be required of them here. Brad, ever since they had that series win up against Virtus Pro, it hasn't quite been the same level of glory that they might have been expecting afterwards. In fact, everybody's gunning for them, including all business here. You've got the triple strategist comp running in, Slowpo again, dedicating over to the Ultron. It didn't work that well on Halls of Djali. He was forced to switch. He has to do a little bit better here. Welshmania.
I'm just finding out for you about that, guys.
Trying to just harass the backline to give
Just
their
to double
team some
check.
space to make sure they can stay set up. Tuzi, the pressure on them as well to just land these shots from above, setting up pyro prisons whenever possible. The Toot's going to get zoned away, and already.
I mean, they're already around the corner, dude. I mean, I think this is just over, isn't it?
Just trying to whittle them down and weaken them from time to time. In the back
Well, she's just getting 1v1. Oh my god. Melio just fucking 1v1'd him. He went, do you know what? If you want to run at me, fuck it. I'm a shotgun you in the face. Nah, it's done. It's done. Okay. It's done.
Get up onto the high ground and to push on in. An aggressive rollout from Melio as the card is heading
like, this would have to be the most insane hold from AB you've ever seen in your life right now. This would be the craziest hold of the tournament, and it's not even close, by the way.
Until there's maybe a potential long overtime. There's the Eternal Bond allowing a battle.
The Ultron is just to keep people alive. They're having to use it as a support ult. Nah, it's done. They don't have enough bodies. It's done. Wow, AB got fucking rolled. AB got so rolled in that last game.
All business fans feeling a little bit like that as Rad reverse with their way
You
back
can, 'cause I
into
watched you for the
taking this
majority of
first
the
game of
Magic.
playoffs.
Okay, gotcha.
Nicely done. Again, that was just completely different. A completely different game to rounds number 1 and 2. Rad just took full control on the holds, reinforced when needed, and then tried to create openings, and then zoned to make sure the reinforcers didn't come back.
I did say this at the top of the series, right? I said AB will fight, and they gave him a good run for their money in both game 1 and 2, but man, that full hold. It's so hard when you're the attacking team first, right? Because if you're the attackers first and you get full held like that, it's so hard to try and defend because you're already on the back foot so much because you know you don't have anything to work with. Whereas if you're a defender and let's say you go all 3 points, right? You get pushed all 3 points. You kind of go, well, okay, but we can also match that. We might not have the same time, but we can match that, right? So it's a lot easier mentally, I think, to like keep going, you know?
And honestly, even with 2Z having the freedom with the protects on the characters that are super strong at the moment, it wasn't enough because Team Rad had the preparation for it. They had the coordination. And just some really good individual moments like this.
I think the Naga Wolverine actually put in a lot in that defense.
You worry about Cap on the backline. Cap can be so good for this pressure, but the Punisher has more.
Because I like, you know, the idea of Punisher Wolverine just meant that like this Cap couldn't really do anything.
Of course, they can deflect some of the shots back, but if you can position yourself and time your shots well, then you can take.
Damn, that was a fucking fast game 3, huh?
It's one of the main reasons why this Punisher
Rad move on,
so popular
and AB
so
going down to the lower bracket
in this season in the group stage, and already moving on into the playoffs.
Yeah, we should have an interview with a Rad player very soon. So,
do they face Peps now? Are we getting a Peps rematch? We are.
Like rematch, for example.
We get an AB Team Peps rematch from groups, I think.
Comfortable from all business at the beginning there, but a grueling matchup. It's good to at least see that it isn't a case of just us upper seeds, the ones that were in the finals.
No, sorry, they didn't play each other.
The ones that went out in like the losers round
not a
3
rematch.
or the losers bracket
but
finals.
Fun all the same.
And so it does mean as well that we're going to have Team Peps going up against all business.
That's cool. Z10 Rad, dude. Like Z10 Rad is going to be such a fucking banger, by the way. This one right here tomorrow, the upper bracket semis, is going to be a fucking banger.
I don't know if they're against each other or if they are split.
If Rad are on form, they could definitely give Z10 a run for their money. But if Rad play like they did today, Z10 are going to walk them.
Effective in drafting
like for real.
We have our interview with
Z10 are going to walk them.
From Rad, who just put on
Ooh, what's the sale, Luce? How much off?
Preventing anyone from getting out of sport. For starters, congratulations, but we have to start off with something maybe a little bit uncomfortable. What went wrong in game 1?
Well, for starters, in game 1, something actually happened. I was not even here, so I couldn't join for the ban phase. I couldn't even influence the bans. We did a Luna ban, and it kind of like allowed them to play the Cloak Punisher, and it made it very, very hard time for us because the Punisher is very strong with Cloak combination.
Oh.
I also want to talk a little bit about last week as well, because obviously you guys beat Virtus Pro, but in that rematch in the grand finals, it was a struggle, right? It was a 0-3. Overall in that series, what was the issue, and is that something that you've managed to fix going into playoffs?
Virtus Pro is always a good contender. We tried all different stuff. I think that the bans also were not good from us, especially against them. We kind of allowed them to play the good characters. We think that currently Psylocke and Torch are insanely strong. Yeah. And I think that's also the comfort picks of Virtus Pro, which the last time we played them, we haven't really faced them on these characters. And I think that made a very big difference there. So we kind of allowed them to play their strength and even allowed us to play into that weakness of us, right? Because we allowed them to dive, and we had a Loki that only has 250 HP and just gets one-shotted every single time the captain goes in. It's kind of hard.
So you guys had the Loki against you in game number 1, and then you picked it in game number 2 and did quite well with it. And then in game number 3, it was banned out. We have been seeing Loki fluctuate in terms of ban priorities throughout a lot of the games. Where do you feel like he fits?
I wouldn't agree with that. I think Loki's pretty much perma
I think that Loki
banned.
might be the strongest hero in the game. It is definitely the best support in the game. It's very versatile. The theory behind my idea on how to beat Loki is very hard to go around, because in my idea, Loki strives best in a brawl environment where you have a lot of characters, like Groot, in example, that benefit from the lamp usage. And the issue with that is basically he's still very good without that. Like, he has insane survivability. There's double Luna ult on point. Luna ult is by far the strongest ult in my opinion, because it's just so versatile. You can stall the point forever. You get the damage boost benefit, so you get more opportunities.
He's giving away a lot of secrets right now,
and that is very, very strong and very lethal to play against. So
also just his attacks, dude. His attacks with the clones also just.
I think one thing that I've learned about you as a Vanguard player, trust me, is how flexible you are and how experimental, I suppose, your approach is, right? Like, we saw a little bit of Venom today, where you're known as like a strong Penny Parker player in a lot of different instances, but also a little bit of Spider-Man today as well, with that of Holzajalia. We were trying to guess if the fact of, like, you trying to almost go for the Jeff strategy of, like, zip somebody up, pull them off the map, you go with them so you can reset to Venom. Was that the general gist? You just missed the pull, but you were meant to go down.
That is basically what was the strategy. So I can reveal a little bit. Yesterday we scrimmed like 6 hours and 3 times that exact map, right? This is the only map where you make it back in time. But I not only did I mess it up on Spider-Man, I also messed up the Venom rollout. So I came back a little bit later than I did originally. But it's still enough time to get back. So that's the strategy, right? It's like the fact that you can do it without no drawback, basically. So it's just a free chance regardless of if you get it or not. It's like TPing off the map, but it's better than TP because you still have that TP to come back if you.
By the way, I don't know if you guys can see what's happening in chat at the moment.
Same idea of TP with Gondor.
He's using his webcam microphone.
Keep the TP for it so you can come back to the point after. There's no drawback since you're back fast.
Instead of the microphone that's sat in front of him, he's got the wrong input on.
Everyone is going to be
so all of his teammates are in the Marvel Rivals chat at the moment, basically going.
This is really clever. I love the idea. Like you mentioned, Doctor Strange or the Venom for the return. Happening? Absolutely genius, but. Is this something you might consider bringing into your next opponents, as you will move on in the upper bracket? You're going to be going up against a Zero Tenacity.
Potentially, right? If we play the same map again, they might have to look out for a Spider-Man that is practiced 2 hours in custom game yesterday to pull off the combo just to not hit it, right?
I guess then that's sort of a good point. If you're putting so much time into like little rollout plays like that, so much focus on the draft is on 2 Vanguards, right? Magneto, Emma Frost. You were almost trying to push the boundaries of what characters are like considered meta. Do you feel like it's almost like a bit of a mistake of teams over focusing on? Because I think you went a game without getting either Emma Frost or Magneto, and you guys were perfectly fine. Like, do you think that teams are over prioritizing those 2 characters in particular, or is it just?
I very much feel that way. I think the tank prio is too heavy.
I think this is something that I feel too, because in my experience with scrims and from different teams, it truly feels like a lot of people overrate the Emma and the Magneto. I think, but like in our case in the team, we don't really trust that call. We want to play either Emma or Mag, but I think that we should spend more time in practice, or like we should have had spent more time. Better, right? Because the tournament is ongoing to like play stuff without those characters, right? This would have been more better for me personally to practice that. Because I don't think Emma and Mac is always necessary.
I think you just want to use the bans. There are so many other strong
thank
heroes.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Like,
We will let you go back to celebrate with
you know, this is. I said this to you in the draft, right? I way prefer them when they're putting the ban priors and things like the torch and the DPS problems, the Punisher, the torch, the Psylocke.
In scrims I also didn't hit it. But as I said, there's no drawback. So
He just said he didn't hit it in scrims either.
You said he did it 3 times. I assume that you got them 3 times.
I just think there's no point like batting out the fucking Emma and the Mag, right? They're gonna be staple, and that's fine. And if they don't get him, the Strange and the Groot are also just really solid.
And it's like they baited to go to rush to the point and then they get hit. And that's exactly what happened the first
So I
time.
think people are putting way too much ban prior on those two.
Totally sacrificed.
And I hope we get to see a bit of adaptation.
Because they thought they were upper player, but they're not really. So
it's heavy.
D10 lookout for sure. Thank you very much, man. It was a great pleasure to talk to you. And
I don't actually know where the rad guys are from.
I think it's tomorrow, but
like
very soon at the very least this week.
I mean, hopefully I can join you again, right? We will win. I believe that.
Hopefully. Thanks, pal. Oh man, I love talking to players that are just that nerdy that it's almost psychopathic. Honestly, like just that level of like minute detail.
Okay,
like, as expected.
2 down,
like,
2 to go, homies.
So much experience in hero shooters, and
next up, this is either gonna be a fucking stomp, or if Insomnia have been practicing, they could give us a run. They could give us a good series here.
But we do get to look for
BPP
we also do
looked
get confirmation of heads
really,
versus
really
all business
good.
Is going to be that lower bracket first game. So
they did lose out, of course,
like
in the grand finals,
teams have got to drop out of playoffs eventually,
but
right?
they are still a very strong team. So
these two teams have also not really met each other.
I kind of want Insomnia to show us something. Give us a little spice up in here.
But we have even more games coming up today. It's the first game that we disagree.
How you doing, by the way, Lily? You okay?
Up next, it is Berber Patapim versus.
So I'm guessing you've bought it loose, right?
And Insomnia, one of the least predictable teams, so hard to draft into.
Yeah, I mean, I probably upset the coach that I know from previous games, who I'm pretty close with my prediction against Berber Patapim, but I do think that this Insomnia team have a lot of interesting issues that Berber Patapim need to be aware of. But we'll have all of that and more after a break, so keep your eyes as we continue on with playoffs for EMEA.
1 sec, chat.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Okay. Sitting in the basket. Should we have a look at Steam Summer Sale while we're waiting? I'm gonna run some ads for a couple of minutes, homies. While we're in between games, so you don't get it in game. Should we have a look at? I might have to restart Steam to get it. Oh shit! I'm in Rivals. Fuck. Okay, my bad. I forgot I was in game. Okay, we'll close Rivals. I'm an idiot. I'm an actual idiot. I'm okay, but this keeps getting to me. Oh, it's awful, isn't it, Lily? I'm sat with my aircon on non-stop to deal with it. Sorry, guys. One sec. Okay. Let's have a look. Steam Summer Sale. What's on? Dude, I really want to play, like, I really wanted to play the Final Fantasy games, but fuck me, they're so expensive, man. Like, look at this shit. 40% and it's still 40 quid. You miss me with that shit. Do I have Helldivers? No, I don't. Red Dead Redemption 2, 75% off. That's big. Yeah, Claire Obscure. Not much of a discount, but I mean, you don't have Game Pass, do you, Luce? And I guess it depends if, like, if you want to do a lot of replaying. You know? The new Fortnite mode is pretty fun. Is that the Blitz mode? Because who else was talking? Was it Jazz talking about that yesterday as well? Saying that Blitz mode's fun. %20 off Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's not bad. I know Alex and Alice have been raving about this game. 25% off Hello Kitty. Let's have a look at the big discounts. Here we go. Deep discounts. Let's have a look. If it's gonna load. AC. What, Valhalla? I keep, like, I'm not big on Fortnite, Lily. I've tried it a few times and I've always just been like, meh. I enjoy it for maybe like an hour and then I get super bored. Okay, that doesn't want to work. We'll do it this way. Oh, Borderlands. Holy shit. Borderlands 3 is 95% off. Holy crap. $95% off is crazy. Guardians of the Galaxy. Wait, what was this game? What? Oh, 2021? I'm assuming this is a fucking flop, right? Is it like a story-based Guardians game? I don't know. House Flipper? Who plays House Flipper? Is that Ricky that plays House Flipper, I think? Battlefront 2. That one's interesting because a lot of people have been playing Battlefront 2 lately, no? I remember reading somewhere that this has had a massive fucking resurgence over the last, like, month. And I don't know whether it's just, like, a couple of big streamers played it and then everyone's kind of got back into it or something, but I feel like this had a massive resurgence. I feel like I have it already. I'm not sure. Anything that's standing out to you guys that you're like, damn, that looks real good? $40% off 7 Days to Die is big, though. This would be a good time to get 7 Days to Die. We've been talking about this game for a little while, haven't we? So I might let's have a look. What else is on my wish list? Oh, maybe that's all.
But now we've already had one team that has already knocked Virtus Pro into the lower bracket in the group stage, and another team that has taken maps off them.
About Jurassic World 2 at full price.
Insomnia, the least predictable team.
Is it any good? Is it worth getting Woo or no?
Go down on that hill.
Beyond Two Souls is so good.
I think nobody
Which
really
one's that one, Lily?
Insomnia to be this enticing, I suppose, at this part in the
This
tournament.
one?
There seems to be this sort of like line drawn in the sand.
Peggy
of
16.
Virtus Pro on one side, Rad, Berber, Patspim, and then sort of everybody else, right?
You shush for a minute.
Ever since I was born, I've been linked to an entity. His name is Aiden, and he's always with me.
My name is Nathan Dawkins. Your mother tells me you have an invisible friend.
Willem Dafoe?
Did he do that to you?
No,
William.
that was the monsters.
The agency wants you to join their military school program.
Training starts tomorrow at 5 a.m.
They know what you and Aiden can do.
Welcome to the agency.
Something happened last night.
They've opened a passage to Aiden's room. So tired. I don't think I'm
It's
gonna
definitely
make it.
not my kind of game. It looks okay. It looks good, but it's definitely not my kind of game.
Impact the stocks a little bit. I think Pasiwo's been a fantastic like Captain America to be watching, but I do think in the case of it would be, I'm trying to remember the name of them.
Sentinel?
Yeah, Sentinoblin.
Oh,
Like them
Balatro
being able to
is on
switch
sale
in
though.
and be able to do a lot of the fastball specials has been
Dude.
what's really enabled this
Dude.
team to
Dude.
keep on going forward anyway. But for Berber Patpim, this is a
Ooh,
squad
I
that
might
we've
get
seen
Return-
quite
is
a
it-
lot of.
Was that any good,
that have
Return to Moria? I feel like
pushed the
some
likes of Virtus Pro
people
in close
said it
best
was
of
really
five
good.
finals previously, and honestly looked to be the top of their group if it wasn't for
All right,
that
we'll have a
shock
look at
loss
this later on.
against Zero Tenacity. Where from speaking to the likes of Enzo and stuff, like he admitted that they
Interesting story
overcooked
games.
the draft a little bit
Usually
with the
no,
Torch
Lily,
first
to
bands
be
try to take
honest.
Smash Bits off of it. But there are a lot
My
of other teams that are making
very
similar
heavy
moves as
ADHD
we've seen
brain
today, so
normally
I
needs
don't
like.
think it's inherently them
There's
making
one
a false
exception
move
to
with
this
the
at the
drafts
moment,
or
which we're
anything
playing,
like
which is
that.
Claire
I think it
Obscure.
was just that
Outside of that,
ability
usually
for
I
Zero
don't
Tenacity
really
to
get
come
into
in
story
and have
games.
so
I
many
normally get
different looks with
super
their
bored
versatility.
really quickly
Berber Patpim
because I
didn't know
need
what
like
to
the
expect
constant
going into that
stimulation
final,
and
they
like
got caught out by
progression
it.
from like
Another team,
competitive
like you said,
games
not
or
knowing
like some
what
kind
to
of
expect, but it's hard
ranked
to
or
know what to
learning
expect from
experience.
Berber as well, as they are another
It's
effective
my
team. You can
fault.
see
It's
Enzo
a failing
being
for
the
me, you know.
Moreless Hulk in that
But
game
I
at
need
one
that
point.
like
But
constant dopamine,
Insomnia,
that constant
this
like
is
you know.
a terrifying composition. You can see
feedback,
Sento
I
being
guess.
hovered here, but we've also seen Pasivo on a Captain
So that's why I
America.
tend to play
Sento
things
was
like
brought
Marvel
us Hulk.
Rivals.
They brought us the Thing. They've had so many plays. Relaxing Nights has been a dominant
Claire
strategist in
Obscure
terms
is
of
the
keeping
one
healing output,
change in that
and
because it's
Nocta
just
has
such a
one of the
phenomenal game. It's
widest
hard to
hero
ignore
pools
anyway.
in Ignite right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really impressive team.
But usually,
but
unfortunately.
it's bigger than the sum of its parts at the same time. Like, yeah, like Nocta's
I
been
wish
a
I did,
fantastic
honestly. I
flex
really
player.
do.
Sentinel
There are some
seemed
phenomenal
really
story
good
games.
to watch when he's come in and the synergy that he has with the likes of Demon and stuff. It really isn't a team that has a weak link from the looks of it, but they've just had a lot of freedom to work with, I think. And certainly when they've been running like the fastball Demon Wolverine.
Is that your
combo,
favorite
even
type of
some
game
the
to play,
better
Lily?
Teams that we've seen like Virtus Pro have like slipped up against it.
I mean, it's
and
something you should
I
be
think
interested in.
Even
You need
Rad
to
had a
build
bit of a
paying
rough
attention
time
to
too.
customers, dinosaurs, whether.
But the fact is, this is an all Demon can
Sounds
do.
like
We're
a
seeing
nice,
them
maybe
right
like
now on the
cozy
Punisher.
game,
They've
Woot,
also
like
shown
if you're
us some
just like
Hela,
chilling and
some Torch,
you
and
know,
even some Star-Lord. They have a
cozy
lot
type of
flexibility.
sim game.
Forever has just been
you know?
a stalwart force, giving us so many options. They've
Return to Tomorrow
only
is like a
played a
story
couple
game.
characters in the form of the
Okay.
classic Vanguards, Emma, Doc, Doctor Strange, Groot.
Usually I don't really
whereas
buy
Lurker
much
has
from
actually
Steam
played
summer
some of the
sale,
least
Steam
amount of
sales
characters
in general
full
because
stop in this tournament. Only Cloak, Rocket, and Mantis
I'm very
so far.
picky with games in
Yeah,
general,
I mean,
so
it's predominantly over
it tends
towards
not
the
to be a lot
cloak,
that I'm
and
like, fuck, I really want to buy
potentially if you're
that.
doing your deep diving, like I guess we have when we're looking at the players and stuff, they seem
But
like
we'll have a
pretty
little
easy
nosy.
targets for stuff like the
Have a
draft
little
system.
nosy.
And honestly, I think for both sides, Patapim went a bit more
Beyond Two
experimental
Souls
with
is
their
an
approach
interesting game.
against,
Yeah, that's what Lily was talking
Z10
about,
and
Yanni.
ends up
Lily said
costing
the
them.
same thing.
I don't think that we're going to be seeing them go into this and go for some
Beyond Two
kooky
Souls is
ideas
good.
either. I think they're going to try to narrow it down and at least give them some.
We
fun,
also need to do.
consistently planned
I also
for that
really want to
they've
do,
practiced in
and I
scrims
think I
and
might
then
look
fall
to
through
do
in
this
official.
after Claire Obscure when we finish
Both
that
these
one.
teams have shown flexibility with actually some very similar compositions. Like you said,
Split
in the
fiction.
first game against two teams that are very different in terms of how they play. In a lot of the cases.
All right,
it
here we
might
go,
be best
guys.
to start off very standard, especially
Berber,
for Berber,
Patapim.
who have this classic Captain
Insomnia,
America and Psylocke
game
composition,
one.
for example. They've shown how good they
I hope
are on
Insomnia
the
gives us a
torch.
good,
They
good
have
series.
so many options to just play a safe setup to begin with.
What's your multiplayer that you play on the side at the
Both
moment?
these teams playing 11 maps each so far this tournament. Krakoa
All right, we got some big players in these teams.
Choice. The good news for Patapim, you're 2-1, and it's actually Insomnia. We've not seen them play it at all so far. And you're right, Pasivo is going to be in over from
So
Sentinel,
Loki,
so
Mag.
that I
Probably
think
into a
does
Mag or Emma
change
save.
what my prediction would have been if I knew
Probably
that
win the Mag.
Sentinel wasn't playing today. I probably would have gone for Patapim because that's the problem.
Do Insomnia care about Emma? Looks like they don't. I like this.
Ourselves set up with the
I like this.
low-key ban. It seems Insomnia are going to the rad school of drafting, of not hyper-prioritizing.
I really like
some
Frag
vanguards
Pump,
in
by the
this
way.
case,
I
and
really
they
like
are
Frag Pump.
not
We should
prioritizing
play more of
vanguards
that.
at all. As
I like
Burma
that
are going to
game.
get their hands on the Magneto. We see a Psylocke Loki as the first two bans here.
And the Loki one makes sense. The Psylocke one is just a little bit too off the goop, I think, from Insomnia, but that's
Well, no,
the kind of curveballs that
PKY
you
is
wanna
a
be throwing in the
demonic
direction
Psylocke,
of Patpin,
which is why they banned it.
send them potentially
Like an
off in a different
absolutely
direction. But no, they're sort of
absurd
sticking to
Psylocke player.
their grounds, right? This is kind of what I want to see from all business last game.
So
of
I'm not
just
surprised by
kind
that
of
ban,
commit.
to be honest,
you
really,
want
at
to play
all.
the Magneto, you want to practice the Magneto over the Emma Frost, then go for that. Then you can ban out
The Wolverine
Loki.
ban is
If
because
there's
of
potential
Demon.
of
Demon
trying
on
to play a bit of
Insomnia
Groot as well,
has
because
solo
Polly and
won
Enzo are able to
like
pick it up.
3
Finding
different
out the
series off the
Wolverine
back
does
of this
make a lot of
Wolverine pick.
sense.
The
Like,
respect from both
crazy
these teams. They
good.
are actually targeting each other aggressively here. With
Hi,
Burma,
Brian.
It's a standard
How are
ban,
you?
the Magneto, but also Forever is insane at it. The Wolverine has been
No
Demon's
worries,
bread
Victoria.
and
Much
butter
love.
for
Thank you for hanging
turning
out.
games that they were struggling with earlier.
Have a good
So taking
stream.
that focus. And Insomnia, they are putting all of their eggs into the Pokey basket, taking out Psylocke and Psylocke and
Is it
Storm already.
Pokey? I keep
Pokey
saying
has also
PKY.
played Storm
Is
and
it actually
Ultron, so they do
Pokey?
have some other options, and we see Luna Snow sneak through the draft phase for Insomnia here.
It's an interesting one. I don't know if they've actually picked Luna at all so far of Insomnia. So it's a little bit of a change up.
Ooh,
Yeah,
they're
like they've
taking
gone
out the
for the likes of
Adamo.
Loki and even Invisible Woman in one case for relaxing
taking
nights.
out the
So
Adamo.
interesting that they've actually gone aggressive.
And they're
with some of
saving the cap for
I've been
Polly.
seen
Not
before.
surprised
But
really
they're gonna
at
take
all.
out the Adam. They're gonna
Both Polly
protect
and I
themselves to
believe
Captain America over
Passio
for,
are
most likely
demonic
Polly.
cap players. So
And then you've got
I would
the
expect a cap
Wolverine being
mirror
banned out,
for
so
the
yeah,
most part.
Enzo being over on the Magneto makes sense. You've got the Captain America, but you have some freedom to play some Groot if either one of them want to decide to go.
Oh,
for
Emma
a good
is
shot.
usually 1-2 priority brought, and
See
we've
the
seen a lot of
counter
Emma.
Wolverine
Yeah.
ban, just in case they
Emma
want
has
to
been
play
pretty
Groot.
widely
We're gonna
considered
make
the
sure-
top 2
somebody making
tanks
sure
at the
that they
moment.
do not get locked down. So they protected Emma quite early. They were going for these target bans, but like you mentioned,
Mag and
they
Emma
let
are
Holly's
pretty
Captain
widely
America
considered the
through,
top 2
so they made
tanks
sure
in the
that
current meta.
the Vanguard that they got was Emma. Carbon Crush into Captain
So
America is a great
we're
way to
moving
stop
away
them
from it a bit,
charging
but in
down,
group
and we will
stages,
see the mirrors between the Captain
Emma
Americas
was
here.
Emma on Mag were pretty much
I
first
guess
phase
looking at
banned
the Adam ban is
permanently.
the interesting one for me, up against
Or
Patapin.
first phase banned into pick,
Because, like, sure, you can
respectively,
go for
depending.
shutting down the triple strategist, but you can just put an Ultron there instead. I don't know how much of a focus that's been for Patapim in the past. I don't know if they've played a little bit of it because Pokey's been on it.
My com teammate
It's
just
only
went
been
3 and
banned
15 on
against them
Squirrel
once, so I
Girl
don't
and
think
blame
that
Peels.
it's really
Okay.
something that teams are terrified
3 and 15
of.
is insanity.
But if Beba Patapim want to sort of show a new look and start
It's
off
almost
playoffs with
impressive to be that
a
bad.
comp that is strong, that can avoid a lot of these big hits in the draft system, going for Ultron Triple Strategist isn't a bad shout. Especially because the Mantis is still
There he
available,
goes.
so you still have those
Fuck me.
Inspires that could damage boost and potentially set the likes of Demon or Pokey up with a bit more damage.
All right, here we go, game
Not
1.
really seeing a Mantis from the side of Berber Patapim, as it looks like they are going with Cloak and Dagger, Luna, Snow.
Oh,
Just go
Emma's
for
my
the
go-to
safest
tank right now,
possible
Broughton.
setup
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
she's
can.
very, very strong.
Insomnia, they are also going for the Luna, Snow, and Invisible Woman. Not going to be bringing out the Cloak and Dagger of their own, but they do have the Psylocke and Captain
Is
America
Tanuki's
composition.
camera
But Berber
frozen,
would
or is he
especially
fucking one-handing
enjoy
this right
this.
now?
Not going to get their own Psylocke. They are forced onto the Star-Lord and the Punisher.
I think his camera is broken.
Yeah, just plugging it down. Also makes sense why they want to get the Luna, just to get the Idol Aura over on Tanuki, and also the Magneto as well, to put those bulwarks on top of him. Farm
Damn,
yourself for
Pokey gets
free.
a double
And
already.
It's just more chip damage when you're looking at the fact that Pokey in the backline with a turret. That's a hell
Oh,
of a roll,
what a
but he's
grab.
landed right into the loving arms of Forever. Fortunately,
This is
though, Tanuki's
interesting.
able to take
You
it
know,
down, and the point's gonna
BBP
go over
have
to
opted in
Patapim.
for this Star-Lord,
That is a
knowing that they're going to play
first
into this
fight for Berber
Human
Patapim,
Torch.
but they are already pushing
We're
hard
seeing a
up
lot
this
more
round
Star-Lord
just to make sure they
prio
get a
in
little bit of
general.
zone,
I mean,
a
we
bit of
know how
harassment
good
onto
Tanuki is
the
on this
members
hero
of
in
Insomnia
general.
as they regroup and prepare
He's
for the
an
next
absolute
assault.
monster
But
on this
is
hero.
somewhere where we can't see Berber Patapim get complacent, because we've already seen
So I'm
how
kind of not
deadly Captain
surprised
America and
that they're
Psylocke
playing
can
it
be
without any
as a
kind of res combo or
backline
anything
dive
behind it.
composition. We saw the turnaround of it with Pokey using the culling turret for extra sustain to allow them to get the pickup, but if they just let the side of Insomnia move in for even a
The
moment,
poke and the
then they
mobility
could
is
be
just
in
so
serious trouble.
crazy.
Lurking actually in the Invisible Woman is good when you band up the Wolverine, so you're not going to get pulled out of these positions. But in
Oh, what a grab. Oh, what a grab from Cat.
Actually from Forever to clean up
oh, sorry, Forever, I guess.
Where the rest of Patspin can't help.
That was a crazy nice grab.
Pokey getting focused down, Nocta through the Scourge Grenade, trying to get onto that Magneto. Pokey playing quite far back, very safe here. But
they do have the ult, so there we go. I was going to say, I guess that. Oh my god, everything just goes huge from Enzo, though. Enzio just immediately gets Demon out, and this is going to be a bit of a wash for BBP. As soon as that Punisher goes down in the mirror match, when they both pop ults, it's done. It's done. So that was really, really nice from Mag. Enzio just won that fight single-handedly, honestly.
Sound. Insomnia can't really seem to do much.
This is looking like a bit of a wash for point one.
Having to come out. That in the invisible boundary might provide a bit of a safety net for
A
Insomnia.
lot of ults still to pop, though.
Leaving it for as long as
oh my god, are they going to go? Oh my god, they're going to get the top side, guys. Huge smoke. Oh my god. Dude, that smoke timing was so fast. They do get Pokey eventually. Oh, I think they're actually going to get this.
You got the invisible boundary happening off of sight and a bit more of a battering ram coming in.
Yeah, nice from Insomnia. That's a cool idea. I like that. Instead of like panic TPing on the side to get the percentage to contest, they go for the high ground, get the two people sitting there on their own, and they kind of just run the fight after that and stagger pretty nicely.
99% though is still very solid, and they're still going to have their own galactic legend. Insomnia, they burned basically everything for this. They have Freedom Charge. They're 69% of the way towards an Eye of Agamotto as they're currently running.
I would say we'll talk about it in a minute, Bron, but I would say Bronze is a very different kettle of fish, but I'll talk about why in a moment.
It was a little bit risky, like you said, taking it off the point, but it meant that the strategists had a high ground position where they weren't going to get too much danger. Nice Guardian Barrier. The strategists just taking care of each other.
Bunker setup for Berber Patspin isn't actually on the point itself.
They're just ult farming right now. They're waiting for Pokey to get there, as you can see, 86%. As soon as Pokey gets it and Ken gets theirs as well on the cloak, they're going to just pop it. They're going to pop it and go. So you see PKY's got theirs now. If they can keep him up. Ken's about to go. There goes Tanuki. They bait out the Lunar ult. And there they go. Ken drops that cloak ult with Pokey over the top, and there it is. It's an unwinnable combo if you can't match it. And this is why we've seen Punisher be so strong. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it.
Not looking to be able to
you just instant win a team fight.
Nice.
You pop the cloak on the floor. The Punisher then goes over the top. They can't fucking die unless the mag kills them. And if the mag doesn't kill him, it's then Punisher v Punisher. If you've got the ult and the others don't, you win.
It's just a solid, safe
too easy.
By you exactly what you requested from them, and it's working out quite
15 and 1 on this Punisher.
Demon is currently still on
this hero is a problem.
Triple strategist setup, or whether they'll mix it up and bring out something with a little bit more.
What's up, Star Walker? I love thunishing.
There we go, the torch.
I don't know if you saw after Pokey got the point.
I have not heard that. Is that an adjective?
He's got like the David Beckham.
Yeah, Punisher's so ridiculously strong right now. It's crazy.
20k healings from Relaxing Sky though, or Relaxing Nights. Just decided to change up the name a little bit. Rebrand yourself potentially.
Yeah, the CC immunity as well means that like you can't just Eye of Agamotto over the top. You can't freeze him. You can't stun him. The only thing you can do is either burst him, which is why the cloak combo is so good, because it prevents you bursting him unless you match it with another Punisher ult or a mag ult or something like that. You can also use an Iron Man ult as well to do the same thing, but how many kills does a Punisher get in the meantime while you're trying to kill him?
attachment. Currently, ultimates, freedom charge for Polly, dance of the butterflies for Nocta. This is going to mean that Insomnia may have the opportunity to go for the quicker blow-up, but if they wanted to, they're running out of time.
Knocked her over the backside. There's the lunar up pop though, which is a nice force, honestly. It is going to give them early prio on the side, but it's a nice force. And here goes Insomnia dumping theirs, but then not matching the Punisher. Demons decided to try the Winter Soldier instead. Oh, he gets the pick. That's big from Demon, actually. Gets 2. Oh, boy. Demon's going. He's cooking. He's got 3. Hey, I like that switch up. I like that switch up. If you can't beat the Punisher, play around it and play something different. Don't mirror match it.
Tell me if this sounds familiar to you, Ryan. It's
I like it.
Struggling a little bit on a map, and Demon says, "Hold on, I got
yeah,
this."
where
Picks up a different hero.
I was very kindly given permission to co-stream Star Walker, so
to push back in.
We are co-streaming the Ignite tournament.
With the Soldier's Fist, they are able to just get
We've been doing all of the. We were doing all of the group stage games since first day of playoffs.
The shields compared to being focused down by that Punisher and by the Star-Lord when they were on the torch. It's a lovely adjustment.
Pokey needs to get some kills here. Ken gets Demon, that's big.
But the damage output is strong. The Aegis
I mean, this looks really good for Insomnia, though. Oh my god, how are they alive? What? Did we just become best friends? Hi, Muffins! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, Tanuki just fucking absolutely solo won that fight. What? How did BPP win that?
A little bit dicey from Padapim, to be honest.
Dude, that looked so good for Insomnia, but Tanuki just turned that around. Oh my god.
So now it's just an
that was ridiculous.
But they managed to get it over the line. Insomnia building up some good stuff.
This guy's Star-Lord is.
Both bonds having their ults, the Eternal Bond, and another psionic seduction over from Forever.
Percent raw input percent.
Very much for subscribing. Wait, what is that? Oh, thank you for the Prime as well. Okay, bye. Oh my god, the instant Prime. Thank you so much, Muffins. I appreciate that very much.
Get a little bit of damage onto this defensive
Welcome in.
bunker position. And Polly,
oh yeah, Polly's just running riot at them now.
They find Emma, but they will not commit too close to the enemy spawn. They do not want to get
well, now you can watch the rest of the games with us as well without ads. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot.
Forced to regroup once again and make their way through the standard entrance.
They do have ults for like Ken's about to get theirs as well. PKY is not too far off. If you're Demon here, like how do you get a good ult off here? You've got to play, and Nocta as well. Like both DPS are relying on these support ults to kind of be down. So they're gonna have to play around these support ults, but how many people do you lose in the meantime? There's one. They bait one out, and now Pokey goes. Yeah, I mean he's just.
Might not matter though, as Polly's good at turning these into numbers.
Jesus. Yeah, it's done. It's done. Game 1. BPP looks so good.
Pretty abrupt reset and hoping to go in off Nocta, who's picked up the Strange.
This looks like a little bit of a wash for now.
About to be set back up.
I think someone is going to win. I assume you play Rivals quite a lot, Star, as you were talking about Punisher. Is Punisher your fave go-to hero? Oh! What a dunk. It's done, guys. It's done. Fucking ridiculous team. What a dunk. This guy just does not seem to miss, like, ever on this map.
Just seemed to understand the assignment right.
How the fuck did you get to there?
With a fastball, but obviously they didn't know that. They didn't know that Sentinel wasn't playing.
Disgusting behavior from BBP.
Out of the draft, they have to go for something that's a little bit more experimental, but they make
sure they take out the low key. They look like they are pretty pissed about losing the groups. So
set up from that point. They really play
they're looking good as ever.
Setting up the pocket over onto Pokey, And when he's just up
Oh
on
my
the high
god,
ground like
30
that,
and
with the
2,
turret as the
24k
Punisher,
damage.
What on earth can you do? It's just
This
so
guy's
hard
a
to contest him
monster.
when he's just putting out that much damage, but also able to get that many.
And this
final
is, you
hits
know,
too
this is the thing we
alongside
talk
Tanuki.
teams
It's
like
just
BPP, right? And what
the
sets them
duo from
apart.
hell, right, to have to deal
I
with
think
as
in a
the
game like
duelists and
Rivals,
perfectly
what
set up
sets
from the
these
rest of
teams
Panther.
apart is like
30
it's
and
points
2, with
of
almost half of them being final
trouble.
hits. Love that catch there
Right?
from Cat to try and give them
When
at
you
least a
watch these
turnaround.
teams, you look at
Every single
Pokey and you
member
go,
of
right, well, we
Insomnia
need to deal
is
with
highly
Pokey.
skilled, some of the best in
So
the game
we've
right
got
now,
to
but
try and deal
Kuruma,
with
they've been playing
like
together
this
for a
Punisher
long
or their
time.
Psylocke.
Since MR
We know
arrived,
Pokey's
the team
Psylocke is
with a little
absolutely
roster
demonic
pockets,
as
we got a
well.
little bit of a regroup,
And then you
sniping a
deal
couple
with that in the
members
draft
from
where you've got
Luminosity, sniping a couple
2
members
saves and 4
from
bans.
OG. They created
5
a
bans.
monster of a roster that has
But
just
then
been
you got
rising
Tanuki,
and
where you're like,
rising
okay, well,
throughout
now
the
we've got to deal with
stands
Tanuki
of
as
the
well, who
Yeah, I mean, I
is an
think
insane
overall,
Star
the
Lord
patch, it's a
and
good
also an
sign too, because
insane
the series that we lost
Johnny.
against C10
And,
was, frankly,
well, a bunch of
deceiving,
heroes,
so
really.
you could just buy it off and be like, it
So you
doesn't
deal with
matter,
them,
these are the games that do,
and then you're like, okay,
up
well,
against
Enzo's got
a
their pick, Polly's got this
particular
cap,
prickly
which
team
is
like
their go-to
Insomnia,
pick,
a first
and Polly is a
pretty-handed,
monster
like,
on this pick.
domination win is a good
So you're
start.
like, okay,
But now,
well, if we take all that
you need
out,
to worry about
but then we
Insomnia
give them
taking
Loki
you
or
to
something for the
symbiotic
supporters, and it's
surface,
just like,
for one,
there's too
and
many
that's an area
problems
that
to
they
try and
love
deal with
to
in the
go
draft.
to. I don't know if that's
And
necessarily
they
gonna
don't
be the
really
case
have an
because you
answer
are
for this
missing,
DPS duo right
Sentinel
now.
that's going to be setting up a lot of the Hulk thing fastball plays with Demon. But Pasiwo has got a bit of experience in them, potentially. That's
I
an
like the
option.
Wolverine ban as well. I think
Regardless,
the Wolverine ban from
something needs to
BBP is
change for
smart, and I
Insomnia
think they
if you
should
wanna
continue
really
doing
give
it.
Patvim a good go in.
So I
on that
wonder
team.
how this changes the prio
They do, of
for
course, still
Insomnia.
have Passimo has been doing so well on this Captain America and very nearly turned that in favor. But like you
The
said,
Winter Soldier is good,
Wolverine even before Sentinel
but
to
it's.
jump
But I
in.
think it.
But
You know,
the
we
fact
talked
is,
about this
there are some,
earlier
and
as
it's
well.
between
So like, I'm
matches. There's
sorry if
nothing
I'm
stopping
repeating
them just
myself right now.
bringing in Sentinel.
It's
If that's
so
what they
hard
want
to get the
do,
value from
and
the
they
ults
can create these
when you
more
have these really
unexpected
big team
drafts if
fight
he is
ults, you know?
available. They can create these unexpected drafts, and they've already shown they have
Compared
flexibility
to, like, a
onto
Punisher.
other strategies as well
Right?
outside of this Canadian
Because that,
missile.
you
We'll
know,
see if
the
that
Punisher,
does
the
come in,
Human
though, as we're
Torch,
gonna head
these
to
ults
a
go
quick
through
break. When we come
support
back,
ults.
we will see if we're heading
So
to
even if you
Symbiotic
pop a
Surface,
Luna or a
or
Cloak,
whether
it doesn't
Insomnia
really
have
matter.
something
You can still
else in
burst them
mind
through
for
it.
us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be
Winter
right back.
Soldier, if you drop your ult and then a Luna ults over the top, you get no resets and you get 0 value from it, you know? And then you're just like, well, shit. I guess I've just got to try and get kills outside of that then.
The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Oh, you like Bruce? I might have to go to full cam. Yeah, so this is Keanu Bruce Treves, to give him their full name. Bruce started out as my Christmas tree because at 37 years old, this was my first ever Christmas tree that I bought for myself this year because I never really have room in my house to have one. So I got one. I was very happy with it, and then decided to keep him up because I couldn't be bothered to take him down. So now he's a holiday tree. So once Pride is over, we're going to get a bunch of like summery stuff, and we'll dress him up in some summery stuff as well to yeah, celebrate all year round. Basically, I moved into this house. I didn't have room to put him away. I didn't have storage to put him away. So, and the wall was really boring without him. So I just thought, fuck it, we'll keep him up. And then we'll just dress him throughout the year. You know? Thank you, Muffins. I appreciate that. I don't know how I've got away with it, honestly. Wait, what the fuck is that? Really appreciate it. Okay, bye. How are you, lovely? Thank you for the tier 1. 42. You guys are spoiling me with subs today. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the 42 months. How are we getting on? Happy... What day is it today? Thursday. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. So yeah, that's Bruce. I just need some good summer stuff to dress him in. So I'm thinking like, we'll get him some like cooler skirts and stuff. And we'll get him like a big inflatable ring donut. Maybe to put on top. If you can hold it. We'll think of something. Yeah. I'll go do it. No worries. I'll go. Do you play Rivals Muffins? And if you do, who do you like playing? Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, well, depending on when, because it's already 7.
A bit of a bumpy night so far for Insomnia.
Depending on when these series end, we'll play a little bit of Rivals for an hour or two.
Dream map, and I think Tetchy, you could say
afterwards,
like Insomnia,
because obviously we're not going to do the America games tonight, as we talked about.
Symbiotic Surface has been the map where Insomnia have brought us to almost every single time.
Wait, are we going to Symbiotic? Is that confirmed or no?
Has been dominant. They have been bringing out this Wolverine consistently. Berber have been banning it for a reason, because they have seen what Demon can do. From a standard Wolverine, just to turn this round into bringing
oh, you mean Squirrel Girl.
Just to launch Demon at the enemy team
so
like
good
a
at the moment.
missile, catching people like the Human Torch out of the air and delivering them special first.
Let me tell you something, Muffins, and you know, this is not directed at you in any way.
They've brought out
the heroes that I play, the hardest hero for me to play into, for the heroes that I main, is Squirrel Girl. She ruins so many of my fucking games.
To start the comeback.
They have such a way with words for that one too. They're 2-1 in it so far, but one of those victories was up against Virtus Pro. So a pretty good showing. You also have them beating Peps and narrowly losing to Rad, who hadn't dropped a map at all at that point. Looking in, are we seeing the addition of Sentinel? Unfortunately not, because he was gonna have to do, and the save over to the Wolverine makes a lot of sense considering that Berberpat's been banning it out last time pretty much instantly.
It's been the key in quite a few of these games, so open it up. But this does mean that Berber can now get some priorities. They can now grab themselves a Loki and Emma. Anything of that line, Emma might be pretty solid here, as Diamond Form means you won't get picked up by Wolverine, but they choose Loki. If the objective is to try and stop people from getting dove on, then you can protect them on the backline that way.
Okay. Right, game 2.
So this means that if Insomnia decide to go
Wolvie save. I was gonna talk about this, right? I was gonna talk about this.
So it's looking likely.
Demon, we talked about it in game 1. Demon is a monster Wolverine player.
Out, then it means that you have another option to protect,
and we've seen
like
Demon carry the game on this map like twice already with Wolverine. So I'm not surprised by that save at all.
Are falling into that trap a little bit. It's the Rad draft ban.
The problem is they are kind of falling into a little one trick.
On the side of Berberpat's means that we won't be seeing
a little one trick problem. You know,
Demon has been very proficient on this Punisher.
Welcome back to it. How you doing?
Again, they have played Hela, Star-Lord, and Torch.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It's their best
they
map,
still have
Yanni,
several solid options. They have been the one who's been bringing out the
like no
Warlock, for example, in the composition where they did
She's
the Wolverine, because the idea is
I play a lot of
tanks.
If
they go down, they get revived by
like
the BLB,
Thor,
and if that goes down,
Thing,
then Adam just gets another
Strange.
revive. This is the main idea.
Man, Squirrel Girls are the
bane
bane of my life, dude.
Of a lead onto Punisher compositions as well. So seeing it taken away is a little more dangerous. And there it is. Emma going to be taken out. So we do still see Insomnia get the double Vanguard ban.
I mean, you've got the Captain America, so Polly has some comfort here. Enzo, he can move over to the Venom if he wants to play something, even a bit of Groot as well. You might ban out Wolverine here to just stop it from... Oh, sorry, you can't even do that because Insomnia have stopped it. But Hulk would be interesting to try to gun for... I kind of like the idea, but then you sort of put them on the thing, and the thing isn't bad in a lot of cases either, with the Earthbound effect to stop people from being able to get out with movement abilities. But instead of actually, yeah, it's an interesting end to this draft, I think.
Berber have learned. They have been watching, as we will see a very familiar composition for Insomnia, but instead of the rocket, they are bringing out that Luna, and they're bringing out the cloak and dagger. Not yet.
I wonder.
For a Hulk play. It was very.
Do we go for a little res
comp
here?
That is, while the Hulk throwing system can be extremely deadly, it is very consistent to just
ironically, Squirrel Girl is. This is a very good Squirrel Girl map. Ironically, is not the right word there. You know what I mean.
Berber are immediately covering the thing of their own. Wolverine's power comes from the ability to.
That's a very good Squirrel Girl map, actually.
And try and pick people up.
We're probably not going to see it. We've not really. We've seen one full game of Squirrel Girl, so I very much doubt we'll see it.
They can follow anyone who is with an embattled leap to try and protect them.
Also, I was going to make a video on this just while we're on the subject.
On Doctor Strange.
I really want.
Strange, Captain America, seeing the Psylocke and the torch.
Maybe you have an opinion on this, Muffins, the Squirrel Girl player. I want them to add the Squirrel Girl Squirrels kill cam. If I get killed by the Squirrel Girl ult, I want the camera, I want the kill feed cam to be on the Squirrels, not on Squirrel Girl. I want to know how the fuck they triple bounce me to burst me in one shot, and I want to just see the camera scurrying across the ground. You know what I mean?
Considering it, I don't know if it got interrupted though. Regardless, Insomnia looking to go.
All right, here we go.
One with their approach.
This is a really, like, interesting comp from Insomnia. So they're going for the triple support with just a casual add-on on their DPS hero, right? We've seen this quite a bit in different formats. We've seen how strong having that res is in these long fights. Oh my god, he nearly got him. Oh, that was so fucking close, though. And there we go. Nocta gets Tanuki. This Adam is so good into these flyers. There's like really unexpected burst. Sorry, so Wolverine can just fly? I mean, they get the early point though. And we see the pressure this Wolverine puts out already, right?
Already losing numbers. They're still sort of.
You just got to be so fucking aware of your positioning. Or ready for the kidnap, you know? Because it's such a crazy low cooldown for this kidnap.
And so far, Berber have done a good job to try and keep contesting this. Invincible boundary, I mean, that's the problem, right? Demon could just grab people in and out of it. They're forced to back up, and now that this is on 99%, lovely play with the Eye of Agamotto to catch on to 2, but Insomnia still having to dedicate and fight for this space. You have got the Karmic Revival now for Nocta. If we do start to see people from Insomnia go down, but right now, it's Berber Patapim that's losing the numbers, and they lose the point.
Big early take from Insomnia. And a really nice stagger. This should get them up most of the way at the ramp.
Doesn't happen if you don't move. Radioactive lockdown from Passimo to keep them in place and prevent that charge.
A lot of ults for Insomnia as well. They have a massive ult economy advantage. Massive ult economy advantage.
This is what Berber Patman would be expecting. Yeah, Enzo on the thing, expected it, ready for it. And Alex over on the Invisible Woman, no doubt, for the force physics to just enable stuff. And
yeah, the thing switch obviously is not surprising into the Wolverine. You can see how much pressure it's putting on.
Isn't too much of a big deal, but if it keeps stringing together, he might have more than he bargained for. Luckily, Polly's a well-veteran.
Watch out for this Wolverine ult as well. This could go massive.
Get to safety.
And he just goes, ah, fuck it, I'll just take Tanuki out. And that, I mean, that's all you need to do, right? One pick will just snowball and snowball. And this is what Wolverine is so good at. You get one pick on the right target, and then it just snowballs the fight.
Soul Bond keeping them sustained. Here comes the Eternal Bond.
Oh my god. Passy just clapped him against the wall.
For the second invisible boundary, Psionic Seduction. This is the full commit out of Insomnia with Monster Hulk to cut off any.
Dude, Insomnia. Look at the comfort, man. As soon as they get this Wolverine, look at the confidence they're playing with. And this Adam as well. They are rolling this game. 4 minutes 20. They are fucking steamrolling this. And again, you know, you just get him, sit him in Hulk, and chuck him in their face.
A moment of respite to try to set up for an engagement here, or whether these fastballs are just going to keep being annoying and in the face of Bourbon Patspin. There is a club time available for Enzo, but they've lost.
That's a lovely combo from the Psylocke though. But now he's a bit stuck, and look, Nocta is hunting.
Might slow things down for Insomnia, and losing the Wolverine.
Nice get out. Really nice get out.
A bit of space to
lovely Psylocke play. I'm a Psylocke player myself, so I appreciate a good play.
They're going to be sitting pretty for now.
And then they stagger Passy.
That buys a lot of time, and they needed that because Insomnia had over 3.5 minutes remaining. Now they just need to back up and regroup, wait for the return of Passimo on that Hulk. Luckily, Hulk is one of the
it's just this like non-stop like right-click holding damage, burst damage from Nocta.
The constant duel of the game of dash.
Even just running Adam by themselves without the full res comp is like, we're seeing it be so good.
If Demon dashes first, Pokey could be in serious trouble. Silence Seduction is going to come out for forever.
Oh, Polly's in trouble.
By Polly getting locked down, being stopped from chasing in and adding any follow-up.
Pokey now trying to pull.
Pokey's just making him turn around. Oh, he sees it. Nice. That's the angle. Instant res, but
Nocta's going to go for the resurrect just off of the
oh, he gets Pokey though. That's big from Nocta.
And he's actually going to get the revenge onto Pokey. But Demon, we're back onto his perspective.
Dude, Demon just runs into him. He does not give a fuck. Okay, here comes Tanuki. This needs to be big. There's one. Oh, they're all stuck in a corner. This is bad for them. Oh, this is really bad. Tanuki can go crazy. Big res. Huge res from Nocta. Holy shit. Wait. They've blown everything, though.
You've got the Wolverine jumping.
This looks really good for Insomnia now. If they can stay alive. Oh, Polly's putting in so much pressure though. Oh, that started out looking really good for Insomnia, right? Because you can see the idea that they're going for. So like, you know that Tanuki is going to pop this and probably get multi-frags on this Punisher, because we know how ridiculous that ult is, right? So instead of trying to like back out and minimize casualties, they just go, oh fuck it, we're gonna play it and then we'll just res afterwards. You know, much love, do it. Sorry, I'm still a bit in tournament mode this week. But we'll be back to normal after next week.
Here comes the next launch. Blind to the skybox. Almost finds Punisher. Just able to get away with that as they'll pull back to the cart, getting ready for the next duel.
Demon's gone ult. Oh, Pokey gets a nice kill on the back line though.
Immediately getting onto relaxing nights too. Bit of a problem. It forces out Hulk.
Does Nocta have a self res? I don't think he does. Is that on cooldown? This is a really solid hold from BPP. This is a really good hold now.
But there's the combination.
Look at the timer, man. They got them down to 1 minute. The more BPP you hold this, like keep this time ticking, the better. And here goes Tanuki again. Look at Nocta's positioning. He's in the back. He's ready for a res. Here we go. He's gonna. Oh, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. 5%.
So it's an easy
oh, he doesn't have it.
Forever was holding on to
oh, that's so unfortunate. That timing was so close.
Passimo's going to get staggered again.
Hi, Tommy. You aren't a caster yet, are you? No.
Like you say, it might be time for anything they have left.
I applied to be a caster for this tournament, but I got to the final stage, but just lost out to lost out to the guys that are casting it at the moment. I think I'm not going to talk about it too much for obvious reasons, but I think just lack of experience, not lack of talent.
Seconds of arriving. Oh no!
Oh, they C9'd it. Get on it. Oh, they C9'd it.
C9 don't have a team in this game currently, do they?
Do
we say that that's on them?
Oh my, they were just not on the point. They got the first pickup, but they were not standing.
Yeah, all the casters they chose just have a lot more experience as well.
And now
I think.
Patapim find themselves in a situation that not many teams have found themselves in.
So, I am going to be doing a bunch of casting. We're going to be doing some casting this weekend as well.
Insomnia did not get a triple cap.
I've got a couple of tournaments coming up that I'll be doing. Potentially another one that I'm talking to at the moment.
really strong in of just when there wasn't any time left.
I'm doing my hardest. I'm working my hardest to try and get some
they're able to still just dig
experience
find a lot of
as I
space that other
can
teams couldn't manage.
to then come back and hopefully work with rivals at some point later.
Insomnia, no doubt.
If they will have me.
On a day like this, so Berber Patspim set up nicely, I would say.
It looks like
that was a really nice hold from BPP in the end, honestly. This thing, Cap Duo, I don't know how they're holding this front line, but somehow.
Which did actually some pretty decent success.
I mean, somehow making it work as an anchor tank. I have no idea how, but
through everything, but it did get replaced as time went on due to the fact that it didn't really have any protection for the backline and people did just wrap around it. But Berber Patapim gonna try and bring it out.
Like this isn't me casting right now. This is just like watch partying.
From Insomnia, where they might be able to
Obviously, I'm not in like full caster mode because it's exhausting trying to do it solo.
Seeing Berber Patspim slowly make their way onto the point. And so still dedicating to the thing is just...
And we got a big weekend, guys. We got games all day, every day. Until Sunday.
Some space for Pokey. It isn't him. He's trying to go down and find a little bit of an alcove to sit.
I mean, they're holding this high ground nicely, but Polly picks him. Holy crap! Self-res is going to come out. There we go.
Whilst it's not him in the limelight, it's the pick going.
Not sure about this Starlog switch off the Wolverine, but I understand if they're running the thing.
Up. You can see that soul bond getting used. They commit the second it expires. Indestructible guard to keep the team topped up. But with
these three healers sat up top is just making it so difficult. Like you can see Polly running at them up top, but Tanuki's got an ult though. This could be massive. Does not stay alive. Not to collapse him.
And so the butterflies coming in from Pokey yet again.
They do get relaxing, but here's the Nocta res. Pokey's already here and ready, but he's not gonna. Does get lurking, gets one.
Reset to go in for the Karmic Revival to bring them straight back.
I don't know if they've got enough to hold this fight though. BBP are like, they've still got 5 up. Here goes the Tanuki ult. They're all corralled in this corner. Oh, Nocta gets him again though. Nocta with these snipes on this Adam is going crazy. How have they held this? What? What? Dude, they've got the ult advantage. Look at him. Demon's got one. Cat's got one. Tanuki's been forced on the Strange. The triple Vanguard right now. Oh my god, Tanuki's absolutely one shot. Goes down. Oh my god, are they going to full hold them? There's no fucking way, right? Make sure to lead Gambit. Well, I'm not Marvel Rivals partner yet. I'll talk about that in a minute.
Oh yeah, that could be big.
Tanuki on BP? Okay. He's like, nah, fuck this guy, dude. Fuck this Adam, man. But he's already got to go back to a health pack. Adam just collapsed him. Oh, Cat survives with the cloak ult. 1 HP. They're going full dive, dude. They want these supports. Polly's got relaxing. PKY's got Nocta. This is what they need to do. Full healer focus.
Trying to set up and just keep alive. He's very close to having that freedom charge.
Oh yeah, Pokey's got it.
If Pokey keeps up this space, dance the butterfly.
Good hold though. Good hold.
It takes a minute and a half, Tetcher, but they're able to take point 1.
They finally found it with that early pickup onto Demon, forcing them onto the Wolverine. They then took the fight before they got back, and they were able to stagger beautifully. Nocta went down too recently. They did not have the cocoon. Relaxing Sky, of course, does not have a cocoon, and the Karmic Revival was not yet off cooldown, meaning that Berber were able to time that push to perfection. Now it is about hitting that point number 2. Wolverine has been swapped off. Demon has decided the torch is the play, and Tanuki, stuck on the ground, is going to be having to land these dives perfectly, and it seems to have worked out with Pokey and Tanuki able to take them down, forcing the Karmic Revival immediately.
Gamma Revival forced out, yeah. And Pokey now having to give up a little bit of space when Pissy was just in his face like that. Hulk Smash is very, very close to being used, so this fight can go on a little bit longer without needing to dedicate that fate of both worlds from Relaxing Nights.
Nice pick from Lurkin.
Backline, right? You're looking at those triples.
Tanuki's got an ult.
To stay alive when you've got Tanuki and Pokey running at you with these combinations. There's players
oh my god.
Oh,
he forced out the Lunar ult. That was clutch.
The fate of both worlds.
That was clutch.
Look at that combination and the
but you do force it out. And PKY, look at Pokey here. Pokey, knowing that that's not up, Lurkin has dropped theirs as well. As soon as these are out, Pokey's going to look in the back line and it's probably going to get a multi-kill. Here they go. Goes a little bit early, but still gets what they need. I called it. I think Pokey got a little bit ahead of themselves, but got the couple. Because like Insomnia, I mean, look at the rest of them, dude. Demon is like... Demon switching to this Human Torch is totally fine with this. You know they've gone full dive. Like, look at this. Oh, they do get him, though. I was about to say that, like, the Demon should be really free on this Torch, but... Oh, dude. Okay, I think BPP have stabilized.
It's so hard for Insomnia when you don't have the Loki as well on your side to put down these regeneration domains. It just feels like every
and you can see Lurkin switch to the Rocket to try and deal with this dive, right? It's one of the best characters for like avoiding these like triple dive comps and try and stay alive and output the healing that you need to. Demon switch back to the Wolverine. They're kind of going through the motions right now, but look at Tanuki, dude. Like, so fucking free. Enzio as well with a nice Agamotto. This is not looking good for Insomnia. This looks real bad for Insomnia. This is going to be a straight 2-0 right now. I don't think they've got a strange TP either. I think it's straight 2-0. Oh, wait, no, sorry. A couple of fights left. Insomnia wants
sorry,
Nick is an idiot. Brain not working.
Nocta moving over towards Namor.
They're going all in on range defense right now. This is how Insomnia like to play. They force you to fight for every inch. They will reinforce with Rocket. They'll reinforce
4
with
ults though. They've got massive ult economy advantage.
It takes to make it so that their team gets to the point first. And that is the idea here. With this
good timing from Pokey. Good timing from Pokey, knowing that they didn't have the ults up. Look at him mewing in the fucking corner. Look at him. Look at him mewing in the corner.
Take the 2-0.
He knows he fucking bossed it as well. He knows.
Right at the end.
Hi, Major. How are you, buddy?
Nah, it was a good effort from Insomnia. It just felt that once Tanuki moves over to that Black Panther, it's just too much for that backline to deal with.
Thanks, Milky.
Relaxing Nights was just going down first every single fight because of the focus. And like I said, you don't have a Loki that can just regen domain. It's hard to find people to actively peel for your backline when it's just under that much unrelenting force.
Yeah, pretty dominant from BPP. We kind of expected them to be, but Insomnia, I was kind of hoping would give us a little something.
They really did. They adjusted. They bought
there's a pretty wide difference in EMEA between the top 4 and the bottom 4 teams in this playoffs. So
keeping Tanuki up, they said, well, if he's going to go down, he might as well try and take someone with him. Swapping over to the BP,
what are you up to today, Major?
Keeping the pressure on.
Milky, thank you.
Composition is all based around engaging with 3
Wait,
people,
is it because you're streaming now, Milky? Is that why?
Who are sitting nice and pretty, potentially easy pickups for dive characters, and that
Stream's
is
having a really rough time. Steam's having a really rough time. Is it?
2 times able to utilize Dance of the Butterfly to control carts, and they are moving on in that.
I'm assuming because it's like overloaded from people trying to buy.
Yeah, scary stuff. You would imagine it'd be Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to get Marvel Rivals partner at the moment, Tommy, but
pretty early on in playoffs. Means that if you do end up losing, there's a chance to reset.
Have not heard back yet.
Hopefully, if you continue on with the losers bracket, you get that rematch potentially a little bit later on. But looking back at this, I think this is a good return.
I think
they
changed their parameters, so
a little bit nervy with how they lost, and just
I might not have the following yet to be able to get Marvel Rivals Partner, but we'll see. It would be really nice to get early access to the stuff,
well, prior to
so that I can show you guys all the new heroes and things before they come out.
is a team that can sort of make it as the top team or break it as the top team. Like
we'll get there.
Can win against the likes of Virtus Pro, but lose against the bottom teams of the tournament potentially, because they can be that rocky.
Yeah, go ahead, dude, go ahead.
We saw a very strong.
What do you have for Didnins, Major?
Is that Berber Patspim squad?
I've also only had apple slices
like
and a protein bar.
Were looked at before we started
So I
this
will
tournament
also need to eat at some point.
The team that could make or break it, the team that could go to the internationals.
Well, damn, we got some quick series.
If they were target banned, we
got some speedy series today.
Target banning at the start of the season, not an issue. Berber and Patapim have shown that is not an issue for them at all. They've got easily enough versatility, and they've got their comfort picks that are away from the metas that we've been seeing.
Just remember, guys, no American games tonight or tomorrow.
And when they got their hands on it,
I'm giving myself a bit of a break, and we'll be starting the American games on Saturday for the semis and the finals.
In EMEA.
I'm just making sure I'm giving myself
going
some
against Berber Patapim, and they also took
rest.
Insomnia, one of the hardest teams to play against, one of the hardest teams to draft against, on their map, the map that they prefer, using the composition that they like to run.
Hi,
and they have clearly studied it and adjusted to deal with it. It shows that they're not just skilled, they are prepared and studying.
Oh,
and
that
we love
sounds
to
so
see that.
good, dude.
Yeah, and I mean, you're sort of looking
Chicken,
at the
bacon,
fact of,
and
like,
cheeseburger.
it's more scores for the non-mirrored Loki. Again, just it seems to be the way to go.
Sounds
and if
so
you're not
good.
taking that focus early, it's disastrous in some areas. Like, it could have gone different.
I don't
and
have
sort of
food
looking like,
either,
again,
so
Stratus backline was the one that was being sort
that's
of taken
tempting
apart the
to
most. You
order.
have Loki to copy some of the bigger strategist ultimates.
How dare you come in here and
might be
tempt
able
me
to
like that?
survive through it, but it's like ifs, buts, and ands. It is more the fact that Berber Patspim
I'm good,
knowing
thank
that
you,
the
Carpet, I'm
Wolverine was
good.
such a key thing for Demon
I'm
that they
good.
could force out that protect early, which means that the Loki is fairly uncontested. And in those instances, I'd rather take the Loki over the Wolverine any day. If you give
Pretty straightforward game so far today.
It obviously comes down to preference, whether we do see teams like Insomnia who love that Wolverine. You could compare that to the other side, but Patapim, people looked at them going into this and were like, okay, Cap Psylocke, that's how we deal with that. Nah, don't work. They just have too many other options. But in this case, utilizing the Captain America for that extra sustain, but being able to contest it, the Psylocke not really being touched and was able to just dive the backline forever. We did see some pretty consistent...
I'm a chicken thigh guy, dude. I think thighs all the way.
The Psylocke, but
I will always take a chicken thigh over a chicken breast.
Here to talk to us today, so we're going to have some lovely questions.
No worries, Carpet.
How they
There's a quick
quick
pop in.
These matches. Salah is joining
let's
us.
hear
For
from
starters,
BPP's coach.
Congratulations on yet another win, continuing your journey through the bracket. You are up against either Virtus Pro or Low 9.
All about them ties.
Would you prefer to play against Virtus Pro for that consistent rematch throughout the history of Marvel Rivals, or is Low 9 your preference as potentially someone you haven't played against as much?
Nah,
I'm just going to quickly top up my drink.
I think we were kind of upset when they went and lost the other day to Red. I think that should have been us. I think we all think it should have been us. So yeah, we want VP for sure.
First of all, it's good to see you, bud. It's been a while. Secondly,
what's up, bro?
I think I wanted to get your take on what happened against like Z10, because I spoke to like Enzo a little bit, and like I know you were trying some things with like banning out Torch first and stuff like that. What was it from your perspective as a coach? Because sometimes, you know, players from their perspective could be like, oh, we went wrong because we did this thing, and you're sat there as a coach being like, it was more of like we stopped communicating, or we got too stressed, or we just went for some weird picks in the draft. Like, from your seat, what was the problem in that Z10 like grand final last week?
I think it's like a mixture of everything you said almost. I think, first of all, we are the team that kind of experiments the most with drafting and different comps and different ideas. I think we maybe had a few ideas that didn't work that day, but maybe can still work, maybe can't. I think they also drafted quite well in that specific situation, and I think we just had an off day a little bit. I don't think it was anything specific. We are a team that, when we're good, we're maybe the best in the world, but we can dip a little bit. But yeah, I don't think it was anything big. I think it was just they had good drafts against us. Maybe
ballsy statement.
Won the draft a few times in a few games, and yeah, it was a bit too late. I think we went 0-2 down, and then we kind of were able to recover it a little bit, but it was a bit too late at that point. Yeah, they also played very well. I think they're a good team, to be honest.
Let's jump a little bit back to the present here, as you just had your matchup versus Insomnia, batting out the Wolverine in game number 1, but letting it through in game number 2 on the map they have consistently played it on. Was it just because you knew you were prepared, as I did see a little bit of thing hovering right away, or was this just we need to let something else through so that we can get the priority?
I mean, we banned the first map, and we expected them to save it insta, like on the first save on the second map, because we know it's their pick, basically. That's their win condition. We were prepared against it. I think he's really good, so it made it a little bit hard, but we were prepared. I think it was more so just no reason to ban out the Wolf in that situation. If they want it that badly, let them have it. We'll beat them with it anyways.
They did some good adaptations.
Okay, so the question I want to ask requires a little bit of setup, but we're basically from a game previously, and you had a habit as a coach where you would go up to the teams that you were playing up against and you try to do the draft like a day before. You'd be like, let's do the draft now. Have you managed to sort of pull out those mind games against like some of the teams in Marvel Rivals yet? Because I feel like whilst you don't have like a map pick ban system, the draft system in itself is almost more complicated in a sense, because you have to prepare for different looks. Like, what's that like for you? Do you get to sort of bring out some ideas that can leave teams a little bit confused playing up against you?
I think we have I mean, this is the first time in my career kind of that I've had a team that is almost, what's the correct word? Bigger monkeys than me, if that makes sense. We are the monkey team, I don't
think that's the I
don't need to do a lot. In this team, I can kind of chill most of the time, and they do most of the work for me.
That's what you wanted to go
if you ask a lot of other people, they would say the same thing. So I can be more of a grandpa and kind of just chill and relax, and you know, they'll do the job for me. They'll psych other people out, or they'll come up with the crazy ideas themselves.
So what is actually the vibe in terms of, like, obviously psyching out, you say that they're happy to do that for you, but in terms of drafting and doing the calls for the scrims and stuff like that, what is the vibe between you and them?
We don't get to see any of the scrims, so
it's a team effort. Sometimes I'm coming with ideas, sometimes they're coming. I mean, Barcode's really smart, for example. I think he's probably the best in-game leader in the game. I don't know how others are, but I would say he's the best. He comes up with a lot of good ideas. We have like a lot of players who are extremely smart, let's say. Tanuki, Alex, Tenor, and then we have like Poli and Pokey, who are just running all the time at them, you know? And
yeah, that
like, Poli was insane today,
monstrous,
for example.
Dude.
So
Polly and Pokey together.
It's a mix. It's not like, I think Ryan knows in Valorant I was much more of a dominant coach, let's say, but I don't really need to do it here. My players are insane, man. So I can kind of just chill, and they do a lot of things themselves.
You just keep them on the straight and narrow when it matters, I guess. We'll leave it there. Like, I guess you guys can sit back and watch this next series, see who you're playing up against in the next round. But absolute pleasure to talk to you again, Salah. No doubt we'll see a little bit more of you guys, certainly as Ignite goes on.
Hope so.
All right. 3 down. 1 to go.
All right, Ryan. For starters, what a lovely lad. For second, we have our last series coming up. Virtus Pro
VP L9
found themselves in the lower bracket.
Dude, I think we all know this is going to be a fucking wash, don't we?
But Low 9 also found themselves in the
Do
lower
we even need to
bracket
play this series?
quite early. And had
is
to
this not just going to be a complete fucking wash?
Nail to get here. They had so much pressure on them to get to this point.
Dude, if VP lose this would be the biggest upset in any tournament so far.
There is a lot of pressure.
This would be the biggest fucking upset.
Go down to the lower bracket, they have to go against Insomnia, which again we've already seen.
How are your Valo games yesterday, Major?
A team like Berber Patapim almost stumbled.
I feel like I haven't seen you on Valo for ages.
I hope the players don't take this badly from L9, but I think they're the team that I have the least expectations for naturally going into playoffs. But I'm always happy to be proven wrong. We'll see exactly how much damage, if any, they can do to Virtus.
No, this will be a wash, dude. This will be a wash.
So don't go anywhere.
So after this series, we will stay and chill for a bit. Play maybe a few comp games of Rivals to finish off the day. I'm not going to stay too late today in general. Just because obviously we got a super long weekend in, on the whole. Games are good on them, but it's just so much work to play. Yeah. Not in the same way that you can with ships, right? I don't like. Do I even have Valorant downloaded? I don't even know if my Valorant's downloaded at the moment. I'd have to check. What am I doing? I want to practice Mr. Fantastic. I feel like maybe I could be really good with him at some point if I learn him. But he's got a lot of like timings and stuff to consider, so I don't know.
Double the fun. That was unusually satisfying. Double kill.
Yeah. Every time I go up against a good Mr. Fantastic, he fucking ruins me though. And how's ships been going, dude? Did I see you doing like a bunch of giveaways and stuff the other day? Yeah, his survivability is just so nuts, right? Because you have...
The odds weren't in your favor.
So you've got the shield that you get from the E, right? From doing the E anyway. But then you got the shift, which just makes him... like, you know, fucking invulnerable, basically. Is he CC immune? Does anybody know? Is he CC immune when you press shift? I can't actually remember. Muffins, it was a pleasure. Thank you for coming in and dropping the prime as well. We're gonna be back. We've got the magic drops on, so we're gonna be back tomorrow for another half day where we're doing just the EMEA games, and then Saturday and Sunday we're gonna be doing the finals for both EMEA and NA. So those will be like 14-hour days. So there's a lot going on this weekend for y'all.
Well, hello. You've been discovered. The odds weren't in your favor.
I mean, I don't feel like I see Mr. Fantastic's like doing the kind of this, you know, to like multi-hit, you know?
A predictable outcome.
But I don't know if that's just because I'm not seeing it. I get given stuff to give away from the game devs. Nice. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get Rivals partner at some point, and I'll be able to do some similar things with Rivals. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of Rivals partners though, so maybe not. I feel like Ships is probably a bit more exclusive, right, in terms of how many they have.
6 in a row. Way to go! You look stronger than that.
Yeah. I was just checking if there was anything that I like wasn't aware of in his kit. I'm sure there's some like crazy Mr. Fantastic tech that people have. The thing I find most difficult with him to use is his ult. Like using his ult effectively. Because you can't, like, make it land earlier, right? Like, you can't, like, animation cancel it or anything. It just fucking flops. You know?
I've got you.
Yeah, I think he fits a really interesting role, Mr. Fantastic, of this, like, pseudo-tank. And his survivability is just so fucking insane. Like, it's crazy. So I don't know, like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, like, how are you supposed to play him? What's the best way to play him? Is it to, like, bully the tanks and, like, get in the tank's face and stuff? Or is it more to, like, bully the supports? Because they just can't deal with you, so you're just this, like, almost like this cap level of menace. You know what I mean? So you just sit there and you just can't be dealt with because you just don't fucking die.
They might struggle, but they are here and they have earned it tooth and nail. But speaking of earning it, you can earn yourself some absolute drip by heading to the store and endeavoring through mighty trials to showcase your prestige.
I did apply when
Thor's majestic raiment costume and the
Rivals first came out.
Daredevil Born Again costume. You could get these from today
I
at 7 p.m. PDT.
I've tried going through a different route this time because I think they've upped it where you need 10,000 followers before they will accept you as a partner.
No, this is a yes.
So obviously we would have quite a long way to go before that.
The Defenders, like, TV series stuff, so Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist and stuff. So seeing stuff like this, I was gonna do the whole like wait, but I feel like my voice has gone enough that
I would love to be so.
We'll like, let me tell you something red kind of stuff. But regardless, we do have a red team for low 9 at the very least. So we're sort of going to be looking at this series getting back.
But you do only have 300 damage before it goes down anyway, right? So it's not like always invulnerable. If you can do 300 damage, it does go out.
Right? When it comes to the pedigree that this squad has, Tetra.
This is arguably the best team in the world.
Yep, they have not lost since beta, basically. They have proceeded to do
every single person on this roster is considered one of the best in their roles.
They haven't lost a single series. They are incredible, and they fought their way through, only losing this one series in those group stages, and have adjusted their draft so much.
Is a
After
monster,
struggling
dude.
in that first game versus
I don't know what you do against this guy. Like,
they've then been through triple res comps.
He's been loving the Star-Lord. They've been loving the res comp, so I would expect them to gravitate towards the res comp if they can.
They've been picking up the Captain America again.
But I mean, they could do it all, really, can't they?
You said it there perfectly.
They're a terrifying team to
like
play into.
Adjusting your draft, because Virtus Pro, I mean, everybody sort of admitted it. It was the talking point after they lost the ride of just, it felt that Virtus Pro weren't necessarily that prepared with the meta. And I think one of the things that they were hit.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm expecting this to be a bit of a wash. I don't see, unless L9 have come in with a crazy good plan, and they, I don't know, they suddenly show us something they've never done before. I'm expecting this to be quite a big wash, a pretty quick series.
Because we've seen, like I mentioned earlier in the show, we've seen a lot more teams ban out the Mantis from Asia, from China, from OCE to try to combat that triple strategist Adam Warlock Mantis plus whoever else comp, where you have those like Kamek revivals and also the team.
If I'm L9, I ban out the Adam Warlock.
That is something that we started to see a little bit more from Virtus Pro with Spark.
Just
going
like,
on
don't give them the option.
I can definitely see more teams
like
looking at
force
that
them
Mantis
off the
and
res
going,
comp.
we need to ban that out.
I think that's your only
everything else around what Virtus Pro
because if you
want to
give
do
them
there.
that, they're going to run you over.
But as you mentioned, they have been adjusting their composition as
just some
time has
sheer
gone
like
on.
spaghetti
That
at the
Mantis
wall.
may
You know,
be a worthy ban because not just the Star-Lord, we've also been seeing Fire when they don't get their hands on that, looking at the Human Torch sometimes, who, as you mentioned, is going to benefit hugely if they want to go for a Mantis. Low 9 on the other side, they have been playing very consistently.
Listen, L9 are a great team, by the way. This is not to say that L9 are not not good. L9 are a great team with a lot of phenomenal players. Crisis, Wolver, this tag duo are monstrous. Wolver is a crazy good Strange and Mag player.
Hela, Psylocke, Starlord. But in terms of Pink Clone, Invisible Woman and Luna, Gonski, Cloak, Loki, Luna, they have been very consistent when it comes to their strategist bans as well. But there's one player who I want to bring attention to. We love our dive players in the side of EMEA, and Saintamoto has been doing so much for them. They have played 11 maps so far in the Marvel Rivals Ignite. They have had Captain America banned against them 9 of those 11 maps.
Did you guys hear that?
The amount of times they've won when the Captain America has been picked is 2. They are 2-0.
I mean, that's the data that's going to matter. Like,
that's
hard to get, I'll be honest, when you're sort of doing stuff manually. But, like, that is the stuff
I don't think
teams are going to be wanting to keep an eye on. It's just like the win rate
it's
when
tough,
they
isn't it?
get. Or
if
the
you
win
take
rate
away the rescom,
when they ban. And Captain
this
America
is what I mean. There's just like, what do you do?
Interesting character at the moment because you've
got Torch. I mean, they've still got Torch, Psylocke, Punisher. They could run a Punisher comp very easily with Sparker. We saw Sparker be really good at Punisher in like the first series.
Just how disruptive you could be, what you can force out, and just how unrelenting you are. It's just, you know, the literal "I could do this all day" quote is pretty apt with how this guy is able to sort of take these fights and engagements. But for Low9, it's been tricky. They've had some really hard series, and pretty much that big game against Mungus was the one that sort of really highlighted what this team could do a lot.
We haven't seen any Storm,
no disrespect
which
to
is quite
Mungus, because I
interesting.
know that some of them are going to be watch partying this. They are the team that sort of scrims the least, right? So Low9, if they are practicing as much consistently as the other teams, they should be beating Schmungus, and maybe should be beating Schmungus 2-0 and not dropping.
I do like Ryan's shirt today.
They did lose domination, as Craigie
Gone
said
for a
earlier.
very bright
It can be a
option.
little bit of a dice roll and be a lot of how you deal with stuff in the moment as opposed to preparation.
We'll have to see how well they do deal with it in the moment, as of course that first domination map is random. So of course a lot of these teams will be scrimming on every single domination map they can with whoever they can get their hands on to be a scrim partner. You mentioned that Low9, they should have been taking these matches versus Schmungus in potentially a 2-0. They got 2-0'd by All Business in the semi-finals, but in the group stage quarterfinals in the upper bracket, they did take a map off of All Business.
I think you're right, Yanni. I think you're right.
Been able to take maps off of other
Please
teams
give
in
me a
this playoff
Thor,
stage.
Nevix. Come on.
So I'm wondering here.
Please.
We're seeing a lot more. So one of the things that we sort of failed to mention about Low9 as well is that they actually started off, from what we saw, that trend of picking Loki first. Like, Gonski has been gunning for this character in this first protect.
There we go. There's a Loki
And
save.
Low9 were doing it before we saw any of the other teams, and you know,
There's the Loki save.
Virtus Pro talking about it, being like, "Oh, we put a lot. We're not revealing anything about the fact that we're, you know, picking Loki or protecting Loki first." What's interesting here is that Virtus Pro aren't doing it themselves. In fact, they're going for the Emma Frost. Surely they know that Low9 also Loki enthusiasts. So what are they going to do about it?
They've decided it isn't their biggest priority, but what is going to make their way in is, well, 07s for
Double
the
torch
captain.
bans.
Captain America will be banned out by Virtus Pro, and they're also going to try and target Jerky a bit here, taking away that human torch, that big burst.
I mean,
Melon on the
Fee is
side
a
of
monster on
Low9,
it, so I'm
they
not
now get to go
surprised.
For their protection, they have the Loki, and they're going to get Mag potentially. This for most teams might look like a dream draft.
It's enough to
And
set
then
up
do you just
with.
add him ban last then, I
Sure, you're
guess?
losing out on
As
stuff like
L9?
Torch,
I think you kind of have to,
Cap for
no?
the Saintamoto,
Or do they
so
pry him more like a
those win
Luna
rates
ban
might
or a
not look
Cloak
too
ban
good.
instead, or an
Again, Virtus
Invis?
Pro doing
But I
their
feel like you
due
just want to get rid of the Adam and just
these
take
teams
out that
here.
res comp, no?
Torch, Punisher banned out, so Virtus Pro really trying to take out some of the offensive options, especially for the likes of
'Cause, I mean, we've
Crisis,
seen
who's
Sparker just
typically the
dominate
player
on that
takes
pick.
in a lot of resources, and Jarecki, and both of them, if you give them space, they will win you games.
There goes the Lunar Snow as the protection for Virtus Pro. So they're going to get that big burst protection with the fate of both worlds, making sure that they have that
Psylocke,
extra
wow.
sustain. They have not had a lot of chance to play the Lunar.
Yeah.
As it has been banned against them
I
almost
mean-
every time, as you showed earlier. And there's that final
Yeah.
protection.
I mean, what'd you do, right?
The
It's like
M
lesser
hit.
of two evils.
I mean, Loki's been banned out the most against Virtus Pro. That's continuing.
But I mean, look at this. Like,
But Luna
Fee
getting three, I mean,
insta-locks
what,
this
it's,
Star-Lord. Like,
12 games. out
Fee's
of
not
15
bothered. They're so
that
happy to
Luna's
play on
been
this
banned
Star-Lord.
out, right? So, yeah, we do get to see But the good thing about Luna as well is that both Saipe and Dredro can play them. And I think, like, that is also
L9 going for the Hulk Namor strat though.
Team that only one of the Vanguards can play them. Like,
I don't mind it.
Strong, but
I don't
also
mind it.
both characters are not super hard to pick up if you put the time in. Especially if you're good at other Vanguards. You could probably get pretty good at Magneto and certainly Emma Frost fairly quickly with enough practice. And so both these teams are well versed. It is just that Saint Tomoto doesn't have the Captain America to sit back on.
I mean, this is such a good map for heroes like Psylocke or Star-Lord specifically. Right? There's like domination. There's a lot of like different angles you can attack it from. A lot of little rooms and stuff you can flit in and out of. A lot of cover.
This is a solid map for it due to almost all the points having incredible flanking potential. As we do see them roll out Jerky.
It's like I just said it. You know what I mean?
Mirroring Sparker, both teams running Hulk Namor.
Man, I'm a genius. Like actual.
Ooh, so you're going for the Gamma play, the teamer. Again, we've sort of said it all day that Hulk has not been super popular. Seen a little bit of it in Americas or even certainly further east as well into the other regions.
L9, show us something.
You have to be looking at Spark, who's almost exclusively been playing on Psylocke recently, so him moving over to the Namor is like a newer look. We know that he can play a lot of different stuff. It's
yeah, Sparker on the Namor is quite interesting.
The drafts that we've seen so far.
I mean, when they're at this level, right, I think most players can play nearly every hero in their role. So it's not like he's not going to be able to do it, you know what I mean? It's not like he's going to be first timing Namor.
Aegis from the Emma to try and create a little bit of an opening here, but it is going to be Virtus Pro claiming the first point and try to chase them.
Yeah, just bullied the fuck out of him.
Spawn, but will back up the second they start to hit that second ramp.
Got the pick and just bullied them backwards.
Any changes for low 9? Not realistically. Saint Tomoto wants to get back into Hulk form after dropping down to
Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Why can't I stop yawning?
But is that what you want to go in with? Lonsky has plenty of options to go for copies here as the God of Mischief is available fairly soon. Jarecki trying to go in for the flanks. You see just how much healing there is for Virtus Pro. 3 people turn around to go and help him, and Crisis actually finding the pig.
There's the flop.
Next battle. The Horn of Proteus comes through. It's not enough damage to break.
Just kind of threw it over the top of a Luna though. It was a bit weird, but
the Meteor M in the sky looking for
gonna try and finish off that Emma. There goes the Emma. That's good. I mean, they've used 2 ults to finish the Emma though.
Holding on to this point nicely, and low 9 having to use
okay, Jerky getting a couple of picks. This is nice. L9 take the point.
Using the Hulk smash to just burn things down time-wise a little bit longer. Would have been a very good take from
Can they stagger?
Have to worry about time a bit.
Vinci not wanting to give up a single second. Is going to portal reinforce here. Jerky was able to get the double pickup in the early stages of that fight. Vi up above is moving on in with the Galactic Legend. Is already picked up.
Gets 2.
Counter. Finds Gonski on the backline.
Dude, this is such a dumb ultimate, isn't it?
The fight massively.
Such a dumb ultimate.
The point, but they're already back, already contesting. Monster Hulk has to be forced out, but Wolver is down. This is just an incredibly outnumbered fight as Virtus Pro with the reinforcement are able to take control.
I love
a
this,
very
like,
quick
I love watching
retake.
teams that play with that much tempo. Like Virtus Pro know that they're like the
How
big
did they even
dogs in
do
this
that?
one.
I don't
Like,
even
we
understand how
bought
they
so
fucking
much
got it
time,
back
they
that
took the
quickly.
point. Let's just go instantly engage on them.
Honestly.
Like, because low 9 are not going to expect it. They're going to be a little bit rustled, and we know that they've used some of those bigger strategist ultimates that we could just go in and take this fight, even if we don't have much ourselves. So now 85% on the board, near enough. We don't
I think I
have
got a
any
splinter in my
strategist
ankle.
to maintain stuff for low 9 if they're not careful. You got the Horn of Proteus for Crisis, but that's about it, Tetcher.
Fate of both worlds just coming off cooldown, meaning that both teams have the exact same ultimates available. But Dredro
support ult on either side.
Off cooldown is going to be the first to set up, meaning that Cypher can hold on to theirs for at least a little bit longer, keeping Spark atop.
Big flop. Oh, with the Eye of Agamotto. Good save. Big save. This looks good for low 9 right now. This looks really good for L9 right now, actually. Oh, Fee, how did he get that? Oh, he pushed him off. They C9'd. Dude, we're seeing this so often today. What is this?
To be honest,
Why are they just C9ing all over the place?
Keep it stalled, and yeah, Low9 gonna be maybe frustrated, like wondering what exactly happened there.
Maybe they just they collectively moved back away from the Star-Lord and just maybe forgot that it was overtime.
He was very close to having the ultimate as the Lunar Snow, so I don't know how much that's going to really impact him. So far, majority of the damage done by Sparker naturally, but Finzi is just behind him, able to output so much as that Emma Frost. And when you
I think it's also just because like the Star-Lord ult lasts for so long as well, doesn't it?
Prioritize getting a Magneto instead. But if there's just Virtus Pro are able to hold such
it's auto aim for so fucking long. And he just does, like, in general, Star-Lord just does absurd damage.
He's gonna take a lot. Wolver on the Groot, though, I do like, because you do have some of those walls that can come in, and Wolver is a pretty nasty Groot as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I think I got a splinter in my
Wolver's
foot.
been a fantastic group. They've also been a fantastic Doctor Strange throughout these matchups. One of the best Aya Nakamoto players, almost matching up to the side of Virtus Pro. But it is going to be a little bit of a mix-up. When you've got a Hulk that's diving in, they're just going to try and keep it locked down. Nice radioactive lockdown to try and pressure the backline, as Wolver will take the aggressive position, but it's eating a lot of shots from Spark.
Nice wall. These walls are going to be so tough to deal with on this point.
Trying to isolate a Jewel here. Need to be careful though, Thighs. Really just trying to find a flank. Any crossfire that he can maintain for Virtus Pro is going to put Low9 in a bit of an awkward spot.
Nice pick from Saint.
First means that they can get more than 33% is what I think they managed on the last point.
Yeah, VP are going to give.
Means that they can stall out things a little bit more.
Forcing them back.
Build the ults.
Off, is forced to leap back to the rest of their team. As Sparker's trying to create an opening, setting off that Monstro off to the side. So that
3 ults for Low9 though. Gonski nearly got theirs. In fact, they've nearly got all 6.
Sees that Groot and is like, ooh, tasty, and is going to be playing the Wolverine with the Incredible Hulk.
I like this.
I
like this.
I've seen this before.
For the backline, lovely man cannon, locks it down immediately.
Yeah, really nice.
Down onto the ground, isn't able to get the picks for Saint Timoto. Both worlds going to have to be dedicated now. It's really.
I think Wolver's probably going to just look to ult and swap, no?
Waiting for the right chance to see if he can get a bit of a damage boost or synergize it well with a big ultimate. I mean, that's the one he's looking for, but it's the Groot on the other side.
Oh, yeah, I think Wolver swaps.
Able to connect onto too much, but it's Low9 buying more time. On the Proteus, I think was used on all the sides as Hela is going to come out with a Goddess of Death. Spamming from distance, clearing up some of the points.
He's not. Looks like he's staying on it.
Ground, the answer is Finzi trying to contest
Gonski with a nice pick though.
75% on the point now.
Sorry guys, I've suddenly just got really tired. I'm gonna grab some food in a second.
Have enough to
I need some energy.
Through, take the point for the first time, and now it's a good test for Low9 of whether they can take this point and take this point, like whole part of the map.
Gonski delayed that so hard with the Loki. They
I think my body needs some fucking calories in it.
With that extra sustain from the regeneration domain. Virtus Pro, they now move into the defensive position. Namor up on this high ground, can siege in from a distance. And of course, those Monstros can be either thrown down to the low ground or going for the flag.
They just fucking send it, dude. Oh my god, L9 just fucking send it. Oh my god, that's so good. I actually fucking love that move. I love that move. Dude, they're just coordinated, completely full send.
Is an appetizer for Finzi. He is still just stuck fighting on here as much as he possibly can, but now he's going back
Jerky on the back line.
Avoid the Dance to Butterflies behind him.
Oh, Jerky.
And a very clean fight.
Dude, L9 are like...
Again, great ult from Jerky.
They're giving them a run.
3% versus 48 for Virtus Pro. They are going to try and walk back in. No, Fitzy will swap to the straight.
Jerky on this Psylocke.
They can try and contest this in time. Take the safe group up as opposed to try and risk someone touching it beforehand. Portal comes out. They can touch this 96. Touch, and that's easily enough time. But now they're attacking from both angles. With the
Saint gets Nevix again. Saint getting these random pickoffs is like going crazy. Nice to Sparkle there. That's Jerky out. That's a lot of the damage. But look at Wolver. Oh, that's a big grab from feet.
That is so huge for Fire. Virtus Pro trying to take this consistent fight in the overtime. Gonski is down. Finzi is
oh my god, did Fee just solo do it? Holy shit, how did he do that?
Yeah,
absolutely
reset,
perfect ult.
Oh,
Gets
I
the
know
Groot,
that they
gets the
can't hang
Loki.
around too much. I mean, one of the reasons why they won that fight is that it was looking close for Low 9 to take it because they managed to stall out
Woof.
Nevix
Did he
for so
also
long.
stun him out of the Groot ult as well at the same time, Fee?
Final engagement about to come
Because
in.
Wolver had the ult and
It's
is
really
now
a
at
case about
75,
shutting
so
down
I'm
Sparker.
assuming he
Horn
got stunned
Proteus
out
is
of
very
it.
close. Even an Eye of Agamotto from
Which is a
Quincy could be
fucking
scary.
absurd timing if he did.
For Wolver, it's a Strangler Prison. We haven't really seen him connect all too much. There's been a lot of good responses from Virtus Pro. Now's a potential clean sweep because there's not going to be a strategist ultimate available for Virtus Pro.
They may have to lose it.
Oh, Finn!
But it's cleaned out fast. Goodbye, Gonski. And they may have to swap over to that Doctor Strange here to try and turn us there.
It's a big Groot ult, but there's no follow-up. Oh, I think VP have held this, dude. Oh, how does Jerky get that off? It's done. Wow, VP hold. What?
As overtime ticks down, no one spawns in time for a Strange reinforcement.
Damn.
Delay, but that is Virtus
They pulled
Pro
that back.
taking control. Low 9 almost able to scrap
Dude, that was
it,
all Fee
but
all
Virtus
day.
Pro, they took those last fights beautifully.
That's all Fee all day.
Yeah, those dives that went on to Gonski on those last two engagements were really key for Virtus Pro.
All
there.
day.
Like, they know that there's going to be so much focus going on to getting him in the draft, and Gonski's a very good
All right.
Loki, and if it's not
Give me
available
2
on their
minutes. I
side,
really need
well,
some
it means that
food
even
because
more
I'm
focus
like,
has to go in to
my
try and
brain
take
is
him out.
fucking dying.
But just really good
So
stuff.
I'm
The
just gonna
fights that were
quickly
taken, the engages, Low
just
9,
grab some food for 2
honestly,
minutes.
a
I
good
won't be
showing,
long.
but
Just
I
while
do
they're
think that
yapping
they should
away.
have taken that second point if it wasn't for Virtus Pro having some, honestly, top tier moments.
I love a good nap. I feel like a nap right now.
36k
so give me
a
one
solid
sec.
9k more than literally anyone else in the game. Did everything in their power to keep their team up, but there's only so much they could do when it came down to individuals getting targeted, and that is Virtus Pro one of the things they excel at. Targeting, being able to call a individual and take them out, and you can see that coming in here from Fi, choosing the right target, blast a barrage onto any isolated member, and Sparker here in the doorway, knowing where their opponents would retreat to, and Horn focusing directly onto themselves. If someone dove them, they could punish it. If they not, then they get a knockdown and they're still able to capitalize. They did get punished in that last engage though, regeneration domain through the portal, but there's very little you can do about that.
Yeah, he can't really stop too much. And it really felt like, yeah, you've got this kind of like last engagements that were happening, and well, you've got Wolver that had the Strangler Prison. Virtus Pro were just consistently dealing with it very nicely. You were losing Gonski, and just, yeah, it was like this key fight, honestly. Gonski goes down, you see the Strangler Prison follow shortly afterwards, and honestly, it's pretty comfortable. You have the Dance of the Butterfly shot for Jarecki, but he's like 8 HP, like you mentioned. It's not much that Low 9 could do in those situations, and Virtus Pro showing exactly why they're just such a consistently top team when they're able to adjust with what is exactly on the board at any given time.
And finally, the Loki has lost. We have broken the streak for the day. It's finally happened, and it came at the hands of Virtus Pro. But there were some times where it looked a little bit dicey. The question is, will Virtus Pro continue to just believe that they can overcome this, or will they maybe adjust their bad strategy to get rid of the God of Mischief, who has been causing quite a lot of mischief? We'll be finding out after this short break. Don't go anywhere unless it's into game to buy those skins. But for now, we'll be right back with game number 2.
silently trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till
Sorry, guys. I really needed food. I just needed some carbs, you know? Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry. How long were you napping for, though? I love a good nap.
See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes,
That is the only thing about being on these meds, is, because I'm just naturally eating a lot less all the time. There is definitely times where I feel really tired and burnt out just from lack of food, like lack of energy.
Some of the map options that they've had previously, they're a squad that have liked to have gone to
And lack of food,
for example, or even Midtown. The problem is, where on earth do you take the potential best team in the world with Virtus Pro, Tetra? Like, it really feels like it could be inevitable in any case.
I mean, there's like an argument to be made of like,
I feel
of course,
better already,
Midtown's
though.
good because it's one of the best hold maps, but also if you
I
don't know where
needed
to
it.
go, then take them to somewhere where they might be less used to. This could
I
be
definitely
Morocco
could
'cause
not
it's newer,
do,
or you might have chosen something like we
definitely
mentioned
could
earlier,
not do the
Spider
Americas
Island,
tonight
because
for
it's
sure. It
played
was a
so
good
rarely.
choice, Nick.
Problem is,
Good choice.
Virtus Pro have been around since season 0. They have been playing Spider Island since before some people were playing this game. You can't just take them to something like that just because it's played less nowadays, because they have more hours on it than some people have in the game.
Welcome back.
Full stop.
I mean, if the majority of Spider Island games go like the one that we saw earlier, I'm not surprised that we see it so little in pro games. And you're right, like Virtus Pro.
Are we going to Spider
on the
Islands again?
receiving
Is that what
end
they're
of it
saying?
Previously, when they lost to Peps, that first ever map loss that they conceded so far in the
No way, right?
lifespan of Marvel Rivals. It really is just like a couple of options. Central Park, they've picked once. Yggdrasil, they've picked once. Midtown, they've picked twice. It feels like maybe Central Park to just see what
Yggdrasil.
Virtus
We've
Pro like to
not
play
seen
on here,
any
where
Yggdrasil
Arako, I think
today,
that's why
which is
some
quite
teams did try to
surprising.
take Virtus Pro in that position, just forcing them out to be like, okay, how are you approaching the meta? Where are you taking these positions? What places are you fighting from? And just honestly, potentially stealing some of the strategies. That's what teams like to do in a lot of other games. Okay, there's a new map out. Let's see what the top teams do on it, and then we'll just copy that strategy and iterate it on depending on.
I'm just
like,
deciding,
outcomes.
like, do I...
It's hard work, but people want to see exactly what Virtus Pro are cooking up.
But the fact is, Virtus Pro, they've
Do I
already
stay
shown
on
they
and
are
play
quite
some
comfortable
games
here. They've got players who
after
can play flyers like that Human Torch.
what I
This
think is
the
going to be
map
the
where
last game now?
flankers can really
Or
just
do we
have
get
such
off?
a good time because there's all these secret tunnels and teleporters, meaning that there's always a chance that someone is behind
What
you.
are we
Captain
thinking?
America, the Psylocke, they have so many times where they can just flank and get into backlines. It's a risky thing to play into a team like Virtus Pro, but we do know that there is a little bit of a chance that Low 9, we know Jerky loves that Psylocke.
I've got the fucking
could
song
try
in my
and
head
mirror
now.
as well with Virtus Pro so far banning the torch to prevent
Dude,
them from
how
getting on.
crazy was Claire Obscure yesterday,
Yeah,
by the way?
I'm really curious, I suppose, on where Low 9 can take
Sheesh.
it here. And ultimately, like, your best performing maps are Symbiotic Surface, which
Yeah,
you've
maybe we
won
call
with
it.
2-0
Maybe
on.
we
Central
call
Park
it.
you picked, but you lost. Midtown you picked twice. Won one,
Or at
lost
least
one.
I, because I had an
And win
early
was
start
against
today as
National
well.
Guards
So
as
maybe
well,
maybe we call it and
that
just
makes it sound like it doesn't count. I didn't mean it to sound
come
like
back
that. I just
to
mean,
it
like,
tomorrow.
That's the one that I do remember, but yeah, it's Low 9 really just suffering from the fact that Virtus Pro found this like run of form. But whilst we're waiting to get into game, I guess what can you tell us about like the stakes of the history of the team? Like Virtus Pro, we've known a little bit more about because they've been around for so long. And
You might be
ultimately,
right, Yanni.
even if
Yeah.
you're like in Americas or Asia, you're gonna know
Get some
the
good sleeps.
prevalence of Virtus Pro. what have you picked up from Low 9 from
Although I
like,
probably
watching?
won't be
'Cause
able to
obviously
sleep
you've
for a
done
while.
lot of the
You know what
watching
I'm
the
like.
qualifiers and as well, so you've got to see Low 9.
I'll still be here at like 1 in the
first
morning.
place, you know?
Low 9, they came together as a team quite late. They were less late than Blood Udo, for example, that came together hours before the tournament started. But Low 9, they came together a couple weeks before the qualifiers, coming together just out of a load of players who were either just incredibly good ranked players or were looking for teams. They have just picked out.
I
some
actually
of the
didn't
best
know that.
people
They've
who
done
were
really well to get to
available
playoffs.
and believed that they could make it work together and have successfully proved that yes, they can. They have already turned into an incredibly versatile unit, just relying on individual
I just
skill
think I need a
and have been
nap,
picking up
you know?
great teamwork.
You know when you get that
Consistently. A lot of
feeling in
these
your
players have
head
skill
and
in
you're
other
like,
games. We've got people
just
who
like
play
an
a lot
hour
of other
nap.
hero
I could
shooters or just
probably
other
kill
shooters in
for an hour
general.
nap right
so
now.
it's an experienced team without as much experience playing
Which is
together.
not great for me,
Jerky
so
has
maybe
been
I
a
should
big
try and hold
streamer
off
for a while, creating a lot
so
of
that I can
content
properly
around
sleep
playing
instead.
some unusual picks like the Jeff, for example, back in the day. Saintamoto has been an absolute ranked beast and is well known for their cap, even on the leaderboard before
All right,
joining this team.
game
This team
2.
has pedigree and are coming in now against what might be their toughest.
Yeah, it's already 8 o'clock. I should try and
Ragtag group
hold
against
off,
the
right?
odds. That does sound very Marvel, to be fair. There is Central Park that Low 9 are going to take us on, choosing to attack first. So, we did see last time more of a focus coming in from Low 9 to try and get the Loki first. The Virtus Pro, finding out the Emma, picking the Emma seems to be their go-to strategy, and so far it's looking the same. The Captain America's a
Cap
first protect
save.
instead of the Loki, however.
Early.
I kind of like from Low 9.
God damn.
Very interesting.
They give it to
Getting a
Saint
little bit of an
early.
adjustment, getting Saintamoto on their main pick. Again, they're either about to continue a 100% win rate, being 3-0, or they're about
Big
to
Prior.
ruin a streak here as they have
Mag
that
save,
left
probably,
available. But
I would
Virtus
imagine.
Pro, they do take the opportunity to take out that Loki. It is a bit strong. Even
And a
though
save.
they won the map, the Loki was still very rough to deal with.
Still able to get a character
Finn
that I
likes
think
this Emma,
now
doesn't
they
he?
matched
So-
up to all business of how many times they picked Emma Frost. So now they're the mummy's boys, I suppose, with how much that they've wanted to try to get them. Low 9 wanted to try and take out Magneto, making sure that you don't actually get both of them
I don't
together,
know.
which would be a little bit of a
Yeah.
disaster. But so far,
I
no
get it, I
strategies
get it.
outside of the Loki being banned out for Low 9.
Double torch
Both
bans?
torches banned
Where we
out
going?
in the
Central
mirror
Park?
ban as well.
Makes sense on Central Park for
This
sure.
likely means we're going to be seeing Psylocke creep on in Virtus Pro. I think there's a
Do
solid
they save
chance.
the
unless
Psylocke?
They're even going to protect a strategist here.
They
Potentially
don't need to
something
protect
like
the Psylocke for
the Cloak and
fees.
Dagger
He's super
or the
happy
Psylocke
on
to make
others,
sure that
but-
we do have Sparker having some backline potential
Sparker,
here.
I get sorry,
Low
Sparker's
9,
the,
they have the
um,
chance to do the same though, so they
Sparker's
don't need
the
to
Psylocke
worry
player,
about
sorry.
losing yet another one of Jerky's
God, my brain
heroes
is fried
because
today.
they get a protection before Virtus Pro.
Get your
their
shit
last
together,
ban.
Nick.
If that's the path they want to take, Crisis currently hovering the Hawkeye, and Luna has not yet been banned by Virtus Pro. Though I'd have the opportunity to try something out here with this slightly nerfed but still quite scary to look at.
I would have preferred the
Ice
Adam
Arrow
ban,
for
but
the Hawkeye.
I can see why they've done it. I can see
Yeah,
why they've done the
potentially.
Luna.
I mean, the
Did they
focus
save
of
the
banning
Luna,
out
though?
Torch makes
That's the
sense
question.
because, well, we saw it earlier, right, with Smashness from Z10, just how
They're going to save the
amazingly
Psylocke for
annoying
Jerky.
Torch is. And even like Tanuki, I've seen in the past, just absolutely obliterate maps when he's giving that freedom up in the sky. So Psylocke is going to be protected over on both sides.
Yeah.
It's the last thing the Low 9 are going to do to just give Jarecki a little bit of space to work with.
I mean,
Virtus
Sparker
Pro,
just gets the
popping us
advantage
off
naturally because
potentially
the
for
Emma
series,
team up
potentially
like in
for the day.
1v1s. If that cooldown's
Considering taking
on,
up Luna, instead, gonna ban out
in
the
theory,
Magneto, so
Sparker
that
gets the
double
advantage, but
Vanguard,
obviously it doesn't
main
always work
Vanguard
out that way in a game
combination,
like
not
Marvel
available for
Rivals.
Low 9 at all.
So now we need to decide what goes with this Punisher. They have put Wolver on the Groot. They've been leading so heavily on Strange up to now, but the
They're
Groot
just gonna
did
do a
quite
straight
well
Punisher
for them last
strat.
game, so it is an opportunity. Psylocke is going to be picked up for Jerky, and they are of course going to have that snowflake, that passive aura from Penclone, Saintamoto.
I mean, does Fiend not just go Star-Lord?
Classic dive backline, but Virtus Pro are going to mirror
They are
the
defending though.
exact
It's
same
kind of
thing,
hard
just
on this
without
first
the
point.
Luna.
I mean, the Starlord
So
can go
Emma's
around the
available on one
sides
side,
quite
Loki
easily,
banned out
so
completely. Magneto
I would imagine
banned
that's
out
what we're gonna
completely,
get.
yeah. Double checking, and then
I feel
Tom.
like
So it
Star-Lord is still
mostly
pretty
just
good.
Teams countering each other to try and take stuff off the board. But there is a Luna available on the side of
Yeah.
Low 9, I think. So at least
We've
their
actually
strategist
seen
background
a
isn't
Hawkeye
gonna take
Luna
too
on this
much of
map
a-
as well be
a hit
really
so far.
successful. But
It is just more pressure that goes over on Moto. He's got cap, he's fine. And
they
then
did
we'll
nerf
vote him
it in this
through.
latest
It's not a
patch.
bad map for him.
Remember that, guys.
Again, we saw that earlier from Z10.
The stun is now
The
0.
distance of what we've been seeing in Midtown, we head to not the most
0.8
recent map that was added into the game, but the one that
Instead of
closed off
0.8
we're
seconds,
straight
I
into
think?
the action. We're straight in as low 9.
Oh god, okay, we're
Pretty
just
much
fucking
probably weren't
loaded
expecting
in.
the same thing with Virtus Pro having such a deep hole.
So yeah, there we go. Fee on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, pulling back extremely far for the moment, trying to get onto that Psylocke. They can catch Sparker early as they do push out. They're going to get themselves a good pickup. That's a portal opening coming in from low 9 as Jerky started on the Doctor Strange in order to get them a little
Nice
bit
play
of
from
an
Wolver.
opening push. But it is going to trade out a 1-for-1. Wolver
Yeah,
did grab
0.8.
Sparker. Gonski is taken down. Dridro's going to get mirrored.
The
Both
other
fucking
thing
daggers
we
taken
didn't
down.
talk
But
about
Nemix
is
still
Emma
so far
into
mostly uncontested,
Groot is a
keeping pressure
really
onto
good
the backline,
matchup
and Thigh is
because
in the air, causing problems.
one of the
Crisis,
recent changes
when
to
did you
Emma
get
was
there,
that
buddy? Going
her
through the portal to try and back
her
that, got over
attack
half.
can build charge
58%.
off Groot walls now. It
I mean,
didn't
you'll
when
take
she
him,
first
Virtus
came
Pro
out.
probably kicking themselves a little bit
They
that
changed
just
it
gave
so
up
that now
for
she
free.
builds charge off the Groot walls.
Now things have reset
So
back to
she's
that
quite
main
happy to
chokeplay.
just
Wolver
spam
long
that and
enough to
take
just
it
create
out
a little bit more
because it
space
takes
before
it to
they
100
really
charge
go in
really
for this
fast.
Fight. 75% away from a strangling prison, and what you're looking to combine it with is the question, I suppose. Maybe a final judgment for Crisis is the most likely, or even just a dance of the butterfly that's going to come
Oh, they
through.
keep
It's
it
gonna
everybody
force a
alive.
lot out of the backline of
Damn, that was
Low9.
actually really
But
nice from
not the
L9 that they keep
strategist ultimates
everyone
up
alive in
until
that.
now is that Eternal Bond is going to become a little bit more aggressive. Virtus Pro contesting the point still.
Was
They
that
have
a
a
solo
push
ult on
it just
Nevix?
to stop it from ticking up on favor for low 9, but the invisible boundary.
Was that
up
an
into the
intentional
rafters, up
solo
off
ult?
of the objective, and
That's
it's really just a great
hilarious,
spot
dude.
for the group to be fighting, and Jarecki decides that he wants to have a slice of the action.
Here we
too.
go.
Vi's Galactic Legend is going to be the thing that tops off this
Finds
fight,
the
and
target,
regardless, Low9
knows who
either
they
have to
want.
give this up and lose out on numbers, or Virtus Pro are going to lose this point. in
Okay,
fairly
Sparker
quick
just did
time.
such a
They're
good
forced
job to
back
stay
in the
alive.
freedom
Holy
charge,
shit.
Tetcher.
Only
It's just
losing
keeping
one
things
there
going
is
and going.
crazy. Not
It's
Sparker,
such a
Jerky.
long drawn out fight here. Low 9, they blew a lot of their big cooldowns quite early, but holding on to Saint Moto. Essentially a third strategy.
Only
ultimate
one person
with all the
dying, that was
bonus health that
crazy.
it does give. They're able to push on in, and Low 9 claimed the first point. That was very interesting to watch. Utilizing a
4
little bit
minutes
of
on
a
the
back cap
clock.
to make it so that they had that first third already pre-capped, meaning that they didn't have to hold the point for as long, knowing that Virtus Pro will also be one of those teams that likes to portal back in.
No ults
and
though.
extend
This should be
fights
a
for
big
little
ult advantage for
longer. And
VP.
here comes the rush with 3 members: Star-Lord, the Psylocke, and bringing Fi on that extra, and bringing Sparker, sorry, on that Psylocke.
Yow.
They are cleaning up right now.
And there's the
Man,
ult economy
I
advantage.
adore that from
Right
Virtus
there.
Pro. The main thing is that
Right
they cut
there.
across and they just stopped the objective, and then they took the fight. Because this is something that Virtus Pro have been so good
Oh,
at.
yeah.
on
I think I'm
all
gonna
of these
nap
convoy
after this,
maps.
chat.
We're back with a Squirrel. He's having a fantastic time. He's getting to watch
Maybe
some
just
good
like a
action at the very
quickie.
least. But
You know,
it's the
like a
fact that
quickie
Virtus
15,
Pro are able to
you
just
know?
keep stalling the point, and even if they end up losing that fight eventually for low 9, they buy so much time because you have to remove them physically from the objective.
Dude, Saint
one
on
at
this
a time.
cap
They
is
just
like,
draw out so much,
there's
and
a reason
honestly,
why they
Virtus
first
Pro
saved this,
forcing the
right?
fight pretty much at the spot where the payload starts is only setting the defense up for success here.
This is Virtus Pro trying to force Low 9 to take a fight even further back than the objective, meaning that even
Yeah,
if
where
Virtus
the
Pro
fuck
go down,
VP
it's still
going?
even longer for Low 9 to want to try and go for the
They're on the
reinforcement of
opposite
Invisible
side.
Boundary.
What-
Eternal Bond comes on
like-
a pink clone with that Fate of Both Worlds, but it's about to expire, and there is no
Oh,
secondary
Jerky
strategy.
gets
Oh,
fee though.
Jerky will get a dance to the butterfly onto the
Oh,
back
but the
line,
other side.
It's gonna be Virtus Pro who timed their ultimate.
It was a
a
nice
little bit
idea.
better. Psylocke
I
gets a double
I
hit.
respect
The
it.
quick duel between the Psylocks, but it's a little bit of a
I
numbers
respect
game.
it.
Not respecting the 1v1. Nevix will take out Jerky.
Oh, it's a spawn doors hold. How has Virtus Pro managed to turn this? And honestly, it was the proactive nature of using the freedom charge to get into this fight before in the first place. Nevix having another.
Here we go. Price is going over the top. This could be massive for L9. There we go. The kills are coming out.
Just layered on top alongside a strangling prison. Low 9, that's a lot.
Did he just stop and stare at Drydra? That's
really
hilarious.
If you have to throw everything you have
He just stood and stared at it and went, nah, you can live.
Low 9,
You can live for a little bit longer.
Like you say, it's all about distance because Low 9 are having to try and push this cart while Virtus Pro take fights behind them, which is not ideal. But finally, Low 9 have an opening. They set up the culling turret. Saitomoto is on the flank. It's all about the ultimate cooldowns right now, though. Invisible Boundary, 85%. Jerky, 62%.
Oh, Sparkle wins 1v1.
Gonski, 78, 80 now percent.
That's the Emma diff right there.
Dagger getting the early Eternal Bond, but Cypher has the
same again.
Blow up here.
They've done it again, just sort of cutting behind where these attackers are coming from to try to stop the payload from there. It's a great rollout, and I'm sure that every other team in the EMEA is going to start copying it.
Yeah, like, how are they doing this?
Pro are just doing so well to stall out the point consistently.
It's like they're going back to front.
Winning out this engagement.
So, like, the cap is in this front, like, stalling out the point, while the rest of the team are dropping behind them to like, take the fight.
That might be enough, but that's not the game plan for Virtus
I don't really
Pro.
understand what VP are doing.
At this point, stop it from
But I guess it's just
Gain
like a
every
reverse.
meter that you possibly can. And how
But then
Virtus Pro set themselves up nicely to stop this payload
it
from
forces
getting
you
any
to
further
then
on the
you
second
have to win the fight
checkpoint.
because then you can't get back to your spawn otherwise.
They're going to try and commit early,
It doesn't really, I don't know.
They find
Oh,
Cypher.
triple
They
from
get
Jerky
Drydra
is
with
huge.
the help of the cap, and it's Jerky and Saint
That's
Moto.
massive from
Praise
Jerky.
be to the fate, creating the opening
They
that
needed that as well. There's only 30
Cap
seconds
trying
left
to
on the
delay
clock.
with mobility. Wall set up to
Jerky
keep
just went
everyone off the
fucking
point,
bananas.
And Low 9 are done with this backline delay stuff. They hit point number 2 and they get an
Well,
extra minute and
shit.
3/4 on the point.
Jarecki going hunting to see the defender spawn if he can catch somebody that might have got some poor timing, because you can see the Virtus Pro were a little bit split there. It's blood in the water for Jarecki to be able to smell that opportunity out, and Saitomoto wants to keep this tempo going
nice grab
if he
from
can.
Finn.
Freedom Charge going to be used. He does get calm and crushed, but it's not going to matter too much. He was on his own, but he's able to dash out, and now Nevix is giving chase. Diving in, Prices though, taking out the other duelist on the side of Sparker, and now the final judgment, cutting on through
but
with
it's
the fate
nowhere,
of both worlds.
dude.
There's potential for a damage boost
It's
there.
nowhere.
There's not
They
really
just
any damage
delta
that you're
split
taking
like
on
a
the side of Low 9
motherfucker.
currently, but you're worried
Dude,
about
VP
behind you
did
because of
such
how
a
often
good
Virtus Pro
job.
being able to sneak in and stop things from where you can't expect them to.
Virtus Pro split
Oh,
that
one
beautiful
angle.
Terror Cape coming in
What?
for that Galactic Legend. They're trying to get onto the backline, trying to focus onto Crisis, but the team is staying
but Fee doesn't get anything either.
Gonski keeping the team sustained. Here's the straggling prison, able to catch the
That's
Star-Lord,
massive.
but the damage
Oh,
output, they
Wolver.
can't seem to find them. It's going to be Jerky. It's
They
gonna be a
just
team
had,
wipe is what
like,
it's gonna
the
be.
tiniest
Pick
bit.
up for it. Saitomoto just
They were
runs
so
off. They know
close
they
to
need
that wipe,
regroup,
but they
it's time
just
for
didn't have enough in the
Dr.
tank.
Strange.
Was that a shroud from... I think it was from Virtus Pro, like the poke and dagger for Drydra to be able to just get out of dodge from the strangling prison. So great work from Drydra to keep people alive, because you could just see how much damage Wolver was able to do off the back of the strangling prison. So the backline being
Finn.
peeled for nicely, and Jarecki
Jesus
not
Christ.
Really find too much with his stance of the butterflies on his side. As Virtus Pro pretty much cleaned
Dude,
on
Finn is a
house. 5
monster
seconds
on this
left.
Emma.
The payload in control of the defenders, and it's a touch from Saitomoto. It's a plea more than anything to get this moving a little bit further. You gotta say, Techido, oh, never mind, I was gonna say he was dusted,
Close,
and
very
it is,
close.
because unfortunately he wasn't able to touch. But all things considered, Low 9
Very
made a good
close.
show of that if it wasn't for Virtus Pro having some really cool stuff on the second point.
An incredible push coming in from Low 9. Just stopped on that last portal for starters. This is one of the hardest maps to portal out of, because you have to literally teleport out of spawn to get out to begin with. But they were interrupted via the force physics coming in from Cypher, preventing them from coming through the portal to touch for that overtime. Lovely little setup by Virtus Pro there, and that is going to be still a very solid push by Low 9 in the grand scheme of things, making it easily over halfway.
I wonder if they commit to this Scarlet Witch.
Now it's starting to see what Virtus Pro want to do on the attack.
Sorry, I was just
because
checking
I
a quick
don't
message,
believe that they've shown
make sure
any
my mum is
action on
okay.
Central Park. No, they haven't. They've shown plenty over on Symbiotic Service and Dajalia. The first debut of Central Park, at least in Ignite. I think it's only Krakoa, which we saw. So it's only Spider Islands that we haven't actually seen from Virtus Pro so far this event.
Yeah, Sparker on this Psylocke is a problem.
We'll see if there's a little bit
Finn
more.
on his Emma is a bigger problem.
Satomoto, even though it was a grueling fight, only going down twice.
Because part of the problem is the only person who's really like actually standing against this Emma is Wolver on this group. And the 1v1 matchup is just way better for Emma. Because everybody else is dancing around, right? The Cap's fucking diving left and right. The Psylocks are diving left and right. So I think this is why Crisis has gone to the Winter Soldier to like try and back up. I think it's mainly to try and back up this, the Wolver dealing with the Emma on the front line.
That's what Tetra found out prior to this, so it's either going to be continuing on,
or
it's going to be
to also,
a bit
on
of
the
a
flip
rude
side,
awakening for
help out the
Satomoto.
supports with the Psylocke. I think it's a good pick here.
Fight happening on the objective. Wolver having to give up a lot of space, pretty much fighting all the way back to this choke, and he goes down. Just there's too much focus, too much of a force of nature when you've got the likes of Finzi running at you with the Emma Frost, able to catch you out.
Because you can see what's happening right now, right? So Sparker's getting in behind, using their damage to dump onto Wolver, who's already getting rolled by this Emma. So the combined damage between the Emma and the Psylocke, like this Wolver cannot stay up as this group. And then once he goes down, they can just walk onto everybody. The Cap's not there to support.
They've actually managed to force Virtus Pro out through the door. Dridro with their own Eternal Pod. Galactic Legend not yet charged up, so forced to stick with the Blaster Barrage for the moment. Guardian Barrier.
Oh, it's overwhelming damage.
Both down, Dance of the Butterfly, and this is Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP look like they've got their stride in this one now. I think this is going to be a pretty quick wash.
Time left. 5 minutes at the activation of the Squirrel.
Seeing the second point for both teams because they banned out Torch, as you've seen at the top of your screen, means it's a lot more grounded in its approach. There's no Storm, there's no Ultron.
I mean,
no
both the
Iron
Caps are
Man
doing
to
such a
replace
good job of just
the threat in
creating
the
space
sky.
and stuff, but
I do wonder if Lone are going to try something similar. It seems
yeah, I honestly think it's this Emma into group matchup that
similar
they're struggling with.
to what Virtus Pro were doing.
Oh, nice angle from
All
Jerky.
the way back, it forces out the invisible boundary, and I don't know if somebody's disconnected. This is what happened last time, so gives us a little bit of a moment in a stay tuned for next time.
SpaghettiOs.
Trying to get onto that backline, doing exactly like you said, what Virtus Pro did. Just try and punish people on the way out of spawn, because it's such a long walk from this initial spawn point to the actual objective of point number 2. So being
to be fair, I really don't like playing this map. This is probably
force on your own point at the top of the hill on the bridge.
This is probably my least favorite convoy map.
Your opponents get there usually, which is why teams take these fights so
you got Midtown, Central Park,
the attacking spawn.
Idris Hill Path. Symbiote
We'll
takes
be finding out a little bit
convergence,
more
I suppose.
information, but this is typically last time it happened. It was because a player DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to get back into the game.
I mean, this is convergence. Yeah, this is my least favorite of any of the like
sort of
hybrid or convoy
Central
maps.
Park. Castle just been dropped down in the middle of New York in Manhattan. You got Dracula just chilling as well. Good luck of like he's
that ramp, like
bees
trying to
on
get up
scent,
that
seeing if
ramp
he's
is
hitting
just
things
such
right,
a
which I
massive
think he
pain.
is.
He certainly has a taste for style. I will say the giant coffin as the centerpiece of your dining hall is a little gauche, but overall it's still a wonderful historic building stuck in the middle of a wonderful historic park.
Oh, really?
Back into the action.
I'm very tired now, chat. Like, suddenly my brain is just like decided it wants to shut down. So I apologize if I'm like a bit low energy and missing stuff.
He wants to really get people out of those spots that could be a threat to his backline, and Nevic's countering attack means that this is just going to keep on strolling.
Yeah, they got nothing, dude. They got nothing against Finn. Like, Finn is just so fucking free.
Things are going to continue moving for Virtus Pro.
I want to see Wolver switch. This Groot doesn't work.
This is low 9 though. They can
now they're stuck. They want to use the ult. They feel like they have to.
Easily set up for this defense on the high ground, but Virtus Pro played very mobile characters, so they're going to try and go for a containment. Here comes the immediate run from Satomoto to try and create
no support ults if they go now.
From the other side, lovely distraction here, and Sparker nearly getting caught out.
I think they know it as well. He wants it.
Positioning. Cart is on the way. Blaster Barrage for the point, but
oh my God, Sparker!
Once again.
Jesus.
Together, and without a defensive ultimate available, it's going to be low 9 cleaned out, and point number 2 grabbed by Virtus.
Well, I think this one's done.
Of distance now, 64 meters, 95 centimeters, and Virtus already moving out for a containment.
Hannah.
Over 5 minutes on the clock. Low 9, you got to put an end to this, or you got to slow things down for the time being. You got some good stuff to make it happen, though. I'm looking at the Strangler.
I don't know who I would like Wolver to play though instead.
Crisis ready for the Kraken's impact, you're not going to have the follow through necessary. Nevix is also going wandering a bit here.
Like,
Wolver,
you have to play an
ultimate,
anchor
but
tank
can't
because you
afford
got
to
the
go
cap.
down here. We do see both Eternal Bonds being used from the Cloak and Daggers, and the pull-up forces out some early utility from Tree Drone.
Yeah, like Finn can just do this every day, all day, every day.
Fee as well. Just with the back of the Galactic Legend, all of this space has to be cleared. Even if it doesn't get the picks up to low 9, they have to back up all the way up the stairs.
They're buying as much time as they can, but they were, like you said, forced up the stairs, meaning that squirrel crept on forwards at 57, 58, and low 9. They need to keep reinforcing.
Someone's got a touch, but Sparky gets it. And it's done. It's done, guys. It's done. It's so fucking done. Pretty much what we thought. Pretty much what we thought, right? A 2-0 wash.
Early fights and move on in, cutting group down to size and take the series.
I don't think anyone is surprised by that result, really, at all.
Sort of going as most would have in the
at all.
And low 9 just couldn't really get much going over on Central Park. Just a couple of moments here or there. It was a good.
All right, homies, we are going to look to dip pretty quickly here.
A lot, and then you're only guaranteed a couple of fights before you run out of time. I'm showing the Virtus Pro. We're seeing pretty much all
feeling
of them
very tired, so I apologize. I don't know.
When you see stuff like this that hasn't been shown, the Central Park.
I don't know what's happened, Joel, but like, I don't know.
Makes you a little bit worried about what
I've just dropped off the face of the earth, so I need to go lie down for a little bit. I'm not going to raid out or anything. I think we're just going to call it there for today. Not my favorite way to end it. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on. We'll be back tomorrow. Earlier start tomorrow. So we'll be kicking off about 1 o'clock because the first game is actually 2 o'clock UK time. So yeah, earlier start tomorrow. We got a long day of games. We start to move into the BO5s. So yeah, I'm really sorry about the abrupt end. Please go and I'll give you the Marvel Rivals link if you want to go and carry on watching it, or watch the interview or anything. I'm really sorry about the quick abrupt exit. I just need to go lie down. I don't feel great, and I don't really know why. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you, and I will see you all soon.